You're rocking with the best.
Credit acceptance was trying to finesse me. High interest.
You're rocking with the DJ that keeps the hits coming.
I had to do it right. Yeah. Sent the email with the proof, then I filed a suit. Yeah. Judge saw the evidence, then they called the truth. Sleep just like that, gone. They settled quick, title on the way, and the debt was wiped away, and I ain't even had to pay. No, push the whip with a drip. You know I got the stick. You know I say the case. You know that they legit. Hey, proceed be the way. If you know how to play, get the win, drop order, then you get on out of the way. 50K right away. Thomas, did it right. Now these haters gotta say that. Did it right. Go talk about what to do, but did it right. No guessing about the law, cause did it right. Interest rates high, but Thomas couldn't stand it. They tried to take advantage, couldn't put him in a panic. Yeah, little with a knowledge.
You're rocking with the best.
Credit acceptance was trying to finesse me. High interest.
You're rocking with the DJ that keeps the hits coming.
I had to do it right. Yeah. Sent the email with the proof, then I filed a suit. Yeah. Judge saw the evidence, then they called the truth. Sleep just like that, gone. They settled quick, title on the way, and the debt was wiped away, and I ain't even had to pay. No, push the whip with a drip. You know I got the stick. You know I say the case. You know that they legit. Hey, proceed be the way. If you know how to play, get the win, drop order, then you get on out of the way. 50K right away. Thomas, did it right. Now these haters gotta say that. Did it right. Go talk about what to do, but did it right. No guessing about the law, cause did it right. Interest rates high, but Thomas couldn't stand it. They tried to take advantage, couldn't put him in a panic. Yeah, little with the knowledge, running through his pockets, funds charging through the roof. Feel like Houston on a rocket. I landed in the booth, litigation like a pro. Tell me what you say. Guru filing lawsuit, but never wanna pay. Who bad is me? Balance sheet in the court, casualty.
You're rocking with the best.
What if everything you've been told about mortgages is incomplete? What if the transaction you see on the contract is only a fraction of the transaction that actually occurred? For decades, homeowners have been taught to believe one simple story. You borrowed money. You owe the money back, make your payments, and everything works exactly as it should. But what if there is more to the story? What if hidden transactions, institutional accounting, regulatory reporting, and the modern shadow banking system are affecting your rights without you ever realizing it? What if what you call a mortgage loan is being viewed very differently inside boardrooms, financial statements, investor reports, and regulatory filings? Most homeowners think they're making a down payment. Most homeowners think they're simply paying back a loan. Most homeowners think the finance charge is merely the cost of borrowing money. But what if those assumptions are preventing you from seeing the entire transaction? And more importantly, what if understanding the difference could completely change how you analyze your mortgage? Welcome to the Mortgage Reality webinar, sponsored by the New Culture Empire. This is not another internet theory class. This is not another securitization audit sales pitch. This is not another one weird trick to stop a foreclosure. This is a deep dive into the economic substance behind mortgage transactions. We'll examine the difference between what appears on the contract and what institutions report on their financial statements of position. We'll discuss why the finance charge may be one of the most misunderstood disclosures in consumer finance. We'll explore why the balance consumers believe they owe may not always reflect the full economic picture being reported elsewhere. And most importantly, you'll be introduced to the framework that has become the foundation of our analysis, the 5 lenses of the contract. 5 different perspectives, 5 different ways to analyze the same transaction. 5 different ways to uncover information most people never think to look for. The consumer lens, the legal lens, the corporate finance lens, the regulatory lens, and the investor lens. When viewed together, these lenses create a completely different understanding of mortgage transactions. But that's only the beginning. We'll be examining real-world examples, real disclosures, real filings, real reporting, and real results. Most importantly, the authorities, methodologies, and analytical frameworks discussed during this webinar are applicable to virtually every mortgage transaction, regardless of lender, servicer, or investor. And unlike most presentations, we'll approach these issues from both sides, the defendant's position and the plaintiff's position, because if you truly want to understand the mortgage system, you must understand how both sides see the transaction. June 20th. June 21st. Mortgage reality. Link fee, $75 per session, or attend both days for $150. If you're ready to move beyond internet myths, if you're ready to understand what institutions see that consumers often miss, and if you're ready to challenge your assumptions about mortgage transactions, then this class is for you. For registration and information, thomaslegacyrecordings@gmail.com. The New Culture Empire. Knowledge, strategy, perspective. Mortgage reality.
You're rocking with the best.
Planning out the dream. Turn every late fee in the case law. Judge bang gavel, he don't skip a beat. They like how you flip stress into assets. How you turn a loss in the last check. Thomas took notes, broke codes, then he proved it. Now the classroom global and the language fluid. Thomas is the blueprint. Write that in the sky, let the crew print. From the courtroom smoke to the new man. He designed the way we move our 2 cents. Thomas is the blueprint.
You're rocking with
to get someone that has way more experience than you, you're immediately going to be humble, and you are going to know of the term that I like to use, that you know very little about a system that you think you understand.
Thomas settled the case. Big checks from credit acceptance.
Welcome to episode 29 of Are You Afraid of the Dark? What was supposed to be a live debate with Alan Nagy from Facebook was canceled by Alan. Here is the highlights from yesterday's live. And don't forget to follow and subscribe to the New Culture Empire and the new channel Drama News.
Run it up, running in bang. Whipping up, he got sauce in my hand. She rolling the dice, got luck in that van. Smoking that leaf, going global stand. On my wrist like
But we have a 23-year-old that wants to debate me. The pride and ego in him thinks he knows more than me.
What is wrong with you?
He wants to debate me on account, and part of the topic is accounting. Alan Nagy, let me just say this. He says, yeah, you don't even learn this in regular school. Like, he barely pretty much should have said, where the hell you get this from? We don't even teach this here. This is highly advanced. And you want to know why I know the profession was true? Because when I was doing my research and studying and understanding, it was all highly advanced areas. Like, you wasn't learning this at the regular accounting level. It was always the people that was putting out the publishings, highly top. I go up against multi-billion-dollar corporations daily. Trust me, bro. You don't want to debate me. I'm not one of these online teachers. I've studied from the best of the best. The best of the best are my mentors. You don't want to debate me, bro. I'm telling you, everything that you think you know, I've already been there, done that. We're on a totally different level.
If you ain't got the proof, then shut your mouth. If you got the proof, let the proof speak for itself. And with people's money, messing with their lives, messing with where they lay their head, and not knowing what you're doing will put you in a situation that you may not be able to come back from. Let the ego go and pass the bucket. It's when you have the opportunity to learn, you should do so.
This is what I mean about the Dunning-Kruger effect. The Dunning-Kruger effect is often misunderstood as the claim that people with low intelligence are more confident in their knowledge and skill than people with high intelligence. According to psychologist Robert D. McIntosh and his colleagues, it is sometimes understood in popular culture that the claim is that stupid people are too stupid to know that they are stupid.
Emotional, damn it.
But the Dunning-Kruger effect applies not to intelligence in general, but to skills in specific tasks like research, litigation skills, when to make the argument, how to structure the argument, when is the right time to make the argument, when do you hold back for later stages, what to attack at the beginning, when not to attack because you know based on case law that those arguments have been denied before, when to go this way, when to use court doctrines, when to not use it, when to go in, when to go left, when to go right, when to say this, when to say that, when to skill. Court is a strategic ability in which one gains understanding over years of experience. You just don't start studying and researching and now you're there, especially at 23. People at 23, they're still in law school. Lawyers at 23, they're not challenging mortgage, they're still in school. The Dunning-Kruger effect. Nor does it claim that people lacking a given skill are as competent as high performers. Rather, low performers overestimate themselves, but their confidence level is still below that of high performance. I took someone with more experience than me and I measured me against them. But people like Alan Najee, all these other people online, Kiana Stone, they refuse to take that inner look at themselves because according to them, they got it all figured out. Ain't got no results to show, but they got it all figured out. Kiana, she lost that $1.7 million home. She didn't even know she was going to lose it. She thought she was going to win. So she made posts lying to cover it up. And then her vehicle, you ain't see a lawsuit on that. But yet she's teaching and holding classes and master class. And I heard she's about to start a university, go figure, in a master securitization class with the overconfidence that she understands to the point where she can teach, but her own performance is still that of someone who does not have a clear understanding of what they think they understand, because her performance has been very low, but her confidence is which lets her to throw these classes out there, throw these master classes, but her actual performance has been very below average. This is the Dunning-Kruger effect that we're talking about. And Kiana Stone is a classic example of the Dunning-Kruger effect. She overestimates her abilities, but her performance is still below average. There is most likely no case law governing accounting. Most times you won't really specifically see it when researching any cases that solely go into accounting defense or exposure of the accounting, because let's be honest, they don't want people knowing the accounting, let alone challenging it. When the challenge of improper accounting has been the foundation of equity in the judicial courts of the United States, dating back to the 1930s. So one key word, accounting defense. Researching any cases that solely go to accounting defense. I just said it because they're looking at accounting as a defense to their consumer obligations. So you will never find a case that goes into that because you can't use accounting as a defense to your consumer obligation.
You're rocking with the best.
So number one, already looking at accounting from the wrong angle. But if you were a guru that understood these things, you will know that accounting is not used as a defense or your cause of action. It's to highlight the evidence and substantiate your legal cause of action. So when you take accounting away as a legal defense and only using it in support of your legal defense, this is when they're back to square one. They don't know where to go from there. Attorneys are not accountants. It has nothing to do. It doesn't matter. Administrative judges are not accountants. Once again, these administrative judges, it keeps hindering to the sovereign citizen lingo. It's like, no matter how much you want to jump to accounting and securitization, once you've been bit by that sovereign citizen bug, as reflected in this person's case filing with the $1.7 million home, it's always going to creep up out of you. Like, you cannot let, like, it's going to creep, it's going to seep up out of you. Administrative judges, that is that sovereign citizen way of looking at it. Administrative judges are not accountant, so how would they truly know who is obligated and how the accountant reveals the truth? Well, how would you know? So think about it. If there's no case law on accounting, and lawyers are not accountants, and administrative judges are not accountants, then where do you go to get your relief? Because accounting relates to financial disclosures. How do you connect accounting to a courtroom setting? I mean, you got an auto transaction, you got a credit card case, credit card dispute. You got to know these things before you go into court. How do you bring accounting into a consumer obligation? If there's no case law on it, the judges are not accountants, the lawyers not. So how would they really know the truth? The same question could be posed to the guru. How would you really know the truth then? And this is what it means. The truth is always what I believe the truth is, or how I feel the truth is. And if the courts or the judges don't see it this way, then them themselves are wrong. But these are the same people that you are going to get relief, or requesting or seeking relief. These are the same people. It's like somebody trying to tell you you're wrong about something, but they actually need you for help. You get what I'm saying? Like somebody trying to tell you, oh, you wrong about this, but they actually need your expertise. You see what I'm saying? Like, how does that look? So you have no judges. Judges can't tell you what the truth is. The lawyers can't tell you what the truth is. There's no case law on the truth. So going by this own logic, then why are you even trying to bring up accounting in the first place? Oh, let me guess. Let me try to deter people from the questions asked. Because I remember after I went live, people did start asking questions. Hey, and this post came about. Multiple people started saying, hey, can you evidence this in a court case? Hey, can you show me any court cases? In which some people started to take that advice, because I told the people, yo, just ask her, prove this in court. Where are the cases to support what they're saying? I found over 70 cases to support what I'm saying. So where's the cases that supports what this person is saying? And it's either one conclusion: they don't know, because they don't have the true understanding of what it's really about to give you a definite answer. Versus in my Supreme Elite team group, we go over cases just like the weatherman goes over the news every morning. The stuff that many people out here are struggling to even grasp 1% of, we go over in our group effortlessly. Oh, no. It's not me. My members are saying this. And do I have to drop screenshots and emails they sent to me and comments they made in the group? I got to do that. It's not going to mean anything, because people are going to believe what they want to believe. Actually, more people are going to stay away further, and it's sad, is because they're just envious. They're actually that the years of them spent with these people and getting spunt around with people like Mensa, Yusavelle, Jonah Bay, Tamika, they are so punch drunk today, like they are shell shocked. And that's what these people, these gurus do. They take your money and destroy your will. So now everybody to you is in that same boat where you got the Supreme Elite team. We're just going to continue to keep trucking and moving along. Do you think I will want 100 to 250,000 people knowing exactly what I know? As soon as people in mass, let's say I do a Thanos and I gave everybody my understanding. If the court started to see this stuff, these claims come in drones, do you not know they're going to find a way to shut it down? They're going to find another way to shut it down. I just dropped my last video on it. They're going to find a way to shut it down. This is open. This door is open, but it's not open for everyone. The harsh reality is, no matter how many people spent trying to fight all those mortgage, consumer, all that with these gurus online, the harsh reality is less than 10% are ever going to win. So don't come asking me what supporting case law do you have to support this. Wow. That is going to be the same question the judge is going to ask you. The judge is going to ask you that. Anyone that's seriously about spending money with a particular teacher or whatever, that should be the question you ask. And if the teacher was on their ish, they should have had no problem citing multiple cases and explaining why those cases apply to us. What's the incentive for these teachers to get self-assessments of themselves? Nobody in their group is going to challenge them. Nobody in their group knows what they know. I mean, let me pull the curtain back. So I think for most people that follow gurus, I think just the hope is good enough for them. I think they say certain buzzwords like, you're not going to have to pay anymore. Oh, this is going to discharge your debt. Oh, you know you don't owe for real. Oh, you know that was your credit they let back to you in the beginning. Like, I think that's enough for people. My approach, if you look at it, less than 1% of pro se litigants ever even figure out anyway. Every person that you see online, they all think that everybody in their group doesn't know as much as them. They all believe that they don't know as much as them. And in many cases, that's true. This is why you see them all get bent out of shape when I pop up in their chats and their lives.
Moderating, blocking, thank you. Ain't nobody got time for him. I don't even want to deal with nobody and talk to them. I tried to explain to him, plain and simple, clear. The man don't want to listen. He, like he said, he was sending messages to his attorney, and his attorney was responding, saying that violations of a right has nothing to do with a foreclosure. Yes, the hell it does.
We gonna prove her wrong.
Cold lobby, you can feel it turn when they whispered in the corner. You can smell that burn. Diamonds beat the bank, that's fact, not fiction. Let them circle back for a quiet.
You can't help, man.
So meaning Title 42 and Title 18 gives you a private right of action.
The title.
You see how if you've been on my team and you follow me, y'all have noticed that they've all gotten bent out of shape as soon as I come around. Because when a person comes in there live, it's expected. It's expected that everybody in the group knows very little than them.
I tried to explain to him, plain and simple, clear. The man don't want to listen.
That anybody that's popping it, it's already expected. And since they're not used to being challenged, they don't know how to accept when being challenged.
Moderating, blocking, thank you.
When you pay off your auto loan and make your final payment, isn't it standard that it takes 30 days for you to get the title?
Turning pressure into gold. Thomas beat the bank, that's frame, that's proof. Put respect on the name, and you speak that truth. Talk less, showing. Close mouth, signing. Screenshot, statement.
Isn't that in your agreement, your contract agreement? Oh, let me guess. You never read the contract through and through. That's standard 30 days. So when I was trying to tell him 30 days, where's the title? I said, it takes 30 days. Oh, that's bullshit. That's not true. But I'm like, you said you set off an auto before. Why wouldn't you know that it takes up to 30 days? After makeup problem, you may receive your auto in 2 to 6 weeks. Anywhere from 2 to 6, that depends on whether your state uses an electronic system or mails the physical title. Most lenders processing the lien within 10 business days. Often within 2 to 3 weeks, paper title 3 to 6 weeks. So everything I'm saying is it's within the normal standard time. And I'm gonna tell you this.
My favorite thing about the SET group is the emphasis on understanding, the emphasis on foundation, and the emphasis on studying fact-based information. Just these elements alone make this a very unique group inside of a very unique space. I appreciate Lamont having put in the work to create this group and putting in the work to maintain the group. Regardless of what it is we're studying in particular, it's all a cohesive experience. Everything that we're studying is relevant to everything else that we're studying. So I'm very grateful to be in a space where I can learn at my own pace and know that everything I'm picking up is relevant to where I'm going and what I intend to do. I'm grateful for this, and I am really enjoying myself.
A little idea of my experience so far with the Supreme Elite team, Supreme Elite family. Call it a family because it's a team, but it definitely feels like a family in there. Shout out to New Culture Empire. I'll check that out. Before I met Lamont, it's not on the right path. I was a bird just flapping away, and be involved with, the Supreme Elite team. I'm a bird that's landed.
Shout out to Lamont. Shout out to the Supreme Elite team. I want to thank this group for showing me that there's more to just writing your name on a packet and sending it off and thinking you're going to get results. These people are not going. These people are going to make you prove that you know what you know. We were underprepared for this by a lot of these teachers. I'm not going to go into names, but you name it, I've probably tried it and wrote on that coupon, stamped it, all that goofy stuff. They don't care. They're going to make you go to court. They're going to make you prove it and stand on it.
I appreciate you, man.
Well, tell me when to start.
Yeah, you can go ahead.
All right, so the attorney says that the mortgage note absolutely serves as in this process. And he says the deed of trust, he says you're dead on, and he said that the language is the characteristics, okay?
Yes.
The key thing that you want to look for, he says when you're going in there is looking for of the initial documents going in through the process. He said they do this all the time, and he says they do it willy-nilly, and he says they break, and he says they blur the lines between it, and he says that is exactly where you attack. He says they do it all the damn time. I said, what is all the time? He said 90% of the time.
Yep. That's all I've been saying. That's all I've been reading. It seems like that's what they do.
He says from our initial talk, he said your things that you got and you're preparing for whoever you're doing it for. He said it's point on. And he says you're absolutely right.
You're rocking with the best.
What we go over in group is right in line with the legal standards and the professionalism on how it has to look and what you need to know when you attack these people.
The words that he used was, you're going about it standard operating procedure. He said, whoever you got to doing this, he says, he must be on his game. He said, because he said, most attorneys that's got 10, 15 years of practice, he said, don't even understand this language. He said, they don't know nothing about this realm, this world. It's a foreign world to them.
Regardless of who's here, regardless of who's not, we are a family, and we are continuing to push, and we are continuing to make moves behind the scenes and follow in the path that was laid out for us. That is what we're going to do. We're going to continue to do it, and those who rocks with me public, behind the scenes, or somewhere in between, the Supreme Elite team is always going to remember.
They realize that they're not going to be able to collect. They are risking exposure, and they're assessing the matters. Now, here's the thing. They're not going to do none of that NA and no past due payments, no nothing. You can't make a payment. They're not going to do that if they didn't already make the decision as to what they're going to do with the. You see what I'm saying? They don't put everything on hold while they investigate. Your ass is still going to pay while they investigate. Because I sent them a letter last time. And when they investigated it, during the investigation, they ain't putting on hold or nothing. So the reason why they didn't do it last time, because the issues I raised, they felt like they could defend against it. They felt that they could defend against it. This time, I struck a chord with them, and now they're like, oh, we may not be able to win this one. So let's go ahead and already start. And plus, if they continue to have those, they're trying to stop the paper trail.
The reason that you're not able to access the information through our customer portal is because of the email that we or letter that we received from you. That was actually escalated to our compliance team. So whenever we have, an issue or we're investigating something, we place everything on hold.
That whoever you got to doing this, he says, he must be on his game. He said, because he said most attorneys that's got 10, 15 years of practice, he said, don't even understand this language. He said, they don't know nothing about this realm, this world. It's a foreign world to them.
Is a security collateral. Didn't you deposit? Wasn't that application deposited? Exactly. When you put your securities in your bank account, you're depositing your securities. You're the depositor. This makes you the depositor. You see what? Exactly. It's like we think it's like something else. Like, oh my gosh, that's them. Like, no, it's us. We don't know who we are. Okay?
Before we go any further, let's clear up one of the biggest myths floating around online. Your mortgage or auto application did not create a credit. It's not a negotiable instrument. Under UCC 3-104, an instrument is only negotiable if it's an unconditional promise to pay a fixed amount of money. An application is not a promise, not a draft, and not a note. It's just a request for credit. So no, you did not fund your own loan. And the Federal Reserve has nothing to do with your personal lending. The Fed's role is spelled out in 12 U.S.C. Section 225. In the Federal Reserve Act, it supervises banks, sets monetary policy, and regulates reserves. It does not originate, purchase, or process consumer loans. People online quote 12 U.S.C. Section 83, Section 412, and the Federal Home Loan Bank Act as if your application is being routed to the Fed. It isn't. Those statutes deal with bank reserve requirements, collateral for Federal Reserve notes, and member bank borrowing, not individual borrowers. Your lender funded the loan, not you, not the Fed. No secret account, no magic check. Now that the light is out of the way, stay tuned for episode 18 of Are You Afraid of the Dark, where we walk deeper into the darkness, the knowledge they never wanted you to see.
Breaking off another hot explosive mix.
The loan I have applied for in this application will be secured by a mortgage or deed of trust, which provides the lender a security interest in the property described in this application. The minute you fill out this application, that is a known fact, an agreement, and an understanding that the home that you're purchasing from this application is securing the mortgage.
Welcome to episode 18 of Are You Afraid of the Dark? Where knowledge is dark and ignorance is light. In this episode, Thomas dispels the application is credit, myth that is being pushed to people who cannot otherwise get approved for a mortgage the traditional way.
Supreme Elite Team, welcome to a unusual late night class. You are in the building with me, your host, Lamont A. Thomas, the founder of the Supreme Elite Team, founder of the New Culture Empire. So yes, a lot of information in which I gauge what I teach. I measure it with professionals in that field, top level accounting firms like Deloitte, PwC, and college professors, as well as, other professional sources like the SEC, OCC, IRS, all that. But my main source of confirmations are professors in college and top professors and lawyers that cover these topics extensively.
You're rocking with the best.
So that is where that's who I consult with. Of course, the attorney that we are familiar with. But that's pretty much what I consult with as far as outside of myself, to make sure that my interpretations are correct and I'm understanding the best way possible. So what I haven't, well, I ain't gonna say I haven't, but what I'm still trying to break through the firewall is at the application stage. And I've pulled up a lot of applications, especially mortgage. And every application that I've read has the verbiage, especially your 1003 application. That is kind of one of the common applications people get when they are getting a loan. So when you fill out that 1000 application, you sat down with your broker. Once they process it, as soon as they get your application, they're taking it to Fannie Mae, right? So they're taking it to Fannie Mae. They're getting paid on the application. Once they close, they get a percentage after it. So one of the verbiages on a 1003 application that's going to be hard to break through or try to work this at the initial stage, because let's just be honest for a second. If you're trying to work this for the initial stage, let's talk about the elephant in the room. I'm a realist. Y'all know I'm going to keep it 100, whether it makes you feel uncomfortable or not. I don't know how to be anything else. I've been this way for a very long time. If you are trying to work this at the very, very initial stage, it only means that you're trying to get something without paying for it. Whether you title it in your mind as something else, whether you title it as something else, whether you think it's standing on your rights, let's break down the layers. Let's break down the mental talk that we tell ourselves. Let's break that down and let's get to the hidden, unspoken intent. If you're trying to do this at the beginning stage, that means you have no intentional paying for something that you're trying to get. Let's just be 100% honest, because ask yourself this question. What's the difference between you doing it at the beginning and then coming back on the back end? Because if you think
that means that you're not paying nothing up front and that you're going to be getting the dividends check from them, you have lost your mind. There is no way any investor, any pool is going to even accept the contract if there's no guarantee from you that you're going to make the payment. That's called, I'm just talking about it. If you're not paying, but you're getting the dividends, then there's, and I don't need any type of proof to show that it can be possible, because I understand how corporate financing works. Investors are not going to invest in a contract in which you're being kicked the dividend every month. It doesn't work that way. In a perfect world, we're all supposed to be getting the dividends check, which I know doesn't work that way. So what I'm trying to tell any of you that still has that inkling of a hope, it's not going to happen. Because every contract right here, pretty sure that a lot of you are familiar with this form, right? There is no way that you are going to circumvent this form. See that? See, this is what you call a social media process if you are trying to circumvent this initial step. See, this is the epitome of a social media process. It's not rooted in law. It's no basis. It's outside the norms of the system. You see? See, and guess what? 100,000 people will sign up if I had a class saying, hey, your application is the initial security, and once you sign it, it's being pledged. You don't have to pay for the house anymore. 105,000 people will sign up for this because they don't hear it's a security. They don't hear that it's pledged. The only thing they hear is house and not paying for it. AKA something for free. We have to get that mindset out of our heads. Nothing in this world is for free, and you know it's true with your everyday life, besides the obvious. So when you start to look at processes, you have to look at it from not just what you're expecting to get out of it, hoping it to be true. You got to look at it from how does this process sit in the normal system?
You're rocking with the best.
How is this way recognized? Because if that process was recognized, they would not have a system as you know it today. Because nothing is new under the sun. So if they recognize this process, only if you're smart enough to wake up and be aware of what's going on. There are no secrets in this world. If 5 people knew the process, it's going to expand to 1,000 people, then 10,000 people. Then you see what I'm saying? Everything is from a reality standpoint, not hopes and wishes, not because my situation dictates what I'm doing. It has to be independent. Any of that.
You're rocking with the
And this is what prevents you from falling in to these money grab traps. So if you go down here, let's go ahead and look. Property currently owned. They're just gauging your ability the likelihood of you repaying. What's the loan's purpose? Now, the number one thing that they all want you to check is tier. I would seriously think that they ask you 1,000,001 questions
And this is a standard form used for damn near over 80% of mortgage applicants. You don't even get to a mortgage without filling out this form. So ask yourself, what process is there to get around this? There is none. Sorry, y'all, there is none. Either you meet the minimum requirements or you don't. Do not let them gaslight y'all into thinking that there's some secret trick that only the host knows who's not in their own house when the process that's teaching.
But this is after she said she accessed her estate, $19 million properties, living lavish. Well, let's see.
It's called home since 2019. The Thorpe family recently evicted by the courts, a locksmith changing the locks despite a CDC moratorium on evictions.
I provided her with the CDC declaration form and the courts ruled against me.
That's the one that's teaching all this stuff that knows so much stuff. This is the real Tamika. This is the real her.
Tamika's trouble started when her lease expired December 1st and her landlord exercised her right to not renew.
When I received the termination of lease, I still attempted to pay.
Termination of lease? I thought you was access your estate.
Into the court date. I asked for an extension. I said, can we just work something out? It's in the middle of a pandemic. She said, I can't take any money from you because I'm taking you to court.
Tamika tried to prove her case in court, but despite several appeals, she lost. The judge ruling her case considered a holdover, which means her lease expired and the landlord can opt to not renew.
Now, definition. Lender includes the lender's agent, service providers, and any of their successors and assigns. See how they made it broad? Other loan participants, any actual or potential owners of a loan resulting from this application. Just go ahead, giving you the fair warning that this is going to be securitized. 2, acquires of any beneficial or other interest in the loan. See, notice that it's not contained to just you and the person you're filling out the application with. You notice securitization is big. They're letting you know what they're about to do. But we like to look for buzzwords. And with these people talk in a roundabout way, meaning you got to know what it means versus what's being said. And this is how people get tricked up every day because they're so focused on what's being said and not paying attention to what it really means. You look on social media today, look how many people automatically make their judgment off what they read instead of looking into the context. What does it really mean? Is it only in this context, like Title 18? They use the definition of a vehicle or car, some under Title 18 of the United States Code. Like in that specific section. Then you got to look at the title. Oh, that's crimes and punishment. That's not my situation. See what I'm saying? They'll take that and apply it universally. People that do that, these are the people that have very little understanding of how words and context are used. They don't know. So they have the right information, but in reality, they don't. The information I provide in this application is true, complete. The information is submitted, it changes, yeah. The terms and conditions of any real estate contract signed in connection with this application are true. The lender and other loan participants, get it, loan participants. What's a key word? There is a buzzword in there. Loan. Oh. Huh. Oh, securitization. Oh, investors. Oh. Lender and other loan participations may rely on the information contained in the application before and after closing the loan. Well, if I'm only getting the loan from the lender, what is the other loan participant? See, that's what it says. What it really means is once the lender takes it to E&M and the investors agree to have it in the pool. You see what I'm saying? They got metrics behind the scene that determines if this application is going to get accepted or not. You see what I'm saying? What it says versus when you understand, you know what it means. All this, it's saying one thing. All this is saying one thing, but it has multiple different meanings. This is why you can never do a process to circumvent this. Now, and I'm talking about people that said purchase a home without any money based on the application. The application is the security. They take it to the Federal Reserve, the application, doing a process on the application. I heard him talk about it. This is why all that was nothing more than a money grab to get people who could otherwise cannot afford a home, to get them to believing that they're going to be in a home by just giving $1,000 or $500 for this class. This is why no process that's going to circumvent the application stage, if you go through application, doesn't work. They had a lot of people filling out applications, attaching that sovereign citizen crap to the applications, thinking that they were just going to get the money in their account, they buy the home clear and free, they don't owe nothing back. This is why a lot of them felt stupid. And guess what, y'all? Do you think they went for a modest couple $100,000 home? You think they started modest? No. Guess what they filled out? All multi-million-dollar mansions. See, that lets you know what's already in their mind. A process is the direct outward expression of a person's real intent. See, they really wanted that $1 million mansion, but they never filled out the application before. So as long as they heard that you don't have to pay for it, look at the greed come out in them.
You're rocking with the best.
And you think we would have a country if that stuff would actually go through? Human nature and greed would destroy this country in 24 hours. A lot of these teachers, they can never fool me. This is why it would never work. It's why it would never work. So anytime they say a class on getting a house for nothing, this is why I call it. This is why I was blocked, because the person was teaching a class, converting the application to a security and getting the home clear and free. This is why. These teachers don't read. You think they read to understand? They don't read. And they dead sure don't look at it from a realistic standpoint. The only thing they're worried about is, what can I say that can get the people emotionally attached to it and hit at their financial heartstrings? That's all it takes. The loan I have applied for in this application will be secured by a mortgage or deed of trust, which provides the lender a security interest in the property described in this application. The minute you fill out this application, that is a known fact, an agreement, and an understanding that the home that you're purchasing from this application is securing the mortgage. Game, set, match.
You're rocking
it's already
with
known.
the best.
This is why none of it will work at this stage. Can't get around this.
Break it off.
These receivables are, it's the name of the game. It's the name of the game.
As the year wraps up, our members are already ahead. Don't get lost in the noise. Join us and shape the future. This is the new culture, where knowledge evolves into an empire.
Motions must be supported by case law, regular, authoritative, and they tell you that in the court rules. The federal courts don't play that. It must be accurate case law in support of your motion. Once again, you cannot just cite the facts and file. The affidavits and the attachments that you attach
must be in conjunction with the rules of evidence section of all 50 states and the federal court has a section titled Rules of Evidence, Pleadings and Motions, the format, the style, what you must have in your motion. And in many states says if these things are missing, your case is going to get dismissed. So for everybody that's running around online complaining about one big conspiracy because their case got dismissed, internet conspiracy stuff, and me looking up the facts of their case, two things are missing. Number one, the rules and procedures missing, which is a given. They're all going to miss that. And another thing, there's virtually no case law that's being cited to support their claims. Whereas the other companies, when they file their complaints against people, they have case law backing it up. So let's just think, put yourself in a position as a judge. If you were a judge and you have one side that has case law supporting their position, but then you look at the response and it's just facts and statutes and regulations being cited in attachments and exhibits that may not even meet the requirements of the rules of evidence, and no case law cited, or very few inapplicable, not just case law, but there has to be a brief summary of the case on how it aligns with yours, how this case should be applied to you. Those are the two main things that are missing. And a lot of the court rules and even the federal rules say, hey, if these things are missing, your case is not going to be taken, it's going to get dismissed. It's right there in the court rules. So I'm not telling you about case citation and all of that as like, yo, we should be doing this. No, I'm telling you that it's a must. There's no getting around it. It's a must. And the lawyers, they have paralegals who does, and these are what paralegals do. They do case law, they do research. Okay, so this is how a lawyer works today. Lawyer takes a case, whether it's a complaint they're filing or response. They get the facts of the case, they get the evidence of the case, they get all the other side's pleadings, and then the arguments that their client want to make, they take that down, and then they say, okay, we see the violations, we fit in it, and we're going to respond. From there, the paralegal is the one that does the research on the case. They does the formatting of the motion. They put the arguments together. And then as soon as they're done with that, they give the case study to the attorney. Hey, these are the cases that are applicable. This is the case that did this. This is the case. Like, so they have a whole summary report for the lawyer. This is why it applies. This is why it applies. And then the lawyer may take a week or two to go over the case laws and the summary. And then the lawyer, okay, goes in the court and argues it. That's how it works. The lawyers don't do the legal research themselves anymore. That's why they hire paralegals. The paralegals put that together. The lawyers, they just go in court and argue. Given the nature of these claims and the blurred lines and the treading of the lines that we have to do, you not only have to be your own paralegal, you have to be your attorney. In many cases, depending on your claim, if your claims are less technical, you can hire an attorney. But if they're a little more technical, you may have to go at it yourself. So in preparation for you having to go at it yourself, there are no shortcuts in doing it. Before you even think about putting pen to paper, the first thing you need to do is become very aware with the court rules. That's the number one thing. Forget the facts of the case. I don't even give a damn when the deadline is. You better get a fast start on it. Court rules. Because time and time again, every time we show videos live, what are the number one things these people are losing? They didn't follow the procedure. They didn't follow the court rules. So if I keep showing you evidence, proceeding after proceeding, where the judge having to school the pro se litigant on the court rules when they're ruling against them, when the opposing attorney is always attacking them because they didn't follow the rules of the procedures.
You're rocking with the best. You're rocking with the best. You're rocking with the best.
Salute. New culture. It's been a wild one. It's been a while. It's been a while, several days, boy. Shit has hit the fan on the other side of the fence. Shit getting crazy and crazy about a day. Shit is looking spooky. All right. Yeah, read that, Core. Yeah. So I've been conversing with Core B, the Core B show, who's put out amazing content, I will say, about Scamika and the awareness for the unsuspected people who fell for the trap. And not only that, even if you just put the teaching to the side, the way that lady treated Core, and the way the most vile, disgusting, negative, and evil things that she has said to that female, it's beyond, to be honest with you, Tamika should be ashamed of herself. Oh, yes, I got time today, Core. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. 7 p.m. is good. I will be setting time up with her. She's going to come on live. Well, I'm going to request it from her, y'all. And she could give her, I mean, everything is on her channel. She has a 14-page series. Then she added more videos to it. What's that dude? Caleb. He's on there trying to, and I'm going to address Caleb too, because to be honest with you, like, come on, bro. It's just no way. What's good, y'all? What's good, members? Before we get into all that, after I get off this live, I will be buried in the books, be buried on my laptops. I will be buried. I'll be very busy, so don't bug me. But okay. Hold on, y'all. Talking to Core right now. So when y'all with it, man, I don't even know where to start today. For real. I'm usually not at loss for words, but I don't know where to start. How I gotta give Tamika her props though. How she was able to keep it going for so long. Had a good run. One thing that stuck out to me though, she's supposed to have a VIP class. I guess YouTube. I don't know. I don't know what it was about. I have no idea. But she postponed it because she was sick. Remember, it's postponed after people already paid. Now, postponing things happen. Really can't nitpick with that. I had to postpone things for just reasons. I never postponed things so I could take a trip to New York and spend $100,000 of other people's hard-earned money. Now, that's exactly what she did. And I'm like, damn. It's just you know what gets me? It's just like, you have to not have a conscience. You have to not have any type of inner spirit that is saying, man, this is wrong. Like, there has to be something within your soul that's convicting you. Like, nah, man, go ahead and get them people this shit. Go do something. Go. It's just wrong. When you know the shit doesn't work. When you've been arrested for the same things that you're teaching. Teaching a mortgage class after you was evicted from your apartment. Now, teaching a mortgage class is not the problem. The problem with teaching a class about a mortgage is when you don't know what the hell you're doing. And everything that you're teaching is passed down document. Y'all, I've been saying this for years, and people would fight me left and right. You don't know what you're talking about. You're an agent. You're just hating. And I said, okay, just sit back and watch. I predicted this. I said, just sit back and watch. Everything's going to come to a head. The processes started changing. And this is a telltale sign. When your processes start to change, you was doing this last week, now you're doing this, now you're doing this, now you're doing this. When it starts to change, because one thing about a foundation, if you understand the system, if you establish your foundation, the venue may change. The other party who you're dealing with may change. This may be a car here. This may be an auto here. This may be a mortgage here. This may be the tax forms here. This may be court over there. But one thing that never changes is how you go about it. The underlying principle, your underlying claim. You know, and that's never really supposed to change. There's only one way to do this. And it's the right way. Now, what is the right way to do this? Well, let me tell you what the right way is not. The right way is not what I say. The right way is not what Scamika says. The right way is not what Chris Hauser, Coach T, Oliver Midwest, King V, I don't know, Ms. Jackson. The right way is not what none of us says. The right way is the way that the people who are responsible for processing this says. It's what they say. People are going out of their way to search for a teacher to teach a system, a new system, to get results from a system that's already tied to its own set of rules and regulations. That's the biggest, one of the biggest issues that I see. That people are still looking for ways to attack this system and their process that's outside of the sets. I told you, it's only one way to do this. These standards are uniform. They're substantiated in regulations, statutes, the regulatory documents. It's already set in stone. Even down to credits and refunds. It's a set regulation on what has to be substantiated. There's no makeup process. There's no individual processes. There's no, I'm going to do Coach MT's way. I'm going to do Tamika. There's no a particular teacher's way. Either the teacher is teaching from the regulatory standpoint, from the people who are responsible for making a determination on your claim, or they're not. There's no in between. And I told people this in 2025, you're either going to know what you're doing or you're not, or you're either going to be moving closer to your goal, or you're going to be stuck on the side wondering what the hell happened. And look, there are people stuck on the side wondering what happened, to the point where your energy is supposed to be in your studying, your research, further your goal. But yet, you got people now that just want answers. Should have never been that. It should have never went this far. But you want to know why it went this far? For the same reasons that everybody called me a hater when I pointed it out in 2022. You know what that was? What did I say? Y'all, it's not as easy as you think. It's a whole lot to the system what you think. If you're in a desperate situation, don't try to come here. There's no quick way to do it. There's no step-by-step way to do it. Everything that they're teaching, they've already tried it 30 years ago. It didn't work. I had the inside trick. I was locked up with all them dudes. When I was in the feds, I was with those Sovereigns and Moors. I see what they was doing. I'm like, oh, what the fuck is this? Some of them got re-indicted while in there. And then when I came on the scene, I said, ho. Those documents, nah. That UCC1 stuff, nah. They already tried that in the feds. Nah, that shit don't work. When I first came on the scene, I invalidated 98% of what was being taught. And I said, y'all, you may not like it. I'm telling you. I would just round those, and I started naming it all. Acceptance for value, conditional acceptance, thumbprint, stamp on the side. And I named it all. Look, yo, they already tried this 25, 30 years ago, y'all. People say, you know what? It may work for me. Because people were looking at the teacher and how they feel about the teacher versus what is the teacher actually saying? Are they connecting the dots for me? I say, you know what? Maybe my word is not enough. So what did I do next? I say, you know what? Let me show you court cases. And I start showing you court case after court case. There's no secret trust fund account. Denied. Judgment for the defendant, which is the bank. Foreclosures, repossessions, left and right. I'm like, maybe that will get, so you don't just hear from me, you're hearing the courts. Even court cases said, this stuff we have seen for the past 2 decades in this courtroom. And people were still saying, no, maybe it will work for me. I said, okay. So the judicial branch didn't work. So I said, let me take it a step further. I said, let me take it a step further. I said, maybe that don't work. So let me take it a step further. And I said, well, let me show you what the FBI is saying now. All of their process. No, what did Tamika have? What class she had? Oh, shit. Shit. Fuck me. What did she have? What did she have? What was this? Notice of arbitration. The notice of arbitration. All the billing error, all that. What was I saying? And I said, you know what? Don't let me tell you this. The same people, the law enforcement agency for the government is saying the number one investigative law enforcement for the government, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, saying this is a scam. You see that? They unclassified this. Law enforcement, FBI. And what do people go do? Pay $1,500 for the arbitration class. Now, I will give Tamika this 0.1% of credit. When I went into her live on Instagram, she was actually telling her moderators, don't block me, let me up. Although I feel like Tamika could have just added me right then and there because she was reading my comments. And the moderators kept removing them. I said, nah. And I made a comment say, you know what? Let me up. I'm going to show you exactly what the FBI is saying about your process. And Tamika was like, nah, let him up. Nah, you can come up. Let him come up. But the moderators booted me from the live, blocked me. I said, okay. Discharge that shit. As soon as I heard her talk about the indenture trustee, I said, Soon as she said, send it to the indenture trustee, I said, yeah, sovereign citizen. She don't know. Let me tell y'all about the indenture trustee, the AK 10K forms. You all think an AK 10K form is like, it's like your golden ticket to a remedy. An AK 10K form lays out the outlines of their agreements on their back end and what they do, how they securitize these assets for anything but to substantiate what they actually did, which ties into your rights and what you are entitled to on the books. All that other shit, just like these securitization audits, it's only good to substantiate your claim and paint your picture. Most people get a securitization audit, get the audit, and want to slam it in the court like it's not illegal. Securitization is not illegal. I've been saying it. It's only used to substantiate the facts and circumstances surrounding your individual case. But the problem is most people don't even know how to accurately convey the facts and circumstances from a legal standpoint. Not you did me wrong. I'm so wrong. You committed fraud. You scammed me. I want everything back. No. Didn't I tell y'all? When you know what's going on, that's when they fight you the hardest. Remember I told y'all that? What is one of the number one things that I always say? I said, these people ain't going to roll up and play dead. You got to fight and fight and fight for every little thing you're supposed to get. There's no such thing as, well, if you do everything 100% right, they're just going to roll over and play dead and process it accordingly. No. Want to know why? Because obviously, people didn't read those AK 10K forms. I don't think they read them deep enough. Those are 400, 500 pages. So 98% of the people who scream at AK 10K, they don't even read at all. And you know what it says? Under no circumstances are any obligor is supposed to be released for obligation under the contract. And the indentured trustee, the collateral agent, owes sole loyalty to the participants of the securitization. Want to know why your indentured trustees never responded to your documents? Want to know why they never responded? That's why. You have to enforce your rights for them to come up off shit. And it ties over to you don't know courtroom procedure. Not this indigenous sovereign citizen bullshit. I'm not a U.S. citizen. That they don't give two fat fucks what you claim. You're not. They don't give two fat fucks what you claim you're not. And hold on. Here's the part that I don't get. So you don't want to be United States citizen because you don't want to be under their jurisdiction. Okay, that's your right. But you do realize the IRS, FDIC, the government, and Core B in their live, the one that was put out like 2 or 3 days ago, you do realize that all the credits, the majority of your benefits and credits, they only apply to U.S. citizens. You're not really reading the regulations? Credits entitlements did not apply to foreign this. Oh, this doesn't apply if it's a foreign engine. You realize that, right? You realize as soon as you get out of the jurisdiction of the United States, or you're not a 14th Amendment citizen, or you're not a United States citizen, you realize that you kind of much X yourself out of all your rights. You realize that. But let me ask you, let me ask these people a question. Let me level set. Was you a non-U.S. citizen before you signed that contract and obligated yourself to repay the debt? Were you a non-U.S. citizen then? Were you a non-U.S. citizen then? Were you a non-U.S. citizen then? Because I find it very rich that a lot of people are claiming to be non-U.S. citizen, not jurisdiction. It's always after they're obligated to repay. You never see it before. And I may sound biased, and if it don't apply, let it fly, because I'm obviously not talking about everybody. Yeah, may be mad at me for saying this. What I always say, I can afford not to tell you what you want to hear. And it may sound prejudiced, but I stay the fuck away for anybody's last name that's Bayer L. I'm just gonna be honest with you. I may not apply to everyone, and so don't take it the wrong way, but y'all get the sentiment. L Bake, red flag. Michael Johnson 2 weeks ago, get caught up with some doping guns. Now you Shamik Al Shabazz El Shabazz. Yep. You already know how that court procedure gonna go. And it's not the fact that my new culture members, my Supreme Elite team members, have seen black and white where your entitlements are, have seen black and white their liabilities to you, have seen black and white where the IRS says, oh, in this situation, yes, send the refund. Oh, yes, in this situation, yes, send the credit. Oh, if they do this, they have substantiated the credit. Send, process the refund. Do not send a notice. Do not send a frivolous filing. Credit substantiated. No. If they come in like this, they'll get this. New culture, put a 1 in the chat if I haven't showed you that black and white. I mean, if I have, put a 1 in the chat. If you ain't see it, black and white.
in the Supreme Elite Team group. Black and white. Black and white. Now, why is that important? Want to know why that's important? I'm going to go back to my original point. This process is not about what I say. It's not about what Tamika say, not about what Yusuf. It's not about what nobody else says. I'm telling y'all that. It's all about what the people say who are responsible for processing these documents say. They are not going to step outside of their set standards and procedure just because you want special treatment. The process doesn't change, and the processing times do not change just because you're in a desperate, vulnerable situation. It doesn't change. Remember, a lot of Tamika's victims were people who were in desperate situations. And I took a lot of slack for that. But I know what it's like. I've been there. I know what it's like when you're desperate and you're trying to get shit done now. It never works out the way you think it will. It never does. It never does. It never does. And when I look at this system and look at all the nuances, all the levels of education people go to get to the level that where they're at in these corporate vehicles, these investment vehicles, when you look at their background, you look at the schooling, you look at the years that they've got in this, you look at the SEC, their lawyer, if you look at their background, these people have been doing this stuff for 25, 30 years. There are people who write the accounting rules, who work for the FDIC, their accountants, their lawyers. These people got advanced degrees for this. So when you look at it from that standpoint, exactly, like, do y'all know who the chief financial officer, the head one for the IRS, the lady? Have y'all seen her background? Now I'm just being honest, have y'all seen her background? And this is the type of study and investigation that we even do over here. We research the people who we're going to be dealing with. We're researching the people who heads the department of where we'll be sending our stuff. We even research them. We research them. Teresa, Chief Financial Officer at the Internal Revenue Service. She is the principal advisor to the commissioner. She's up there. Deputy Commissioner and Chief Operating Officer. She leads the IRS's financial management programs and oversees financial policies and programs, budget formulation, and execution of a multi-billion-dollar budget. This ain't no dummy. This lady knows books. She also manages the $4 trillion revenue collected each year. And you about to send this? You about to send that? You see the level? You see the level of understanding that it actually takes? Now, you have no background nowhere near in the field that she has. So how long you really think it's going to take you to get yourself up to a level like this where she could look at it at a glance and understand what you're saying and private process correctly? How long do you think it'll take? Especially for us who come from the hood, who come from poverty, who never had that advanced schooling. Let's just be real honest with ourselves. How long you think that shit going to take? Do you know these people speak a totally different language? You know these people speak a totally different language? These people are going to be speaking words that you never heard in your life. These people are going to be speaking words that it's foreign language. And that
is why a lot of people duck their learning curve. This is why they duck the learning curve. It's more easier to find someone that's teaching step by step versus someone who's teaching understanding. Breaking down the system, not just getting to the, all right, do this, do that, do this, do that. Put this here, put your thumbprint here, get a ruler, make sure it's 85 degrees, 45-degree angle, lacerate your kidney, get a hair follicle, tape that on there. 2-cent stamp, 3-cent stamp, 1-cent stamp. Put the stamps, make an L with all the stamps. See, that's easy. Because it triggers something in our brain, because our whole lives we've always been told what to do in some shape, form, or fashion. Started out childhood with our parents, then it started with school, then it started with job. So we're already conditioned to just do. We're conditioned to just do. So when you come across a teacher and all they're teaching is do this and you'll have this, do this and you'll get this, do this and you'll get that. That's cool. And especially if you're just looking at what can be instead of what are the odds of it happening just like this? And what happens if they don't respond exactly how you're saying? Because that's the most important part. What are you going to do if they give you some pushback? What do you do? Because I would be remiss to sit here and tell you that just because you took all the proper steps and presented your document correctly, that they're going to respond in a manner where they just roll over and play dead. You don't know that. I mean, let's be real. They violate your rights every day. At closing, they violate your rights when they're making you put a down payment on a mortgage. When they're presenting it like you need this to close, in all actuality, for accounting purposes, they're recording it like you agreed to assume their loan commitment fees. Why do you think they have to report it as unearned income? And why do you think it's a liability until you come claim it? Oh, that's black and white, by the way, too. Huh? Right? Couldn't they did the right thing? You really think that they're just gonna, they get rich off your ignorance? They get rich off all of our ignorance. You really think they're gonna be like, all right, you know what's going on? Here you go. All right, you know what's going on. No, if anything, they're gonna double down and triple down. That's what they do. That's why I say enforcement is the key. Because you're not going to be successful in this unless you pass the smokescreen test. Now, you can either pass the smokescreen test by going back and forth with them, or you can load it up like in a way where you're basically saying, regardless, we can settle this right here, but if you don't, I'm going here, doing this, and I'm still going to the IRS on you. So don't make me no good guy difference. I don't really care. I'm just giving you the courtesy to let you know this is how I'm coming. But I don't really give a shit if you don't set off this debt right here now. Because best believe, when this account statement gets submitted, somebody gonna be on taxes. It ain't gonna be me. So it don't matter what you do. I'm just letting you know. If you're not willing to go 1,000% all the way, stay out this game. And this is what it's basically boiled down to. What is being exposed out here is everybody's weakness is being exposed. No more hiding behind a one-plate template. No more hiding about a conditional acceptance thing. No more hiding about the things that covered up. No more hiding behind the step-by-step templates that mask your ignorance of the system. No more hiding, ladies and gentlemen. It's no more hiding. Either you know you're going to go 1,000% all the way, or you're going to get out the way. No more playing defense. Previously, she served as the Deputy Chief Financial Officer at the IRS, so it looks like she got promoted. Served at the Department of Interior as the Deputy Director to the Office of Financial Management. She previously served as the Assistant Director in the Risk Management and Assurance Division at the Department of Homeland Security and the Internal Control Manager in the Office of Financial Policy and Operations at the General Service Administration. Man, this lady is certified. You know what risk management means? And this is why everybody that sits here and says, well, if it's a process and it's supposed to work and you're doing it right, it's supposed to work one way. It's supposed to go just like these if it worked. No. Want to know why it doesn't work like that? Because every financial organization, internally, externally, has a risk management department. You know what a risk management department is? How do we protect these assets at all costs? If that's the case, the banks would never defend in a lawsuit. How many times they get sued and they defend? Do they roll over and play dead just because they get slapped with a lawsuit? What do? They defend. Oh, they're going to defend. No matter how wrong they are, they're going to defend. So that's just probably the one correction I wanted to make with Core B with that young lady who's such a smart, intelligent lady that was speaking on last July. The ones that was really getting on what's his name, Caleb's ass. She got up in him. She was more thorough than him, and he a man. She was more thorough with it. Let me be honest with you. Everything she said was 100% true. But that thing about when she was saying the system, and this is the problem. And not just her, a lot of people really think that all you have to do is just have everything correct. This right here. Do you know these gurus would chop my head off if they could get a copy of this? You know they would chop my head off if they could get this so they could sell it. Do you know the accountant for Keller Williams and the ex-SEC corporate attorney gave this an A+? If you was to read this, you'll be like, oh my gosh. The research and the details is crazy. Ain't no way out of it. Oh, this is going to the IRS. It's not going to them. But you know what the risk management's there for? To protect the assets. You know what that means? You fight. Regardless. You fight until they prove that they're going to go all the way, and then they'll lose by default. So even if you're right and they're wrong, they're still going to fight. I need y'all to understand that. Don't look at it from, well, why would they do that? Don't look at it from what's wrong or what's right or how it should be. That's been the problem now. You've been doing these processes on what you think it should be, and it's not that. What would you do if you were a bank? Would you roll over for every time a customer come in with a lawsuit or claim that you owe them? You gonna roll over? You gonna set a precedent? Yeah, remember they got shareholders too. They got to answer to. They got people they got to answer to. How's it gonna look for a shareholder every time someone comes with a claim? You just cashing them out. How'd I look? How does that really look? Makes you look weak. Their job is to defend, deny, and fight until fighting will put them at more greater risk than bowing out. But they're definitely going to lawyer up. Now, that's just what it is. The question is, how do you respond? Do you got all your angles covered? Do you really have all your angles covered? Or everything is just narrow-minded based on how you see the system? Are you looking at the system at its totality for what it really is, or you're looking at the system through the lens of what you've been taught? See, those are questions you would have to answer yourself, and you would have to answer those questions honestly. And if I'm going to jump out there and make a prediction, most people are doing process based through the lens of what they've been taught, not through the lens of this is the system, this is what it is. It's more like, nah, I've been taught this, so I should get a response like this. It should go this way, it should go that way. Why do people think mortgage is so easy to set off? Do y'all know they falsify documents all the time? The bank lawyer calling MERS and like, yo, change the dates on this. I got it black and white. I got the evidence black and white. Changing the dates on, hey, I need you to change this date. Hey, oh shit, I need you to sign right here. You're not supposed to do that. Why did they do that? Because they messed up. Now they're trying to get perfected security and trying to perfect their security interests. Went behind their back and did it. Oh, you don't think they'll do that? You send a claim in talking about, oh, you never had a chain of title. This is wrong. Oh, there's no endorsement here. There's no endorsement here. Lack of chain. You know what they're going to do? They're going to be like, oh, shit, they right. Okay. Let's just correct it. And send you a corrected version back to it. What now? Well, no, you can't do it now. You can't do it. They just did. What you gonna do? Because you want to know why they fight? Because they know where it's heading next. We have a very low success rate. You want to know where they really win? Courtroom. Because we don't know courtroom procedure. They are spanking us in court as a whole. You don't know courtroom procedure. Don't know how to state a claim upon which relief can be granted. Don't know how to put your claim where you're just making a prima facie showing. Everybody wants to give a book report on what happened when your initial claim. It's like 1 or 2 paragraphs, and you have to pass the threshold standard, and the judge determines if that standard's been passed on. But what have we seen time and time again? They go into a diatribe, how they never really lent them any money, how they never really, it's just all the same stuff. And the judges keep shooting it down every time. But my question is this. Well, no, before I get to make that question, I do have a statement. They say a smart man learns from his mistakes, but a wise man learns from the mistakes of others. So let me just say this. Let me just say this. If someone was like, yo, everything that you just learned in this class is on this FBI document. If everybody is having a class where someone's saying, do the 1099A like this, but then I have a class that say, hold on. Although this person is saying do the 1099A like this, the regulations are saying something totally different. It's just a question. I'm trying to figure out, why do people think that their outcomes are going to be different? Is it the fact that it's not that they think it's going to be different, it's the fact that they need it to be different? Listen, you're going to be paying your bills. There's just no other way around it. And the only thing you can do is recoup. The system is set up a certain way. You're going to pay your bills. And when you want to set off your debt, you're heading into another battle with them. And they're going to treat your set off claim depending on your understanding. And your understanding is going to be displayed through this. They know all the buzzwords. They know all the sovereign citizen trigger words. They know if that's what you hinting at and you not saying it, and you purposely not saying it. They know if you still getting at it. They know if you understand courtroom procedure. And one thing about going in there pro se with these lawyers, they're nitpicking at every little violation. But remember, I went to that comment where it said a wise man learns from another man's mistakes. Remember, I went back to there because if you watch these court cases where these sovereign citizens lose and these redemption, patriot, more movements, people lose, the judge actually tells you what to do. The judge actually tells you how to win. When they give their opinion, they always tell you how to do it correctly. It's not a big secret. Their court rules are all published on their website. Everything you need to know to be successful, all the knowledge you need to put the pieces together so you can eventually be successful, everything you need to know is available for you when you're ready. There's nothing hidden. Anybody saying no one knew this until now except for us, they're scamming you. How is your process on the FBI domestic terrorist list? And people still spend their money. Tamika's processes are on the FBI domestic terrorist list. You are going to be deemed a domestic terrorist if you do her processes. Not just hers, that's 98% of the teachers out here. You're going to be deemed a domestic terrorist. Y'all want to know why they never respond? See, when, like the IRS, when they respond, you good. It's good. That's a good sign. When they're responding back and forth, when they just don't respond, those registered bonds, when they just don't respond, even for $1 billion, there's even a procedure for that. Why would I hold a class on a $1 billion process? Why? Why do you need a class on that? That's the question. Why do you really need $1 billion? What are you doing? And when I say you, I'm not talking to y'all that's lit. I'm definitely talking to my new coaches, Supreme Elite team members. But for everybody else who does these outrageous process, what do you need with $100 million? What are you doing in your everyday life that's even going to bring you close to the $100 million through your own efforts? What are you doing in your everyday life? Do you need $100 billion because you're struggling? That's why you want it? It got to be more than that. Why do you really want $100 billion? Because someone said, oh, it's free money. Are those really the motivating factors? Because you need the money and someone said it's free? Why is every teacher's process centered around paying with an instrument that you did not contractually agree to in the beginning, getting out of an obligation by using a fictitious instrument and not being financially responsible? Why is that the pitch? Why do so many people gravitate to those pitches? Why do hundreds of thousands of people pay money based on those pictures? Well, all it's saying is commit fraud, be financially irresponsible, and not be accountable for your actions as an adult. That's all it's saying. So the people that normally fall for that, regardless of whether you see it like that on a conscious level or not, regardless if you don't look at yourself like that, regardless of it, but the processes that people follow is indicative of what's going on inside of them. Not saying it's causation, but it's damn sure correlation. It's no different from welfare, no different from food stamps. It's no different. What is these processes different from government assistance? What's the difference? Because they're all getting shit that you don't have to pay for. Why is that the motivating factor to learn this system? Just so you can get free shit. Do you know how low level you're thinking of yourself when you do processes just on that? When you're at the point where, and you're struggling in your life to the point that you will tap into this system just to keep your head above water, how low you think of yourself. You see how you look when you do that? You look, it's like, this is not a space to not pay a bill anymore. It's not. I mean, I'm just saying, like, it's not. Let me show you the mindset. Let me show you the difference. Sign this, you get the contract, you're obligated. Damn, I don't want to pay this no more. Shit. This motherfucker. Woo. Let me find a process so I can get this discharged. Or, all right, signed it, obligated. All right, making my payments. Well, hold on. So you mean to tell me this was the real nature of the transaction? Or I'm entitled to this? These are the elements? Hold on, let me do some more research. Let me see what the IRS. Oh, okay, that matches up. All right, let me look at these definitions. I gotta make sure. Okay, that lines up. Hold on, let me look at some court cases. Okay, the court giving this opinion, going over that. Oh, I can implement that. Give me that. Hold on, let me do some reverse researching. Hold on, let me look at it from this angle. Let me take myself out of it and look at it, see if I can find any holes. Wow, everything lines up. Okay. So it's evident. I could prove that I'm owed. I could prove black and white that I'm owed these amounts, the same amounts. Okay. How can I leverage this? How can I convert what's owed to me into assets? How can I do? That's a different level of thinking, not just, I need this to come through, man. This bill kicked my ass. I need some help. Nope. No. And let's just say that you were able to recoup your proceeds. Let's just say that. Let's just say that was the case. Do you realize that the IRS sends a check to you? You do realize it doesn't mean that you still don't owe on the contract. You do realize that. All it really is an advance back to you. I got to leave that part out, y'all. I'm sorry. It's advanced back to you. You're really supposed to take that and go pay off the debt with that. It's not just free money that you take. I can do whatever I want because you have not set out the contract. The receivables are still open. You can give it all to them up one front, get clear and title, pay a year, break it down, whatever, but it's not just free money you get to go spend. And they're not going to keep allowing you just to keep coming back. That's what I'm saying. This is not a system that's infinite where you could just retire on. Unless you're one of my clients that have 3 mortgages totaling over $3 million. Now that's a nice little lump sum for their age. That's something nice. For everybody else, y'all, this is not something you're going to retire on. This is not, and let me just say this for the last time. There is no secret trust fund account. Y'all, Supreme Elite team members, remember I posted it black and white with the IRS that there is never no account with your name on it. Remember you say black and white for their internal accounting control. There's never an account with your name. Never. Noted how they decoded everything in account. Y'all, let me know if you remember. I posted like 2 days ago. That's why these people be sending these registered bonds, everything through the social security number. That's letting them know that you don't know what you're talking about because that's not even how they process it like that. It's a totally different language, totally different word. Hey, y'all, Supreme Elite team member. Supreme Elite team members. On a scale of 1 to 10, 1 being highly unlikely, 10 being highly unlikely, will 98% of these people ever find or figure out what I posted in the group over this past weekend? Dealing with the IRS. You think they ever find it? Or figure it out? Or decipher it? 1 being highly unlikely, 10 being highly likely. Oh, that definitely plays a factor. Pete with the super sticker. Super duper. He said, nope, it's damn near non-existent. No, that's a fact. That's a fact. Y'all, those don't even know it's there. They don't even know it's there. Y'all see what they put? Ten is 1 is highly unlikely. 10 is highly likely. So we have 1 thinking for 98% of the people out there that 10 means it's highly likely that they'll figure it out. I think he may have made a mistake. I don't know. But judging off this, I think he got it mixed up. I'm just gonna be honest with you. My personal opinion. He said, excuse me, well, I figured that. But my personal opinion, I'm be honest with you. Most people don't even have the brain power to even figure that shit out. And that is not a slack on their intellectual ability, their intelligence, although it does play a part. It doesn't play a majority of the part. You know what plays a majority of the part? The will, the perseverance, the patience. The deciphering, the understanding, the intangibles matter more than the tangibles. And you know what the biggest problem is? Most people are mentally lazy. They won't read a 138-page book. They won't read a 250-page document. They won't read it. They are lazy. Lazy. I wish it was 5-6 pages. Y'all think I want to sit here and read 138 page? Y'all think I want to read all that shit and got to try to figure out and do research inside the document? Y'all really think I want to do that? Hell no. I know my members getting tired of me. Everything I drop, 138 pages, 127. I'm like, shit, what else you want me to do? I mean, at least I'll break it down and point it to like, all right, y'all ain't got to read all 138, but I encourage you to do so. But the part that I want us to focus on is right here, these 12 pages. Not lying. Y'all, what I'm saying is you have to worry about getting your success. The way James deals with Navy Federal is going to be different the way Samantha deals with Wells Fargo. Pete's dealings with PNC Bank is going to be different from Jonathan's United Bank. You can't think that all these, it's so many, like there is no one singular uniform response. Just because you think your documents are correct, you can't predict how they're going to respond. Prime example, I sent a document off for one of my clients' mortgage, and they drove by like a day later, and all the head people at the bank was huddled up at the bank. Their loan officer and CFO got mad at them that they submitted that document I put together for them. They got mad at them. Like, you're going to come with this? I've been trying to work with you. You're going to drop this on me? Tried to run my client's wife off the road. Y'all heard it live. Try to run off the road. Mad because they submitted that document to them. They knew what that document meant. They knew exactly what that document saying. If they knew what it meant, oh, they know exactly what it meant. And they got upset. And what did he say? I'm going to get my lawyer involved. Did they just say, all right, here's your title, here's your keys now? No, they're going to fight harder when you understand. I'm telling you. A sovereign citizen will file a notice of arbitration if a financial institution refuses to accept fraudulent financial documents. The notice demands the financial institution agree to binding arbitration to resolve the dispute. The terms dictate a friendly arbitrator who will ultimately rule in favor of the sovereign citizen, be used to mediate the arbitration. UCC filings. General tactics used in UCCs. The sovereign citizen files a UCC naming themselves both the secured party and the debtor. This action is believed to lock their assets. Sovereign citizens believe locking their assets will require them to pay themselves before other creditors may claim assets. But when you're looking through the lens solely from what you've been taught and not looking at it as a whole, you won't even realize how foolish this looks. Bills of exchange. Tamika. I will personally, no, fuck that. Let me just ask you the question. Samika, why is it that you advocate for people to submit fraudulent instruments to pay their bills, but yet you're paying your bills with the same fiat Federal Reserve notes that you tell your students they have no value? It's no difference between a Federal Reserve note and a bill of exchange. Why do you not pay with the same instruments that you're selling? You don't use a bill of exchange. I heard Caleb and Corby's live the other night talk about he was still waiting on the international bill of exchange. And Caleb, I'm gonna go and say this before I get into you. You have a long way to go. Understand? No. I know you may think you know some shit. No, I'm here to tell you. I could sit down on the phone with you in 3 minutes and ask you 3 questions. I know you won't know the answer. And this is the stuff those corporate attorneys know. They have to know. I know you don't know this on a corporate standpoint. I know you don't know advanced accounting, advanced security. I know you don't. Trust me, bro. I've seen a lot of your work. Everything that you've done has been off someone else's work. You have not put a single process together from scratch based on your own independent study and research. Never. Want to know why? Because none of y'all do. I am the only one who puts documents together from scratch to fit that person's situation. Y'all will give them this one thing and make a broad application to it. None of y'all documents are ever detailed to fit that person's direct situation. None of y'all do it. None of y'all do it. But I'm gonna give you a heads up, Caleb. I'm gonna throw you an alley-oop. That international bill of exchange that you're still waiting on, when you get it, put it on top of your toilet paper. So when you gotta do a number 2, you use that first. Because that's as much value it has. Want to know why? The United States never ratified the Amsterdam Convention. They're not even a party to it. You know what that means? An international bill of exchange and an international promissory note has no full force and effect in the United States. They never ratified it. That is a gut blow to a lot of people who pay for international bill of exchange or note. I know it's a gut blow. I know it stings. I know it hurts. But to be honest with you, this is how easy it takes for you to find that out. Look, let me show you how easy it takes for you to find that out. See, y'all see how, look, let me show you how easy it is. Look. So you can't be mad at nobody but yourself. Watch this. Just how easy it is. If I can find See? So if Tamika was saying, yo, we give you International Bill of Exchange, and while she was talking, she was like, yeah, it was put out by the United Nations. While she was talking, if you would have did this while she's talking, you would have been able to hit her with this. Okay, you'd have looked at it and said, ratification accession, it's going to be an asterisk with parentheses. If it's approved, it's going to have the cross with parentheses. Accepted or secessions, it's going to have those. Then you're going to look on the side and it says entry into force. And if you look at it, you're going to come down to the United States of America and you're going to see the signature, meaning they was present that day. 10 actions are required for entry into force. Entry into force means it has full force and effect. So if you look at it, ratification accession, Gabon, Guyana, Honduras, Liberia, Mexico are the only ones who ratified it. Russia, Canada, United States of America, as you can see, it did not ratify. And guess what? They need 10 countries. They need 10 countries, 10 nations for even to have full force and effect. They only have 8. If you look at the United States, nothing there. It was never ratified. See, if you would have looked this up while she was talking, you'd have been like, hey, I'm on the website right now. Tamika, United States has never become a party to it. They never ratified. It has no full force and effect. I'm looking at it right now. Now you understand why they will block you? See, they would have blocked it. So, Caleb, I heard you talking the other on the live that you was waiting for the International Bill of Exchange for what? What was you going to do with it? What use of it was going to be for yourself wiping your ass with? Just like with the March 9th, 1933, Caleb, I know you bit that from me. I know you did. But what you didn't realize was you was about 2 years late. You about 2 years late. So for you March 9th, 1933, still want to use that? Just go down here. Remember this? Declared a bank holiday from March 6th through March 9, 1933, using the Trading with the Enemy Act as a legal basis, the first of 4 emergencies cited by the Senate, and has never been terminated. So in 1973, they was like, yo, this shit ain't never been terminated. So when you go here, it ended in 1978. So start date, let's go down here. March 6, 1933. End date, September 10th, September 14th, 1978. Did we get to the, hold on. Did you get directly to it? This is the law that ended the national emergency, so you can't even use March 9th, 1933 anymore. What's next? What's the other process next? I told you. I could shoot all that shit down. 2 seconds. March 9th, 1933, no longer in effect since September 14th, 1978.
Removal of national emergency powers. Removal of national emergency powers under the Traded with the Enemy Act. Section 101, Section 5B. 1 of the Traded with the Enemy Act is amended by striking out or during any other period of national emergency declared by the president. They struck it out. It's no longer an emergency. So you can't go back and say, oh, they took our gold and now we ain't got no way to pay our bills. Yes, you do. You got Federal Reserve notes to pay your bill. You got checks. You got wire transfer. You got money order. You got a certified check at the bank with a real bank official signing it, not the certified funds draft that you're putting together. Not that. Speaking of certified funds draft, let's just see what that. See? June 2018. Remember 2017? How they was talking about they was paying all people's debt with the pay people's debts. Remember 2017? Dudes making videos. Yeah, work. It's paid. And that was the only video they ever made. Because when it got a reverse, they ain't come back and make another follow-up video. Look at all those videos for 2017. Notice they just fell off. The Federal Reserve Bank in New York has recently become aware. This is 2018, almost a decade ago. Become aware of Federal Reserve Bank of New York phone numbers being spoofed, unsolicited. Many times call these phones. Federal Reserve recently become aware of a scam with fictitious official bank drafts having been sent by law firms. I remember that. By fraudsters who claim to be overseas individuals intending to make large assets purchased in the United States. Would like to retain law firms of conduct conducted. If the law has initiated payment fraud, it could overdraw the law firm's bank account. All that. Please be aware of another fraud. Look at all these frauds. Consumer alert. Do not use Federal Reserve routing account numbers to pay bills. Could face late fees, other charges. And this is July 2017. Remember? See? Around 2017? Remember all those fidelity videos from 2015, 16, 17? Look, right in the middle of a scam. Y'all don't believe me when I say the people that y'all love so much and follow so much scamming like a motherfucker. Scamming. I told you, what is their number one pitch? It's to sell you things that get you to believe that you can buy shit without money, pay without money, and live life without debt. It's an impossibility. But people are so desperate. Oh, I would love to live debt free. This shit kicking my ass. Well, it's going to continue to kick your ass because you ain't walking around this world without no type of debt. It just ain't happening. Y'all give me a few moments. I'll be right back. Another one. Recently, the Federal Reserve Bank have received a number of unauthorized transactions in which consumers have tried to use the Fed's routing numbers and their social security numbers to pay their bills. It is important for consumers to know that when making online or e-check bill payments, they cannot use Federal Reserve routing numbers. You are not licensed Federal Reserve agent. You don't have the right to do so. When do I know this? Now I'm going to read this. My partner's friend is a Federal Reserve agent.
We have a joint venture together. Contracts being finalized. Talk to him about an hour about it. Have a joint venture. Think I'm live? I'd love y'all to play some of these recordings of our phone calls. He's aware of my channel. This individual watches my channel. He'll never comment. My friend just tells me his thoughts when we talk. Everything looks good so far. IRS watch my channel. FBI watch my channel. Government watch my channel. I know they watching. Because I talk like this whether I'm public or behind the scenes. Y'all notice my position has never really changed. It never changed. Federal Reserve routing numbers are used for sorting and processing payments between banks, not individuals. Any video, text, email, phone call, flyer, or website that describes how to pay bills using a Federal Reserve Bank routing number and using an account at the Federal Reserve Bank is a scam. The Federal Reserve provides banking services only for banks. Individuals do not have accounts at the Federal Reserve. Now, anybody that said, of course they're going to tell you, like Alicia Hinton, she responded to my email and said, of course they're going to say that. They don't want people finding out their remedy. So how you find out? How you find out? You say they don't want people finding out their remedy. How you find out? You were just blessed from God, the Most High, just get you the information. Watch out for everybody that always using the Most High for everything. Watch out for that too. Watch out for everybody that just so invested in random people that they don't know. So desperately want to help random people they don't know, the people. Notice that, right? You give me money, I give you an instrument to pay your bill. Now, just think about it. You have a bill of exchange that I can use to pay my bills, but you have to pay me fiat currency for it. When you pay me fiat currency for it, I can use that fiat currency to pay my bills, and you can use this to pay your bills. Will it work on mortgages? Oh, yeah. Auto? Oh, yeah. Nah, that's money. So people get to thinking this is legit, it's real, and they're not paying the normal way because they, nah, this worked. People that had their houses taken from Tamika. People that had their vehicles repossessed, accounts closed, and when they would panic and run back to Tamika, you know how she meets them? She blocks them. How low can you be? You knew that shit wasn't gonna work from the beginning, and you still took them people last dollar. No shame. These gurus have no shame. They have no embarrassment for that, no shame. And guess what? It's never their fault. Oh, it's never their fault. Your phone messed up. You got spam block on my phone. You know you never called. And like, it's never their fault. And every time people come speaks the truth, they're always trying to defame them. There ain't shit to defame. So, for you still thinking, For you people that's still thinking that somehow you can just pay a bill without the agreed amount, without the agreed on the contract. At this point, y'all know that shit don't work. But this is how sad it's become, where your outside circumstances override logic, not knowing that that decision could put you further behind the 8 ball, but it's only because the financial turmoil some people are in that moment. And it goes back to say people will do anything for money. People will do anything for money. All you had to do is say you could get $100 billion in an account that you never knew was there. Oh yeah, $100 billion? 98% of people do this shit to try to get some free money. And that's sad. That's it. Free money. If $500,000 dropped in their lap right now, they would abandon this shit. If they knew that all their bills would be paid on time every month and still have a surplus where they could still do the nice things that they want, they would abandon this shit. That's why I don't have no sympathy for them, for real. Because I already know what their real intent is. They're motivated by greed, desperation, impatience, and want free shit and don't have to work for it. That's a recipe for a disaster. So I don't feel too sorry for them. They know what they're doing. Their own logic in their higher self is like, hold on, this don't sound right. But in order to buy the process, you got to throw logic out the window. Scam involving fraudulent bonded promissory notes. And this is from 2010. Federal Reserve Bank of New York has become aware of numerous attempts to present fraudulent bonded promissory notes which reference a fictitious bond account at the Federal Reserve Bank of New York. The fraudster claims to have a bond account in excess of $100 million established at the Federal Reserve Bank of New York or at another reserve bank, upon which he or she can issue bonded promissory notes as form of legal payment for debt. Sometimes the fraudulent bonded promissory notes are remitted as payment for debts owed by the fraudster issuing the bond, while in other cases, the fraudulent bonded promissory notes are used in attempts to pay debts of third parties. Do you notice how they don't make no distinction between the fraudsters and the ones who got scammed? You're all considered fraudsters to them. This is what I'm trying to get you victims to see. They don't give a shit if you think you got scammed or not, because all they're going to do is be like, well, we made this public in 2010. So you trying to say 15 years since you've been in that space, you never ran across any contradictory information? You was in this field. You trying to say for 15 years you never seen this? They're just not going to believe it. That's why some of you victims are getting prosecuted too. And what you're going to have to do is tell on the whole organization, Caleb. Okay, let me give you a word of advice. If I were you, I would stop posting. I would stop posting and start watching your 6. You ever been somewhere, you in a room, and you look across the room and you see someone looking at you? You just lock eyes, but you really don't know how long they really been watching you. Caleb, if I were you, I would stop. I'm trying to help you out. Because I don't think you see it coming. I don't think you see it. But it's coming. And you're right in the middle of it. I got a crystal ball. In the future, Caleb, you're going to have to make a big decision. You're going to have to come clean about a lot of things. You may have to take some of those things on the chin. But at least it won't be a knockout blow. Because in the future, you're either going to make everything right, or you're going to be right along with the wave. Don't get caught in that wave. Caleb, you don't want to get caught in that wave. It's crazy. But you're going to be a centerpiece in the future. No. I know you don't know me from a can of paint, but you should trust me when I say this, Caleb. Hope you catch my drift. This fallout, and unfortunately, it's not just going to be swept under the rug and you can start over. You're going to have to make a decision. Oh, yeah. Your life. Yeah. Your future is going to depend on the decision you make. When that day comes, I hope you make the right one. Because you're going to have two options. You're going to have two of them. I'm not speaking on theory, Caleb. I'm speaking on some things that I'm privy to. The company you keep can fuck you around too. And Caleb, sadly, you kept the wrong company. If you would have got out at the beginning, you wouldn't be in that position that you're about to be in the future. And that's what that girl was trying to tell you. Nobody believes that it took you 2 or 3 years, and nobody believes it. Nobody believes it. You was in a totally different state. And it's the first time people came back with complaints, and it's your face. Remember, they only paid for it because of you. Just like me bringing someone in. And he's like, yo, he can do security stuff for my people. And people pay this man based on, like, yeah, go ahead and do it. And then he just turned into Tamika. At the very first sign, one of my people was like, yo, I'll be like, oh, what's going on? No, what's going on? And then guess what I got to do? I got to wear that shit. I got to give all their people their money back because they paid because of me. These videos that you're making about it right now, if you want to ask me, it's all bullshit. And I let you know on your channel. That's why you blocked me on Instagram. Yeah, I'm the new coach of Empire. I was one that was responding. I know why you blocked me, but I was keeping it 100. And me, you was in on it the whole time. You may got core fool. She may still have a soft spot for you. You was in on that shit the whole time. You knew that shit wasn't working. People kept telling you left and right it didn't work. And that's all it took. Mr. Integrity. Mr. All that speak proper shit. You sold your soul for money. Oh, you definitely sold your soul. You sold your integrity. You can't come back from this, Caleb. No matter you try to dress it up. And you know what's really what you thinking in the back of your mind? How can I salvage this so I can get some money coming back in the future? I know what you're really thinking. And that's not something that you just sell your soul. You made a mistake. That was already in you. Just the opportunity never presented itself. And what's the first thing you want to tell what people really are? Add money to the mix. It never fails. Add money into a situation. You'll see who people really are. You can go on a redemption tour, redeem your face. Bro, people are not fucking with you. I'm going to say the shit that Core ain't going to tell you. Nah, I think she will. But what that girl was saying in Core's last 2 lives, she was absolutely right. Your whole explanation was bullshit. You should have just came out, yeah, I was in on it the whole time. And that was wrong. Yeah, you was in on it the whole time. Oh, this narcissist and can't get out of the mental gas. Motherfucker, you in a totally different state. You out there in Colorado somewhere. She down there in fucking Texas or North Carolina somewhere. You on the other side of the fucking country. And you a man. I ain't buying it, Caleb. I ain't buying it. You knew the whole time. And that's why you blocked me on Instagram. Because you know I was telling the truth. You was in on that shit the whole time. You know how that fucking purchase order, you know how she got that truck or that car, whatever, through that purchase order. You know that shit ain't come out of trust. And that girl was right. You sitting there promoting fraudulent shit after fraudulent shit after fraudulent shit. You kept promoting it. Why you promote something you ain't sure about? Matter of fact, before you bring this to your people, why don't you do your own fact check and make sure your people are protected so your face remains good with them? If you would have did that and then like, y'all, she on some bullshit. I got the fuck away from her in month 1, not year 3, because the money's slowing up. I know why you fucking left. You ain't got me fooled. Your ass would still be over there right now if the money was flowing in and you was still benefiting the way you used to. All this redemption tour, man of integrity tour, nobody want to hear that shit because you ain't had that integrity when you was promoting that shit. When them people giving their last, and you know they giving their last, and you bringing it to it behind the scenes, but you're not putting it out public and still making posts about the shit knowing it ain't work. Where's the integrity at in that? Where was your integrity at then? You ain't never had no integrity. Your little soft-spoken words, and you ain't got no, you a fucking coward. That's what you are. You're a coward. You just met yourself. I'm introducing you to who you really are. That's who you really are. In moments like that, you made it about the money over the people that you were supposedly helping. You made it about money. You said, fuck them, just along with Tamika, made it about money. So don't try to clean your hands up now, nigga. Don't try to clean your hands up now. Your hands got just as much blood on that money. Your just as much blood from that money as Tamika do. You neck and neck with her. And this is one of the reasons why, if you catch my driver, said you're gonna have to make a decision soon. And you're gonna have to wear some shit on the chin. But it won't be a knockout blow. Remember I said, you ever been in a room in a setting and you just catch someone looking at you from across the room, y'all just lock eyes, but you don't really know how long they've been watching you? And then you trying to, well, some shit didn't work, but not from her. Man, nobody want to hear that shit. Why now? Why there's people who left in month 2? Why people, when they realized this shit was coming back reverse, why was it that they was able to leave, but you couldn't? All that narcissist shit, I would have caught hell, yada, yada, yada. Bro, you a goddamn man. And I got living in the same house. You thousands of miles away. You could have unfollowed her, blocked her, but you didn't want to leave the money alone. Because you was raking them in, she was lining them up. I know the system. Y'all think y'all was doing something extravagant? It's the same shit. One person with the information links up with person with the followers. The one with the followers vouches for this person. They split the money behind the scenes. They all do it. They all do it. And to be honest with you, why the fuck you ain't been pay Cora her money back for that ebook you stole from her information? Why ain't you been pay her back? You knew she was sitting there struggling. You knew she was sitting there at the homeless shelter. Why the fuck you ain't been pay her back? You knew she was fucking struggling. You knew you stole her shit. Then you want to hop on this motherfucker on some fucking integrity tour? Y'all playing. You and Tamika playing. Y'all. Let y'all would have been in the DMV trying that shit. Let y'all would have been in the DC area in the DMV trying that shit y'all trying. Let y'all would have been up here. Let y'all would have been up here trying that shit. Let y'all would have been up here trying that shit. Oh, shit would have got ugly. Ugly. Fast. Take someone $1,500 here, up here, and where I'm from, that's a death wish. Oh, they coming. Oh, they coming for you. Broad daylight. You at a store with your peoples. You don't give shit. You playing. You playing. All them videos you make about Tamika don't mean shit, boy. Don't mean nothing. Because you been new. You been new. You been new for years. I've been calling you out for 2 years on that shit. When you running around stealing information too. Like the shit you was trying to steal from me. You ain't motherfucking innocent. I was young. He was just, how old you? 22, 23? You grown enough? Nigga, you can buy beer, you can buy cigarettes. Nigga, you grown. Talking about integrity. What fucking integrity? Taking struggling people's last, knowing that shit ain't gonna work, and still going to promote that shit? Nigga, you promoted that fucking purchase order. Nigga, you knew how she really got the purchase order, nigga. Because if it's really some secretive shit, she'd have gave it to you to do. She would have got 2 cars. Why she only get 1? It's coming out the estate. She could have, it's an unlimited account. She could have awarded you with a car, right? Why you ain't get one then? If it really worked. It's unlimited, remember? $100 million, 100 billion. What's 2 cars when you got 100 billion? Right? That girl was more thorough than you. The one that was calling you out your shit, she way more thorough than you. She way more thorough than you. She ran right through that bullshit, and you kept trying to make excuses. When you gonna give Corby all her fucking money back? That's the question. When you gonna do that? You dead wrong for that. When you gonna give her all the money back? Not a percentage, not a profit. When you gonna give her all the money back? Or sign over your monetization checks to her. Add her to the payment, and all your monetization checks go to her. I don't care about no fucking book. If you and Tamika ain't never fall out, nigga, that book wouldn't have been free. Y'all really think y'all really, yo, I'm from the streets. Where I'm from, you got to keep your head on the swivel. Y'all think we going for that little sideways goofy shit y'all pulling? Like you can't pull the wool over a nigga like me, eyes. Nah, I know the real slick Willis who will pickpocket you from 10 feet away. Now all of a sudden the ebooks are free. Did you put that ebook together yourself? Did you put it together like this? Like this? Did you put it together like I did? See this? Huh? Page by page? Hours after hours researching? Page by page? Page by page? Put this together right here. What's that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You put it together like this? All typed up yourself. All based on your own research. 6, 7. Huh? Did you put it together like this? 8. Huh? 9. All research. Well, that's 10. That's the last one. 11. 12. 13. You put that book together like that, all based on your independent research and your legal authority citations with it, speaking directly from the horse's mouth. Did you put it together like that? Take that shit down, nigga. Take that shit down. I already know what's in it. More bullshit. Everybody shit getting blocked. Everybody that complain, they getting blocked. From what I heard, I don't think they was being disrespectful. They more like, yo, what the fuck going on? Y'all people playing. Y'all ain't played with the wrong person money yet. That's the problem. Y'all ain't played with the wrong person money where they actually looking to do something to you. That's what I'm saying. Y'all ain't played with the wrong person money yet. Y'all gonna play with the wrong person money, and that shit gonna get ugly.
Rocket Money. Yes, it was Rocket Money.
Fair use, fair use.
You had 2 Netflix accounts. I had 2 Fubo accounts. How much money did it save you? $700. I guess if you guys want to save some money, download Rocket Money. It probably will cover the drinks.
This to make a
do not enter notice taped to the front door of the place
to make up teaching a mortgage class though. Friday, March 26, 2021. She teaches a mortgage class. I think in 2022, 2030, teaching mortgage class from her home. From her house that she owned debt-free from the estate.
A do not enter notice taped to the front door of the place Tamika Thorpe and her 2 kids called home since 2019. The Thorpe family recently evicted by the courts, a locksmith changing the locks despite a CDC moratorium on evictions.
I provided her with the CDC declaration form, and the courts ruled against me.
Tamika's trouble started when her lease expired December 1st, and her landlord exercised her right to not renew.
When I received the termination of lease, I still attempted to pay her into the court date. I asked for an extension. I said, can we just work something out? It's in the middle of a pandemic. She said, I can't take any money from you because I'm taking you to court.
Tamika tried to prove her case in court, but despite several appeals, she lost. The judge ruling her case considered a holdover, which means her lease expired and the landlord can opt to not renew.
The court ruled that I had to get out.
And Tamika is not alone despite moratoriums. Landlords filed more than 70,000 evictions between March of 2020 and February of 2021. Since July, only 3% of evictions were denied.
The problem, though, is the CDC moratorium does not protect against holdover evictions.
Jesse McCoy, who runs the Durham County Eviction Diversion Program in partnership with Legal Aid of North Carolina, continues to try and help distressed renters. He says since we are a year into the pandemic, leases are up and landlords. The moratorium wasn't able to protect everyone. The I-team previously finding it did have an impact on eviction filing.
Tamika, why don't you give them a bill of exchange to pay that shit off? The same shit you taking money, why don't you give them a bill of exchange to pay? Why don't you give them an international bill of exchange, the same what you was charging people to pay? Why don't you give your landlord an international bill of exchange and give her the accounting instructions to get it processed at her bank? Why don't you do that? Why are you taking their fiat currency? Why are you offering fiat currency to pay your bills? Lease, rent, that's a bill. Why are you paying with fiat currency?
You're rocking with the best. You're rocking with the best. You're rocking with the best.
Damn it, man. Damn it, Tamika. That was 2021. When she had that banking class. Oh, speaking of the banking class, yo. What are the odds? Tamika had a banking class. You already know who else had a banking class. And what's so crazy about the banking class, with Tamika's banking class, I found this to be very interesting. In her banking class, opened up a trust account, get $1.5 million in the trust. You can get access to the $250,000 insurance. And I was looking like, hold on. That sounds so familiar. So I started thinking. I thought I read something like a banking class overview, some type shit on there. I'm like, I couldn't remember where I read it from, but I know I think it was like last year or some shit. I read a banking class. I was saying the same thing. Just couldn't put my finger around it at the time. And everybody in the banking class was going to be able to get access to that $250,000, get your trust account set up, get $2.5 million. If you didn't have a trust account, you get $1.5 million. Then I started thinking again. Someone else said that. Another guru. I'm like, yo, how are all these unrelated people popping up with the same
banking class. What are the odds that the numbers are the same? The sales price of the class is relatively the same. The promise of the $250,000 is the same. What are the fucking odds? What are the odds? This lady had a class on buying a house through your business, LLC. Hold on, that sounds familiar too. Building your credit, getting what net spend 20s and 30s. What this the lady was what's her name? Alicia. I mean, what's her name? Elisa Hinton, some shit like yeah. I'm like, why are all these different teachers popping up with the same class? Wow. Yeah. I found that to be very, very, very interesting. Take out the, take care of family first, then I take care of people. Tamika, you wish you could do this? You wish you could do that, Tamika? That was 2023. It's 2015, 16. That's 2015, 16. I think that was the very first one for my mom. They teach you how to do that, Tamika. They show you how to do it. You got to follow the rules and understand the game, Tamika. Everything ain't got to be a scam 24/7. It may take you some time. Actually, it's going to take you a lot of time, but in the end, you was teaching classes on this, Tamika. Everybody paid $1,500 to get. They paid $1,500. All right. All right. That's long too, y'all. That's a long way. Woof, boy, they fight like a motherfucker, boy. Woof. That's long. Tamika, when you substantiate your claim and to the point where you got all your I's dotted and T's crossed, when you substantiate your claim, Tamika, y'all gotta remember me. I don't have 5,000 different bills. A lot of people in these spaces got a million. I don't have 1,000,001 bills. Remember, I was in the feds. I don't have 1,000,001. I don't have really bills where I'm so geeking to set off every month. I don't have it. I don't have 1,000,001 bills. Can't do it. My home is in the seller finance. So I ain't gonna put him under the gun by filing on this seller finance home. I can't. It's gonna fuck gonna fuck the owner up. It's gonna fuck him up. I can't do that. I know he got 1,000,001 unreported income. I didn't give that man. I get shit. I know he got about almost 70,000 that he ain't reported to. I know that. But if I do, I'm gonna fuck him up. I can't do that. So I really don't have a lot of necessary needs. I need to set up a bill. I need to set this bill. I need to set this bill. I need to set this credit card. I don't have it. I really don't. So my shit is really more for others because little main shit is auto. That's about it. I don't have much shit to do. I don't have any shit for real. But Tamika, when you understand, Tamika, you need to understand advanced accounting, securities law, corporate tax law, corporate county, federal regulator laws. So what they call it, zero out the, I don't even know what that bill pay was. What was it? Zero out the account, whatever. Let's say when statement saying "oh nothing," and instead of it getting in reverse, you actually get something like this. And I'll post the official document with my my name. They sent that to me. I reviewed your records. I'm writing to provide the following. We have closed your account and ceased collections. You have no further obligation regarding this account. See, you're always going to get some type of correspondence from them. But I don't. You done seen mortgage. You done seen tax. You done seen credit card debt. Like, we just. But guess what? Y'all really think that's something? Wait till this tax season. Wait till this tax season. Wait. Well, it is here. Wait until all that stuff gets processed that I've been working vigorously on the last 6 months. Wait till it get processed. Just everybody just sit back and wait. Sit back and wait. Just sit back and wait. Just sit back and wait. We ain't doing this. We don't get responses like this. Has received your document directed to PNC Executive Office. PNC read the content carefully and determined that the item does not create a duty with or impose an obligation on PNC. The document has no legal consequence. You may wish to review the following cases, which items similar to the ones you sent to PNC have been rejected by the courts as frivolous. Nope. You won't get that over here. Oh, you definitely going to get a smoke screen from them. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, they're definitely going to hit you with the smoke screen. But that's what we study for. We don't study for the first presentment. We study for the war. Let me check on one of my clients right quick. Let me check on one of my clients. Let me check on one of my clients. One second, y'all. Let me check on one of my clients. Give me 1 second. Mr. Wiley, what's going on? Okay. What's going on, man? I was wondering, did what's his name? Mike, did he get reached back out? Did their lawyers reach back out to you? Oh. Yeah. Yeah.
And he was like, well, you want me to represent you? I said, no, I have somebody there. I don't want you to do that. But he wound up giving Mike a call, just because he knows,
Yeah.
And he was like, well, I got this letter. They said, ask them what they want to do.
Hold on. So hold on. You got to back up. I'm sorry. I'm a C student.
Yeah.
So the lawyer about your other case, I remember that other issue. Oh, you talking about the one where you gonna break me off on? That one? Yeah. Oh, hell yeah. Let's go. Hey, what I need to do? Yeah. Shit, we need to get that rocket rolling. Hell yeah. Shit. Yeah, hell yeah, boy. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. If you need me to do some research or whatever, man, hell yeah, we need to get that. Good God Almighty. Shit. Oh, hell. Woo. Man. So this lawyer actually knows the Mike, which is the CFO who I addressed the letter to, right? So he called Mike. Well, your lawyer called Mike, and what did Mike say again?
He was like, well, I just want to know how they want to work this out, what they want to do, what can we work out.
Oh, okay. So the bank, the bank is basically saying, all right, what do y'all want to do? How can we work this out?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Why didn't you call me and as soon as he said that?
Yeah, I was going to call you today. I was trying to get a little work done first.
Okay.
Because my brother's getting married today at the courthouse, so I was trying to get a little work, but on my ride, I was going to call you. But I'm glad you called anyway.
Oh yeah.
I'm not gonna be able to get done with what I was.
Oh yeah. I check in. I don't give a fuck if it's been I've been working on your case for a year, 2 years. I'm always going to check in with you. You notice I'm always going to check in. I'm always going to let you know we still working. I'm never just going to disappear and leave with your money and just disappear. I don't have that type of integrity. Yeah, I don't have that type of integrity. And my mom wouldn't even be able to look me in the eye. I couldn't look myself in the eye. Where I'm from, I'll be considered a bitch ass nigga. Yeah, and I work too hard to get my reputation the way it is. And nah, you ain't gonna have me looking. Nah. So Mike basically told the lawyer basically saying, all right, I got this document that they received, and they want to know what do they want to do? How can we resolve this?
Yeah, that's what they want to know.
They want to know.
I haven't talked to Mike.
Okay, so you let him know. You let the lawyer know, because now you got a pipeline to Mike. You let the lawyer know that you're willing to work it out, and you will have your offer to them Thursday.
Okay.
Because I got to revamp the whole thing now. I was thinking we was about to go to war, but now they want to work it out. Then I guess I can restructure just a little bit. I'm still on their necks. But if they're willing to work, got the drawing board, I'm going to later on tonight in the evening, I'm going to look over your case again. I'm going to draft my proposal. It's going to be reasonable. It's going to be beneficial for you. It's going to be beneficial for them. And I'm going to draft a few proposals, because basically, if you read the letter, basically in the letter, as you can see, I explained to the lawyers and them how I'll be able to win in court, how I'll be able to win at the IRS, and how I'll be able to get them on abusive tax shelters and tax evasion.
Exactly.
That was in the letter. So and that's what I'll be trying to tell people. I'm prepared to go to war, but this first letter, I'm letting you know it ain't changing nothing. So whatever you say, I'm still coming at your neck. So I don't really give a shit how you respond. I'm still coming. So okay, so now the letter. Okay, so now now I have to restructure it differently now, because now they actually want to sit down at the drawing table and work this out with y'all.
Yes, and then I looked them up on the SEC. I think they filed what they call a Form B, where they don't register their securities.
Yes.
SEC.
Yes.
And then they got another letter filed with, I can't remember who it's filed with, but they said in that letter that we're in the business of basically selling securities.
Yeah. Oh yeah. That's what they filed with their shareholders. See, before I did my research on the company and see what do they do on their investment side. How do they do with this? Who they get it? Who they package it? Who they sell it to? What they do there? How do you do that? How do they go? What's going over there? What's going over there? What's going over there? What's going over there? So I pretty much already in the letter, if you read it again, I pretty much told them how their business operates. Exactly. I didn't say, well, you may do that. I say, no, this is what y'all do.
Exactly.
So basically, I gave them 4 options. I say, either we could settle this amicably, take you to court, go at your neck with the IRS, and hit you for tax evasion, SEC fraud, misrepresentation to the investors, get the FTC on your line, get the SEC on your line, and with Consumer Financial Protection Bureau on your line, get the CID of the IRS on your line, because y'all not big enough for the IRS not to come at y'all. Yeah, y'all ain't big enough. Y'all ain't a JP Morgan. Y'all ain't a Chase. Y'all ain't big enough. Y'all doing numbers, but y'all ain't doing numbers like that. Yeah, y'all ain't doing like that. Yeah, got several M's, probably 100 M's or something, but y'all ain't in no billions. Yeah, so all right, tell him to tell Mike that Thursday you'll be having a proposal. Just tell him he's gonna have a proposal. Yep.
Okay.
Because I got a restructure. I can let off the gas on this one since they're willing to sit down and what can they do with this? And since they're trying to they're trying to settle and so right.
Yeah, that's what he told. That's what the lawyer told me. Now, that's I have to take it as hearsay,
right?
Because these white folks will work together too.
They'll work. They'll work. They'll work together. But the lawyer you talked to who called them, he has no privy to the backdrop.
Exactly.
So he just coming in right then and there. And the fact that he said that to the lawyer, he probably wouldn't have said that to you. So now I'm looking at the lawyer. See, I'm looking at everybody. How can it be an asset in this situation? Now that you have a lawyer, I'm saying if we can indirectly slide the proposal to him.
Yeah.
And have him represent it instead of them trying to deal directly with you. Use him as an interface now.
Yeah. But that's the thing too. And I have to tell you this, he said, because he's on the board at several banks down here by where I live. I live an hour from Gibson, but he said, man, I don't want to. He said, I can't. After he found out who Mike was, he was like, I can't represent you on this case.
Right.
But I know him personally, and I'll call him. But he said he's not going to represent me on the case because
right.
it would be a conflict.
No,
who he might be.
I know that, but that's exactly what I mean. I know that's what I'm saying. Indirectly.
Yeah, indirectly.
Right. Right. See, I'm just going to just use him but this is like an off the books conversation between them. That's how I'm trying to route it. Like, yo, hey, it's more like, hey, yo, holler at your mans, man. Tell your mans, man, look, check this proposal. Holler at your man. Yeah, tell your mans we'll do this.
Yeah, like we handling this Friday.
Right. Yeah. Because if you know him personally, I trust it. I'm thinking 10 steps ahead. Use that, man. Yo, holler at your mans, man. Let them know, man. We do this, man. Do this, man. And then he'll pull a mic like, yo, by the way, Mike, off the books, man. Yeah, what you think? You see what I'm saying? I know how these corporate people work.
Oh
Yeah.
I told the lawyer down here, I didn't tell him about your letter. I just told him we sent him a letter because I was instructed by you to keep that private.
Right.
But I kind of told him just of what they did.
Right.
And he's like, man, he said, man, you got a smoking gun. He said, but I can't represent you, but you got a smoking gun.
Right.
Man, he said they messed up.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. And that's exactly what we're gonna use him in. We're gonna use him as a mediator.
Exactly.
We're gonna use him, and that's all all we're gonna do is use him as a mediator. That's his best friend. He can have that private conversation. He's like, come on, man, y'all don't want to blow this spot up. You know what I'm saying? He's gonna be the voice. We're gonna be the voice of reason for Mike. Come on, man. Y'all just let this go. You don't want to blow the spot up. Ain't like y'all losing nothing. Y'all can file this shit up as a loss. Y'all got millions of dollars in investment credits at the IRS. Y'all ain't losing nothing. And we're not gonna talk about it. We're not gonna talk about it. We're not gonna be all out in the public. Like, look, listen, we did. Nah, we're gonna keep it close. They need to sign us a non-disclosure. We'll sign a non-disclosure with them. We can end this privately, but it's definitely gonna be beneficial for them as well.
Yeah, okay.
Right. Trust me. Watch how I structure it. They're gonna accept it. Watch how I structure it. They're gonna accept it.
Okay.
Yep. Okay. Because we gonna use your gift and estate tax exclusions to pay the taxes for them.
Okay.
Yep. We gonna pay the gift taxes on them. On that deed of trust that was transferred, they owe taxes on it. And that's why he was like, yo, what y'all want to do? I like to know that. So that's an 8. See.
Yeah.
Man, boy. But I'm sorry. Hey. I usually don't do this. I don't usually do this that much. I usually don't. I really don't, bro. But God damn it, I'm like that.
Yeah, man. Boy, you the man.
You're rocking with the best.
But yeah, But that's why I structured it and threw it out there like that, because I like, ooh, this is beneficial for them. See, long as I got, how is this beneficial for them? Then I can structure how it'll be beneficial for us. Exactly. I already know what y'all want. What y'all want, that ain't a question. We already know what y'all want. Oh, yeah. But what can we present of equal value? What can we present as equal value that will get them what they want from a monetary problem? Now, I don't have to report them for the taxes. We'll take care of the taxes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yep. Yep. That'll work. It's all about structure. All right, brother, I'm gonna let you go now. Get back to work. Please relay that message. Tell him Thursday he will have that.
Okay.
Tell him it's gonna tell him it's gonna be beneficial to him. It's gonna be tasteful, and all parties win.
Okay. I'll definitely let him know. I'll call him right now.
All right. Thank you, brother.
All right. I appreciate you, Mr. Legacy.
All right.
All right.
This is why this is why yeah, how y'all do the pace? Hey, what's the pace? This iMac, I mean this MacBook, where the pace logo at? Oh, what the fuck? Thank you. But they're in real time. Told you I didn't, because I was like, damn, I ain't talked to him like a second. I ain't talked to him in a second. Let me just check in, because I know that the last time he said he was getting this lawyer. So basically, they reviewed it. See, when they was talking about I'm getting a lawyer, I'm getting my lawyer on this. The lawyer read that document, and what's the number one thing they determined? Oh shit, y'all got exposure. Y'all got exposure. Y'all got exposure here. See what they want. See what they want to do. Because we're not really in a position of power. Like if we try to take action, he has enough evidence to bury us. Tax, court. He has enough evidence to bury us. So see what they want. See what they want.
You're rocking with the best.
Welcome to the New Culture Empire. Mr. Tony in the building. Bro, what's them rims? What kind of car is that?
What the Audi I got, the S6, it's some 3-piece, forged 3-piece.
Oh, you putting the new rims on it? I see the picture, got the rims. That shit look nice. But yeah, man, I know that motherfucker fast as hell, bro. Whew. I know that thing's a speed demon.
I ran someone for some money last night.
I bet, yeah. I know that Acura makes some fast cars. But yeah, man, that's a
you know, it's most people, you know, I mean, I get happy, but it's like it's hard for me to really get excited about shit that was supposed to happen. You see what I'm saying? It's really it's really hard to really get excited about it's supposed to happen. You see what I'm saying? Like,
yo, what up?
Oh, what's up, D? Oh, my fault. You was up this mud.
You're rocking with the best.
Yo.
What's going on? Can you hear me?
Hey, man. Hey, you just spanking people left and right. You gotta go. You got that leather belt.
Hey, yeah, I know. It's crazy how we were just going at. I was just on another diatribe, but then I make a call and we hear that. Like, God damn. Yeah.
Hey, but it's like it's when you know how to dribble. You know what I mean? You could do it in your sleep. You could pass it to the left, pass it to the right, behind the head. Like you're not coming up with a new thing to sell. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
But you know what the biggest thing about this whole thing is that he's building some reputation in the corporate world now, because now they see their name. It's a whole different ball game, and he's going like they're gonna be lawyers that know that he don't know yet because he hasn't met them, but it's gonna run up the chain, bro. They're gonna be like, hey, yo, yeah, we got one. You know, we got someone that, hey, you get on the ass, but do right. You know, like that's what the building, bro. It's a whole different value, bro.
That's crazy on the corporate world, because I think sooner or later they're gonna buy me out. Now, for
I
real.
can see that. I can see that.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, sooner or later they're gonna buy me out. Sooner or later they're gonna buy me out. They're gonna buy the rights to this. They're gonna buy me out. And it's to the point where like I'm done trying to convince people. Like I trying to convince someone, trying to appeal to someone's belief system, someone that's going through post-process traumatic stress disorder. I have zero patience for that shit. Like you said, that leverage is a motherfucker. It's about knowing. It's about identifying the leverage and knowing how to present your leverage. You don't want to over leverage. You don't want to under leverage. See what I'm saying? You don't want to be too egregious over the top. You don't want to be too nice. Like everything. Like I study the corporate world. I study the business world and how they do their negotiations. And one thing I've noticed, whether I'm watching TV shows or just watching corporate people, it's always involving some type of, I got you on this, 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 I got you on this. All right, this is what we want. If you don't want to do that, here's your exposure. And I just follow the same model that the corporate people follow. Yeah, I'm not doing anything majorly spectacular, but it is when you know that we don't come from that world. But in that world, that's just normal everyday business. What?
Well, it's normal for them, but it's like they know their enemy. You know what I mean? Like, oh, it's little Johnny, that's his nephew. You know, he works for such and such law firm. But if you're coming in and they don't know who you are, they don't know your company, you don't have a website, like, and you're just spanking them, they're like, who is this? You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, I see what you're saying. Like they don't really know, so they really can't. They don't know. Like they're like, yo, this motherfucker may be serious. And like,
yeah, because like some of those other companies, they might have like, man, just call so and so. You know, they're pulling punches in a sense. They're not going all the way through. They just like, hey, you know, just do me a solid, go ahead and fold on this one, and then we'll get you on the back end. But you're coming in like guns blazing, you know what I mean? I'm taking away pensions, I'm taking away people's vacations, like, you know what I mean?
The coming in and disrupting. And it's in such a beautiful way. Because I'm like, hold on, IRS. I got something for you too. You can get a piece of this pie. They're engaging in an abusive tax shelter program. Here's the evidence. So it's basically saying like, damn. But that is true. It's not like it's an enemy that you're comfortable with, that you know. This is an enemy that you don't know.
Right, right.
And they know damn well if I report them, they're going to owe millions of dollars in back taxes. They know that. Oh, they know the liability with this one's is millions of dollars. Oh, there is no doubt about that. And you know what's so crazy? Everything that I relied on to come to my conclusions, they know. I told them how I was coming. If I was to go to court, if I was to go to the IRS, I told them, this is what we're doing. This is what I'm doing if I go to court. I literally, in that correspondence, I literally told them everything that I was going to do. How I was going to come, what I was going to rely on, what I was going to say. I told them.
Yeah, they thought it was gonna be like a normal Tuesday. We have 3 closings. We're gonna go in, you know what I mean? And then all of a sudden they're getting a call when the CEO is supposed to be going to get on a boat about a file that's not closing.
Right.
You know how pissed he was probably? He was like,
man,
I got to give up my family time to come in and work on a file that y'all don't know how to close.
Right. Right.
And then they showed him the paperwork. He's like, oh shit. Yeah. He's all, thank you for calling me. Thank you for calling me. He's all, who is this? Mr. Wiley? Okay, yeah. Yeah, let me call some people. Let me make some calls.
Yo, they say when they pulled up at that bank, they say all the big wigs was in there huddling up. And you know what's so crazy? Like a week before they got that letter, when I was talking to Mr. Wiley and getting explaining them what I was going to do, the steps I was taking, I say now when they first get the letter, they're going to huddle up now. But I'm thinking like he's not going to see them actually do it. But by him actually witnessing it, that was crazy. I was expecting him to witness the huddle up. And then for him to be that mad, that dude Mike to be that mad. Listen, y'all, I've been talking to bank vice presidents, high up. I've been talking to them for the last 3 years on the phone, like them calling me. The vice president of the bank called me for Navy Federal, called me. Now, I say that to say this. I can see them being a little mad, but I never think they'll get that mad unless they're personally profiting from the kickback. Because that's a mad where I'm taking food out of his mouth. You see what I'm saying? I'm personally taking money out of his pocket. It wasn't I'm mad because I'm losing and I'm trying to protect the business. That was the type of mad like, yo, motherfucker, you stepping away in my kickback. And remember, they're not big enough for the IRS not to go after them. They're not big enough.
Yeah.
And that's but let me just say this. I can't guarantee every bank official gonna be like, all right, what they want. You see what I'm saying?
You see what I'm saying? You understand what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, it's not a universal thing where
right.
everybody's just gonna comply, because that's what they hire. Like how you're saying earlier, the risk management people. That's where they come in, and they have they might not have the whole picture, but they know how to, like, all right, we're not gonna call Jim in because we've seen this before, so we kind of know how to deal with this. So go ahead and we'll don't respond to him. Let's wait it out for 30 days, and then we'll kind of try to see what he's gonna send in. And then that's what eats up a lot of people, because then they're like, damn, they haven't responded. Shit, send them your birth certificate, and then boom, all right, just go ahead and do a default judgment. We'll proceed on. This guy ain't serious, like,
right.
And that's the part where a lot of people don't understand, because they're thinking these people ain't playing for real. Like, they don't even know if they received the documents. You know what I mean? So it's a game that's more vicious than what people think.
Thank you for saying it. No, thank you for saying it. That I swear to God, you took the words. They don't understand the vicious game these people play. These people are vicious. And they get this fairy tale, stars in the moon, stars in the sky, moon, full moon, everything's just gonna, and you don't understand these people will falsify documents. These people will, let's say they send you a notice of default, right? And then your counter to the notice of default is, well, hold on now, we got some violations here. Do you know that these people, instead of answering directly to your violations, they will try to sell the home right from up under you?
Oh yeah, they'll move on. They'll keep moving, because it's like they're not gonna hold up their business just for like that one file. But if they know that it's serious enough where it's like it could implement their whole business,
yes,
hell nah. We gotta put two pairs of eyes on this, because that's our livelihood. That it'll crumble the whole business.
Right. Like, they were literally, while you still thinking you while you still in negotiation stage, waiting for them to respond, like, they will be trying to sell the home from up under you while you still think you're in negotiation stage. That's vicious. And how would you ever know?
You're never gonna know.
You're never gonna know. So by the time you get notice of it, you can't. Now you're looking at an extra 2-3 years of litigation in court now. Oh, that's a guarantee. Extra 2-3.
Ain't that serious though.
It's hard out here. It gets hard for everyone. This is not a process where if you don't get $100 million off the government, you're not successful. It was never that. It was all a scam. It was all a fraud. You're never going to get $100 million off the government. That will never happen. Even if your documents are legit, they're not fucking cashing you out $100 million. Regardless of how legitimate you think it is, just look at the reality of it. Why would the government cash you out $100 million? The thing, being modest has gone completely out the window. What do you think is going to happen when the judge sees our documents versus what you see on social media today? Because I'm going to tell you this, unless any of them can prove that they got professionals that says, yeah, they're correct, I would stay far away from them. Because no matter how you look at it, it's all the variation of the same sovereign citizen. So it doesn't matter how it's titled. It doesn't matter how it's styled. No, it doesn't matter if you reject the title of a sovereign citizen. If you submitted a process or done a process with that intent, you were doing a sovereign citizen process, whether you knew it or not. Email was sent earlier
Today,
It's lit. Okay, I'm almost wasted and my drip is on a spaceship. One more sip, yes, I can taste it. Come to my exact location. I'm so tired of my probation. Doing time for real vacation. I just toasted this occasion to give myself standing ovation. What I'm drinking, that brown, that white, up with the bar, sirs. That ass is attractive like a magnet. I never dodged her. Why drink my problems away? And that alcohol is my sponsor, and I will indulge it to the point of death. That's only if my heart hurts, cause relationships never last, and being faithful is a thing of the past. Everybody's only after one thing. Both sexes can relate to that. Can we place a bed when I hit it from the back? Get your face in my pillow when I palm on your ass. Yeah, I graduated from the bottom of my class. Now I'm sitting at the top, you see the bottom of my glass. We can keep talking, I know this won't last.
The end of the university, you will know and learn how to put your own legit legal claims together. That's going to be the biggest thing. So you won't ever have, you'll always, there's no better feeling than already knowing what to do. There's no better feeling than having multiple points of attack. There's no better feeling that knowing that when you send that document off to them, there's nothing they can say. There's no better feeling by taking their own words and language and using it against them.
You're rocking with the best.
There's no better feeling than being 100% control of your own domain. There is no better feeling. Not only to know, yeah, you may be charging me this amount on the contract, but this is not what I really owe. And then being able to say, see, look, this is how y'all account for it. There's just no better feeling. And how to maneuver and apply these claims to a legal, sufficient, legal claim in court. Knowing how to evidence this and knowing how to maneuver in court, knowing that you can prove this in court.
Laser out of spaceship. Hey, yo, Carter, you going crazy. Hey, run that shit up, Chase.
Put this dick in the thotty. This shit jollo and gimme. Down on her knees. My pockets on sugar. My bitch cooking like silly. My weed color purple. Got me stuck to the ceiling. Straight to the moon. I order up dope. Yeah. She don't cut, she just send it. Watch how I whip. Finesse the niggas, watch it shake. How many? 100 pies, watch it bake. What's that? Package dropping off the route. Okay. Cannon spraying like it's mace. I pull
You're rocking with the best.
Started out with a stack of bills. Hand-me-down suit, no fancy skills. Library card, late night, cheap coffee. Highlighting on every page, e-copy. No letters on the wall, just notes on the floor. Scratch math running down the old front door. Every question that the others left fade, he turned into a rule and a plan he made. Time to start to teacher. Build it off from broken pieces. Read the books, the words got weaker. Turn confusion into secret.
You're rocking with the best.
Who's a man behind the speakers? Tell them that's my quiet leader. Time and started teaching. He can turn a red line black in a week. Balance out the numbers while he barely speaks. Spreadsheets open like a map of his mind. Sees a hidden pattern where the rest go blind. Court dates circled in a second-hand phone. Drafts every filing like it's carved in stone. Plain white paper, but the case shines through. Just start seeing what he already knew. Oh, time to start to teach us. Build it off from broke pieces. Read the codes of words clearer. Found the cracks and closed leaks in every form each line, each feature. He's a quiet, heavy thinker. Tell him that's my step leader. Time has taught the teacher's teacher. Oh, no cap, no gun, no
You're rocking with the best.
But he wrote every page he earned. Self-taught, self-made, self-drive. That fire turned out into something higher. We don't just follow, we climb behind him. He draws a map, we rise inside it. Thomas taught the teacher. Build it all from broken pieces. Turn those late night scrolls and research into freedom, into defense. When they ask who shapes the future, who we call when things get deeper, we just point and say our leader. Thomas taught the teacher's teacher. Started with a stack of bills. Now he's signing better deals.
You're rocking with the best.
To the speaker. Thomas taught the teacher's teacher.
But they were in his classes. They didn't even know. They had to Google it while we was live. So you're teaching people about Form 1099B and none of them knows the regulations that govern them? But as soon as I bring it out, now people want to start reading the regulations. I swear to God, when I say I'm your teacher's teacher, I'm your teacher's teacher. The question is, if all these gurus on social media got the sauce, why aren't they attracting professionals? Professionals in those fields where they could come back and be like, yeah, what he's saying is absolutely right. None of them got professionals behind them. So it's all a theory. It's a belief system. That's all it is. They ain't got no professional. They could be like, yo, you're right. None of them. They don't give a damn about what, someone on TikTok and social media.
It is I want to tell the class and whoever that's listening is that if you pay attention to the things that he teaches in this class and start taking notes, do your homework. Do your homework. You know, he can only lead a horse to water, but he can't make it drink. You have to drink yourself. Missed 85% of the classes and stuff, but I had the core things and the core principles down, and I read whatever he put out there. I throw it on my iPad and just start scrolling and reading, scrolling.
Who securitize their contracts or receivables don't know credit acceptance agrees to settle. All of
To take the deal. They say you can't win. Time is read the fine print, smile. Say, watch this, damn, watch this. They had that paper, thought the game was over. He pulled receipts out, dropped the photo on the table. Every call,
you're rocking with the best.
Just looking sideways, bank looking unstable. They tried pressure, he chose pressure back. He did the homework, they just ran the same track. In that cold lobby, you could feel it turn when they whispered in the corner. You could smell that burn. Thomas beat the bank, that's fact, not fiction. Had them circle back for quiet submission. They said we settle in the truth, got loud. Now the online guru got a show in now. Praise a new culture empire, say it from the soul. Supreme elite team, turning pressure into gold. Thomas beat the bank, that's frame, that's proof. Put respect on the name when you speak that truth.
You're rocking with the best.
He built the case up, brick by brick, no haste. Zoom screen froze when the lawyer saw the file. Emails on display, all that just in case style. He ain't flex on, just to calm, alright. When they slid papers, he said numbers not right. Walked out lighter, they walked out tight. Whole play flip in a Tuesday live. Thomas beat the back, that's fact, not fiction. Had him circle back for a quiet submission.
You're rocking with the best.
Truth got loud, now the online ghouls gotta show wins now. Where's the new culture empire? Say it from the soul. Supreme Elite team turning pressure into gold. I'ma beat the bank, that's frame, that's proof. Put respect on the name, we use beat, that's truth. Yeah, talk. Got my teacher teaching. Started out with a stack of bills, hand-me-down suit, no fancy skills. Library card, late night, cheap coffee, highlighting on every page e-copy. No letters on the wall, just notes on the floor. Scratch math running down the old front door. Every question that the others left fade, he turned into a rule and a plan he made. Time to start to teacher, build it all from broken pieces. Read the books, the words got weaker. Turn confusion into secrets. When they ask who wrote the feature, who's the man behind the speakers? Tell them that's my quiet leader. Time to start a teacher's teaching. Yeah. He can turn a red line black in a week. Balance out the numbers while he barely speaks. Spreadsheets open like a map of his mind. Sees a hidden pattern where the rest go blind. Court dates circled in a second-hand phone. Drafts every filing like it's carved in stone. Plain white paper, but the case shines through. Judge starts seeing what he already knew. Time to start to teach.
You're rocking with the best.
Read the coastal words clearer. Found the cracks and closed leaks in every form, each line, each feature. He's a quiet, heavy thinker. Tell him that's my step leader. Time to start to teach his teacher. Oh, no cat, no gun, no gun, no gun. Just a small hometown, but he wrote every page. Self-taught, self-made, self-drive. That fire turned out into something higher. We don't just follow, we climb behind him. He draws a map, we rise inside it.
Hi, I'm Jim Bullock. Ever wonder why so many pro se lose in court? It's simple, ridiculous, and stupid. They refuse to follow the rules.
What did you say? What did you say? Because pro se litigants, they don't think the rules apply to them. They think that how they see it, and they can just do whatever they want, and the judge's supposed to just agree with them because they're right. What did you say again, sir?
To follow the rules.
They what?
No, they refuse to follow the rules.
What?
They refuse to follow the rules.
What?
They refuse to follow the rules.
Okay.
No judge in this country is going to rule against his colleague and fellow bar member. We can easily and legitimately rule against you because you have failed to follow the rules of court, especially when they're available online for anyone to read and understand.
When have you ever not made a payment since July 1st, but yet they're reporting the account as current, meaning they're not going to report negatively? Let's focus on that for a second. Let's just figure out ways. Let's just figure it out. How is this mathematically?
You don't gotta know what's going on. Because even the thing that's so good about using common sense is that you may not know what's going on, but the universe and Father God is going to attract you to the people that actually know instead of the people that's trying to scam you.
What I know. The vapor money theory states that any debt based upon a loan of credit rather than legal tender is unenforceable. This was argued in Johnson versus Deutsche Bank. This theory has been consistently rejected by federal courts as frivolous and insufficient to withstand a motion to dismiss. But these are the same things that they will tell you to send to the company. This is why they don't ever want you to go to court with it. They all want to administrative claim your ass to death. This is why they stay away from courts. All the plaintiff's claims are based in whole or in part on this frivolous theory, and they are therefore subject to dismissal.
The only dispute he appears to have is that a few paragraphs here, he does not agree with the fact that by virtue of defendant's default and breach, the entire balance of the account is now due, and these statements were attached, that the contract and or monthly statements are written instruments, evidence indebtedness with a specified interest rate, and that he disputes whether or not it's account.
You're rocking with the best.
Gotcha, bitch. Welcome to today's live stream brought to you by the New Culture Empire and the Supreme Elite Team. In this live stream, we uncover the latest development in Thomas' lawsuit against Credit Acceptance Corporation.
You're rocking with the best.
Got shots in my hand. She rolling the dice, got luck in that van. Smoking that leaf, going global stand. On my wrist like a stage, I can't glance. You look like you wanna let go straight. What's up? I thought so. Okay. I'm back in this symphony, stuck on the band. What's up? I thought so. Okay. Yeah. Run it up, running it bang. Whipping up heat, got sauce in my hand. She rolling the dice, got luck in that van. Smoking that leaf, going global band. It's bang. Fresh white tee, chrome on the rim. Big body slide, whole block looks slim. Wrist on chill, but the boy too hot. Turn my last L to a key to the spot. Plug on the phone, said, say, let's slide. Came from the back, now we front row live. Couch full of cash, can't sit, can't fold. Used to pray for a play, now it's overload. Run it up, running bang, bang. Whipping up heat, got sauce in my hand. She rolling the dice, got luck in that van. She spending that leaf, going global. Ooh, ooh, expand, blue, 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 blue.
Yes, sir.
You're rocking with the best. You're rocking with the best.
Welcome to another explosive live today. Now, we're going to be here for a while. It's Saturday night. It's a storm brewing. So if y'all not East Coast, Midwest, bundle up. Bundle up. Because it's about to be a doozy out there. But today, we have some groundbreaking news. Now, I think I said going into 2026, we was going all gas, no brakes, and we wasn't letting our foots off the gas. Well, 2026, we are starting out with a bang. We planted the seeds in 2025. Now, 2026, we are all actions. We're not online talking. I'm going to get into what happened on TikTok last night. But, you know, as we navigate through these spaces, what did I say to y'all? What did I say to all y'all? What I said was 2026 is going to begin the same way they ended 2025. All talking, posting everything they do every 5 seconds. Every document they put together, they posting it. And they just keep posting it. And I noticed one thing. Why do these gurus always post documents that they just filed? Now, like, I can see if you're going over it in your class and y'all, see how this document measure up to what we was going over. Okay. But it's like they're posting documents that they just filed. And it's like, It's like they're like, do they want somebody to come contest? Do they want somebody to see if they know what they're talking about? Because there's this person on Facebook, I won't name her name. She's taking on a client's mortgage, and she said, reading the mortgage, I found this. But when they're posting, one thing that they're never posting, they're posting from books they read, they posted from documents they found on Scrib. But one thing that they're not posting is actual court cases that are validating what they're saying. But then I noticed, there's a glare here, y'all. They're posting the documents they just filed. But then when it comes to the finality of the case, they don't ever want to tell you the case. They don't ever want to tell you the outcomes. They all say that they won. They all say that they won, but they never want to show you the order. They don't want to show you the settlement. They all say they won. Oh, I won that. Show us. If you are a teacher and you are advertising or you're leading people, it's just like any other service that people want to gain clients. You advertise. You gotta you advertise your wins. You advertise for your losses. Do you take that to your group and say, hey, we got to tighten up? But one thing that I've noticed, everybody is just posting documents they just filed, and everybody is just telling you this is how it goes. They're telling you this is how it goes. They're telling you it goes like this. They give you a statute to read. You type up the statute. You're literally telling them, yo, this says it doesn't apply. Oh, no, you're not listening. You're not I'm literally reading the statute you just told me to look up, and it's literally not saying what you're saying. Oh, no. See, you're not paying attention. Oh, you're not listening yet. See, all those gaslighting, filibustering tactics that they use, because one thing that I'm going to tell you, when I or the Supreme Elite team comes in your lives, everyone gets defensive. When I come into your live, everyone's mode gets thrown off. Because one thing, y'all, and I want to warn the people, they're only used to everybody just agreeing to what they're saying. No questioning, no, hey, yo, dig a little more. Let me get some context. Because, you know, I'm really trying to follow you here, and you may teach me something. I'm not above learning. But one thing that I've always noticed is in 2026, they still don't like to be questioned, and they still don't like to have to explain themselves. It's like they don't like to explain themselves. So before we get there, I just want to tell everybody that this has been a 22-month journey, 16 months of dedication, hard work, and research in preparing my lawsuit. And I can come to you on good authority today. I can come to you on good authority today to tell you that we have reached a settlement in the credit acceptance matter. The details will remain confidential. You'll never hear me talk about the details publicly, but I am here to tell you today that we have reached a settlement in the matter in order to prevent, so I don't have to continue with my lawsuit. We have reached a settlement. I will tell you this, because I'm not going to get into all the details because it's being formalized as we speak. We're going to meet. We're going to sign the settlement agreement. I'm pretty sure there's going to be a non-disclosure in there somewhere, which is cool because I have no problems with that. But one thing that I can tell you is that everything that I teach, everything that I advocate for, everything that I stand on, everything that I can defend, everything that I put in court papers, it has resulted in the same outcomes in which a lot of people want today. A vehicle that you legally are not responsible for or don't have to pay anymore, in a vehicle in which you do not have to satisfy the outstanding balance as related to the contract. My understanding and my teachings have saved me upwards of $45,000. And legal title, free and clear, is definitely part of the settlement. So it's not about what you want out of this. It's not about which, I mean, of course, we all want some don't have to pay for. We get all that. But when I say there's already a set way, there's already a legal standard to anything that you're trying to do. When I say it, I don't care if you don't like it. But at this point, you just have to accept that my way is the right way. The way I teach it is the right way. When you are going up against these attorneys, these companies, one thing that you got to understand, these attorneys are not stupid. Actually, the attorney that they hire is very qualified. And he is a hell of a litigator. And he is a dog too. And the way that me and him were communicating back and forth, but you'll see little snippets of our emails. It goes to show that the preparation, the time, through the years that I put in this, I am now on the level of a top litigator when it comes to financing and lawsuits regarding that. I'm on their level. We're not even going to act like it's not. But even more important than me is that my Supreme Elite Team University, in which a lot of what I use in my credit acceptance case will be incorporated in the curriculum, is going to put everybody else on that level. So you will start to be in control of your own domain, and you won't have to worry about someone telling you what to do step after step after step. This is not where, you get fed a little bit of information, then you got to come back for more. No, because these gurus want you to remain reliant on them so you can continue to pay them. Now, you don't have to listen to me. You don't have to care what I'm saying. You don't have to like it. But what better way of leading the people than using yourself as an example? What better way to be a living example of what you teach, what you stand for, what you advocate? What better way of being a leading example in this new wave of pro se litigants than the teacher to step out there himself? And that's more the reason why.
Don't miss out on this opportunity to litigate like a seasoned professional. Join the Supreme Elite Team University.
Thomas in the lobby, folded thicker than a skyline. Credit acceptance on a resume with stories in the fine lines.
If I would have lost or that case would have got thrown out, I can hear I can hear it. Now, we're going to get into a little snippet of my private Supreme Elite Team group that I host on Telegram, in which we go over the sauce that you will never get in any other class, teachings, space. You will not get in anywhere else besides that group, unless you are in a professional setting. That's the only way you're going to get it. If you're not in a professional setting, you're not going to find what I teach out here. Want to know why? Because a lot of information and stuff I employ comes from people that worked in the highest levels of it. So the average person is not even going to know exists. You get what I'm saying? It's a tad bit. But before we get into that, let's do a check-in. Let's go. Let's check in. Let's check in the comments. City, age, where your city, yeah, your age and where you calling from. Let's get the check-in. Let's get a 30-second check. I want to see you all. See who all's in here, man. Get a little check-in. Like, share the stream. Oh.
Get it, bag it, get it, bag it, get it, bag it, get it.
Get it. Check in. Get the check in. Where you calling from? Where you be? Where you at? What we got up in here? Oh, we go to the top. Go to the top. Drama news. Here for the drama. Damn, let's get it. MCC up. Run it. Donate. Let's get it. MCC up again. Yes, sir. One day at a time. One day at a time. One day at a time. Yes, sir. Ali, we are live. Damn. Back again. What's up, y'all? Famous Nobody's in the building. I was blocked by a few people on IG and TikTok, all capping. Of course. He says no actual evidence, just DS paperwork. Like clockwork, Tony. Facts. He said they'll get mad when questioned. Past the freedom, prime example. Hey, shout out to Tamika for just being persistent. All I can say about that. As they should remain confidential. Yes, sir. Sir. Tapping in. All right.
I know you think he get the whole thing. We just tripping right the head block. We's coming in a glass jar. The trappers moving like a NASCAR. Blessings coming from the trap guards. Bushes chopping like a hacksaw. Run through the money and push. You get to see us cooking. Master B, I got the hookup. We're laying no cuss like a hooker. We waiting on wax like a taxi.
Okay.
You're rocking with the best.
Okay. So the first part of this stream, we're going to have it a little. I'm going to take y'all a deep dive into the Supreme Elite Team, which is a private group. Yes, there is a lifetime membership fee that you have to pay to be in the group. It is what it is. There's no real house rules in that group. The only thing about that group is class participation. Everybody knows coming through the door. If your class participation drops, you may be subject to a little suspension and continues. Because I ain't got time to play around. See, most people think, oh, I paid you so I can do whatever I want. No, I don't care if you pay me $1,000. There's still rules that you have to follow. And that's the problem with a lot of people. They think that what you pay, like you could just break the rules, like you're bigger than the rules, like you're bigger than the group. Nobody is bigger than the group. Nobody is bigger than the group. So for the people that were banned from the group that I banned, the people that were banned, please know that they were banned because I gave them a year and their class appearance did not meet the standards, so they were banned. And I do have a refund policy for the group. So if there's a reason where you end up, let's say you joined for 7 classes and you say, nah, this ain't, I don't think this is too much for me. You will be charged $250 per class you attended because you actually received the benefit of my hard work and effort in putting these classes together. So you'll be charged $250 a class, could be way more. And whatever the balance is, I'll just send it back to you, Cash App, Zelle, however you want to do it. So that's how that goes. But if anybody's saying that Thomas is going to just take your money and kick you out, which I don't even think that makes sense. You could continue to listen to him. But one thing that I do know is everybody wants to talk about me in all these other different ways instead of what I teach. You notice they all dance around that topic. Nobody ever has a comeback for what I teach. You notice that, right? Nobody ever has a comeback for what I teach. Nobody ever has a comeback for what I teach. So without further ado, let's get it. This email was sent earlier today. 1 second, y'all. If you don't know, Credit Acceptance agrees to settle.
Congratulations, big guy. Congratulations.
Thanks, bro.
Yeah, boy. Congratulations.
Congrats, bro.
Thanks, bro.
Very proud.
Congrats, man, on the scout. But listen, Cat, real talk, man. I don't know why you didn't. I don't know why you didn't already know this.
I had a long talk with the lawyer today. I had a long earlier. That's what I'm saying. This is like 10, 11 in the morning. That's why I didn't. We was going over the hashing about, me, the notice of withdrawing the entry, the fault of entry. And I told him, I said, listen, man, let me just talk to you for a second. I'm not a man that kicks a dog while it's down. I'm not here to blow up the scene. I'm not here. And you know what's so crazy? I can't say it's true. I really can't say it's true or not. I don't know. I can't confirm it, but I actually think Credit Acceptance was like, and I told her, I said, listen, man, tell Credit Acceptance this. Listen, man, no one's here. I'm not, the last thing I want to do is have this long drawn out in court and have a bunch of copycat filings. That's what I told him. Like, that's the last thing I want. A lot of people, when they get in this position, they can't see any beyond anything but their immediate situation. They look at, ooh, a big money grab. Ooh, I can fight for it all the way to the end. Ooh, I can do this. Ooh, I can do that. Ooh, this is an opportunity for me. And I said, I'm not that type of guy. Like, I already told you, like, where we can meet in the middle at. And it's generous and it's very reasonable. I laid it down. I said, Credit Acceptance, there's that. Like, I told the lawyer, I said, listen, man, the reason why I don't want to drag this out longer, because I believe that I'm kind of the one that's actually getting in the way of their real defense. Yes. Of Rosen Law Firm. He's like, yeah, I heard they have, and I said, yes, that's very true. The Rosen Law Firm has just filed another class action lawsuit against them, and another law firm is investigating them as we speak. So they're getting hit from all sides. What makes my case with them so unique is that the arguments that I raised were the equivalent of what class action lawsuits would raise against them. It wasn't the typical consumer law, UCC law claims. It was actually top investor-like claims. So the claims that I raised, it's hard for them to fight and combat those without exposing themselves on the back end with their other lawsuits. You get what I'm saying? It's kind of like on a rock in a hard spot. So that's why this conversation you're hearing that. Oh, y'all don't leave. Oh, there should be no reason for anyone to leave. I mean, what more do y'all want from people? You know what? I'm starting to think that many people just follow you if they like you. I mean, I done got mortgage receipts, auto receipts, IRS receipts, debt buyer receipts, case law receipts. Oh, no, I'm talking about all the stuff I can show. It is like, it's still not good enough. Like, what's good enough? Like, just let me know what what do I have to do? It's like everybody mad at me. Why people get mad at me? Because I lead with receipts and don't lead with just do this, do that. Why does it seem like people mad at me? Don't be mad at me. I ain't do nothing to y'all. Shit. I know I'm that thorn in the side to credit acceptance right now because, and of course I could have took advantage of that and said, no, we're not doing no settlements. We're going all the way to trial, and then they would have been exposed on the end. Then it would have opened up. It would have opened up a can of worms. Would it just? And you got to still remember, this is still one of the biggest, if not one of the world's largest finance companies, even though they say they're not a finance company or indirect auto lender. You got to understand that sometimes instead of trying to fight the system, sometimes understanding your position in the system and capitalizing on that, it kind of does you better than the actual results that you see. Because I'm gonna be honest with you, one thing that I've noticed throughout my journey with this, the outcomes that I thought I was looking for was never really the outcomes that I actually needed to have and could benefit from. Once again, the system is bigger than our individual debts. It's bigger. It's a whole bigger picture going on out there. And the system is going to come out on top regardless. The system is going to come out on top. They are going to win way more than what they lose. They're going to win way more than what they lose. Do you think credit acceptance is going to do this for the next person? Do you think it's going to happen again? Absolutely not. And part of understanding this stuff, y'all, is you have to protect them as well in order for you to get what you want. That is something that I wish a lot of pro se litigants would understand. It's not about exposing a grand scheme. No, because want to know why? When you come that hard, you're going to put the judge in a tight spot. And the judge is not going to face the backlash behind the scenes for their rulings when you fly too close to the sun. So this is when you set yourself up for being railroaded and having these adverse rulings against you because you're flying too close to the sun. Yes, with this stuff that I teach privately, it's not used to expose a grand scheme. Leverage negotiations. You don't want to put yourself in a position where the whole system can collapse because of your filings. They are not going, the system is going to win in the end. Banks don't loan money. It doesn't matter how they get it. It's not going to stop the way they do it. And this is why I say you have to look at the bigger picture and step outside of your own singular case so you can make a more objective approach to it. Yes, protecting them in the process is part of the game. And this is why I know these social media gurus, they have no clue on how the game goes. You have to protect them in some way. That's just how it goes. Even when we review these law reports, these law reviews, and they give in the game, you notice that they're wording things differently. They're not coming out and just saying it. They're talking around. You have to protect the system at the same time. It's a balance. There ain't no question, no doubt. That's not even enough of discussion. If you go any other way, you're going to find yourself at the ass end of the stick.
you have to protect them as well. And I'm talking about from a legal standpoint. You have to learn how to protect them. Another thing that went good in my favor, and which we talked about today, is everything that I filed, which me and the lawyer talked about, and that RICO talking claims, you might as well rip it up and throw it in the shredder. That's definitely flying too close to the sun. Not the fact that you're saying RICO. Do you know the elements that you even got to go through to prove it? Like you know how much research that you got to go through to prove criminal liability, and not just they violated my Constitution, Acts, color of law. No, they are going to make it so hard for you to get through. And let's just say that you got everything down pat. Guess what? You're not going to trial anyway. You're going to settle anyway. You're not going to, you're not even going to refuse the offer that they make you not to go to trial. You're never going to refuse it. Anyway. So let's just, you got to tone it down. Know when to stick, know when to tone. When you got the knife to their neck and they like, all right, don't keep pushing, fall back. It's called legal warfare. You got to have grace even with legal warfare. This is a practice amongst all attorneys. One on this side, they're at war, but they still have that professional grace towards each other. That's how, and when even as pro se, when you come at them with that mindset, like on a professional level, number one, they're going to respect you more. Number two, they're going to be more willing to work with you. When you come out with a RICO and you violated this and the UTT and you did this and you're going to jail and you did this and fee schedules and you owe me $500,000, they're just going to. He did say that's one of the strong considerations that they were considering. That I was paying on my auto contract on time, even though I already knew what all this was going on, and I was still paying. Now, this is the part where it gets a little tricky in these spaces. The way I look at it is, if you can, even if you find out they're doing BS, I would still pay during the whole process of until get to the lawsuits. I would still pay because it actually shows equity and good faith on your end. And that actually is going to go a long way into negotiations. It's actually going to go a long way. I don't believe in the mindset, I found out you frauded, so I'm not going to pay anymore. Because if you want to raise a breach of contract, like they always like to say, the ones who's bringing a breach of contract has to fulfill their obligations the whole time, regardless if the other side hasn't. So once you stop paying because you feel they breached the contract and then you stop paying, then your breach of contract argument falls in a legal court setting. Hey, listen, everything that I'm telling you is from a legal court professional level. It's no feelings. It's not what I saw online. It's not for no private citizen American trust group. Everything I'm doing it from a court lens, court rules, court procedures, court precedents. So maybe I'm on a different page than a lot of people because I deal with practical law, no pseudo legal law, no common law, no equity. I deal with practical everyday laws that everyday attorneys use. And a lot of people say it doesn't work. It doesn't work. You don't use their statutes. You don't use their codes. Hey, you be the judge. I believe it works just fine. I believe the American justice system, civil system works just fine. Now, there may be some little holes, cracks in it, but no system is perfect. And newsflash, court is not made to be 100% fair. Court is not 100% fair. But how do I know this? Because 20 years of dealing with the court system, the in-court experience. Like most of these teachers don't even know what voir dire jury instructions are. They don't even know what they are. They don't even know how to strike a jury.
correctly. They don't even know how to legally object. They don't know how to lay a foundation for their line of questioning. But they're teachers.
Other thing that you have to understand, bringing lawsuits while you are in default is one of the worst things that you can do in this system. We could talk about securitization. We could talk about autos. We could talk about all that stuff all you want. I can lay it down from the time you make a down payment, from the time they close and what they're doing. I can lay it all down. But the thing about that is laying it all down to what end? What is the end goal that you are looking for? If your end goal is, I want to keep this property without paying for it, the equity side of that situation, you're gonna have to, all that stuff is weighed in. All of it's weighed in. Another thing that was being weighed in,
but okay, before we continue, I do want to comment on this part. So when I was talking to my class and I said that you could bring up the accounting, you could bring up securitization, to what end? Court works differently from a lot of way people think. I'm just going to tell you, court works totally different. Court is not, oh, accounting and securitization, chain of title. Do you want to know why those cases fall? Prime example from a court case off the top of my head. A borrower cannot use the accounting as a legal defense because the accounting for the transaction is only for financial reporting purposes. Oh, a borrower cannot use lack of chain of assignment from a securitization as a legal defense because the borrower is not a party to the securitization agreement. I mean, there's court cases all over the world. So when you come with accounting, securitization, and that's your legal defense, you're going to fail. And that is what I'm trying to say. Your legal defenses and your legal vehicles in which you bring those claims are totally separate from just saying accounting and securitization. The accounting and the securitization, as I mentioned all throughout my filings, was only used to support my legal cause of action. It wasn't my legal cause of action itself. It was used to support my legal cause of action. That is a difference that only top professional lawyers know.
Hell, shoot, he knows about not really hard to release him from the contract. You get what I'm saying? Like, these are things that, and so when me personally, when I was uncovering this stuff, I don't ever do this stuff for the sole purpose of, yeah, I ain't got to pay you no more. I ain't got to pay you no more. I ain't got to pay you no more. I uncover this stuff for the sole purpose just to be like, hey, come on, man. Like, I paid $10,077 on that. Come on, man. We are try to tax you as much as I can because many people lose out trying to look at situations like this as money grabs. Like you're trying to lightweight extort them.
Yes. Yes. These fee schedule claims and these demands for release for $1 million, $2 million, $5 million, it's not from a legal reasonable standpoint. A lot of people base those monetary amounts because of their financial situations. I'm not getting on them for wanting $1 million. I mean, who wouldn't? But when you're in professional legal litigations, you have to. It just doesn't work like that. It doesn't work like that. It doesn't work like that. You have to be reasonable. Let them overshoot. Let them say, all right, you threw a number out there. Like me, I threw a number out there for the settlement. I threw a number out there. The number was so reasonable. If they want to overshoot, let them overshoot. But taking all facts and circumstances as in the totality of the case, I thought that was a legitimate reason. It's not hitting their pockets too. It's legit. It's perfect. If they want to overshoot, if they want to be like, nah, I will agree to this. Let them do it. Remember, we're not talking like injuries or major stuff. I mean, we're talking contract instruments, transactions. And you also got to look at the fact that your position is always going to be stronger when you come in as the plaintiff, when you raise certain claims. The claims that I raise, you cannot raise them as a defendant. You cannot 100% all of them. You can use certain elements of it, but when you're the defendant, as I teach in my group, we sit back in the cut and lay traps. Prime example, besides my case, every other my clients' cases that started in 2025, which are still ongoing, coming into 2026, they were the defendants. Every single one of them had a complaint filed against them. Every single one of them complaints asked for a judgment. Once we responded to the complaint, every single case went to civil pretrial. They didn't get the judgment.
You're rocking with the best.
And then January 5th, Velocity tried to move for summary judgment on my client. What a coinkydink, because I was moving for summary judgment myself. They were just they beat me to the punch a week ahead. So they filed it. I finished my summary judgment motion January 12th. I didn't know they already filed it January 5th. Do you know that the judge from January 5th until they went to court on the 22nd, January 5th to the 22nd, the judge didn't rule on a motion for summary judgment. However, the judge made them respond to our motion for summary judgment. So even when they attempt to move for summary judgment, which was 3 months down the line, even when they attempt to move for summary judgment, the way I teach, the professionalism in it, the case law, the precedents, it's always going to be hard for the judge to give them a judgment on their pleadings. But if you look all across the landscape with these sovereign citizen teachers, the other side are getting judgment on the pleadings. With me, at least, we getting to the next stage. You ain't about to get this judgment on his face right here. We get into this next stage because I take what they value the most. I take their biggest shield and I invalidate it. I could have lightweight extorted them. I mean, I could have said, nope, I want that. But I understand it's a bigger system going on. Your intent, your spirit, the way you approach this stuff, all that stuff has a lot to do with your outcomes. I know, hey, listen, I'm not God. I'm not here to judge people's spirits and intent. Hey, that's not my thing. I'm not God. But I do tell you that your inner spirit and intent, you can't separate that from this. You can't separate it. Even in times where it gets tough, it gets hard, shit is kicking your ass, I'm telling you, you have to weather the storm. Remember, this is 22 months ongoing with these people. This started, let me say, about March 1st, 2024. This whole journey started. But I got the contract February 29th. So the very next day, and this is how it started. I was in the house, I was looking over the contract and I said, read it through it again. Then I started reading. And then I looked at the arbitration clause. I started reading. I said, now I ain't the sharpest knife in the drawer. I started calculating the finance charge and the interest. I'm like, these numbers are off. And it started from there. I investigated them for 16 months before I filed the lawsuit, paying during that time. Although sporadically, I was sending them letters like, yo, there's some serious issues with this. Still paying because I'm bringing a suit. I don't want to give them no reason to duck it or try to come take my vehicle during the process. So I'm still paying. 16 months of investigation till I filed the lawsuit. From the time I filed the lawsuit to the attorney made the appearance, as soon as he made the appearance, after we spoke before he made the appearance, settlement. They don't even need to respond to my complaint. There's no need. You got to understand that sometimes instead of I already knew what all this was going on and I was still paying. Other thing that you have to understand, bringing lawsuits. Oh, and another thing about this is sometimes in life, you're going to have to let go in order to let in. There's some instances, and we try to save our homes. We want to save our hard-earned possessions. But sometimes you're going to have to learn how to depart. Because if you're real confident on you're going to get them on the back end, I'm telling you, some things, I always tell people, I don't know why people want to make me their last choice. Everybody wants to be their own attorney first, try this. Everybody wants to go to this person because they said they was going to get them out the debt by submitting this document. Everybody want to try here. So after you got like 3 or 4 people you got to work on your case, now people want to come to me with 3 or 4 different arguments, just all convoluted, just all over the place. I'm like, hey, Thomas, I need you to fix all this. People don't want to make me their first choice. They want to take the quick, fast, easy route first or do it themselves because they want to save money. But they always end up double back and talking about, damn, I wish I would have known you. I wish I would have went with you first. The quick, fast, easy route is going to be enticing to 98% of the people. And most people it's not like they want the results fast. It's like they need the results fast. Like they need you to do something that's going to stop them from taking my home in a week. Like that's not even realistic. There's no way anyone can operate under that, trying to put people under that pressure. There's no way, especially if you already filed stuff on the record and the judge denied. You see what I'm saying? Like you're making it harder and harder and harder for people to adequately assist you. And this is why, no matter what, I always hop on not being desperate in my group. Because when you become desperate, you make decisions that are not in your best interest, and they actually do more damage to you than good in the moment. But when you're in a desperate state of mind, you're not thinking objectively. When you're emotionally attached to the situation, you're not thinking objectively. No matter what's going on around you, the system is going to stay the way it is. The court process is going to play out the way it is. The court proceedings are going to play out how they always go. And they're not going to speed it up or give you favoritism just because you need to keep your house or your vehicle in the moment. The court system is the court system, and feelings and emotions have no business inside of a courtroom. You're going to learn the easy way or you're going to learn the hard way. Why you are in default is one of the worst things that you can do in this system. We could talk about securitization. We could talk about autos. We could talk about all that stuff all you want. That they're ever going to come at the time you need it. This is why I separate what I really want from the work that's needed. This is why I separate the things that we all know what we really want. But the system operates on its own time. Do you know how many times I dealt with sending them letters and just kind of, hey man, yeah, we need to talk about these things, and I got met with complete silence. Do you know how many times I said that I got met with complete silence? But the thing about being met with complete silence can do some things to some people. Because if we're not firm in our foundations,
being met with complete silence can mess with someone's psyche or their confidence, or they can use that as fuel and keep pushing. Don't matter if you remain silent or not. I'm standing on what I'm saying, and I know it's true. And in my spirit, I know it's true. I know it's true.
You're rocking with the best.
100% facts. I don't need the finance company to validate what I'm saying is true. I don't need an attorney to validate what I'm saying is true, because all they've done is just confirm it. Once you know it here, wisdom, discernment, and understanding, use those pillars. The pillars that you use to build your foundation on. Remember, I never went to law school. I never went to legal school or nothing. All self-taught. So I didn't have the benefits of law school to guide my decision-making and understanding and interpretation. I use what we all have. Wisdom, discernment, and understanding. Does this feel right? Start questioning the question. Hold on. So I have a secret account with $100 billion in it. And everybody else has it. But it's somewhat a secret. But if they give one person $100 billion, they got to give everybody else $100 billion. Better yet, since the banks are in cahoots with them, why don't the banks just tap into your secret account, hit it for the principal and interest, and then just let you go with the house? Because they lose money when they got to foreclose. They got to pay expenses. They got to kick back to the investors every month you go without paying. They got to spend money on getting it sold, appraised. They lose money because the highest bidder may not even be. Remember, when they sell them, highest bidder. So if the contract, you still owe $500,000, but the highest bidder is $250,000, that's it. Contractually, they lost $250,000. It's more a headache for a bank to foreclose. So this whole talk, well, they already got the money from the treasury, but they want to make you pay again. And this is what I mean. Without no legal experience, wisdom, understanding, discernment. Hold on. Logically, that doesn't make sense. Because if I'm a bank, why would I want to deal with the headache of foreclosure on you or worry about you got to pay me back or not for the next 30 years? Why don't just tap into your account? I get the principal, I get the interest, and let you go about your way. You see, when I started asking those questions and they started to dance around that question or just go back to a belief system type answer, that's when I knew this space is shady. And you don't have to be a professional just to even think like that. Like, hold on. That don't make sense. Y'all know how the saying goes, 9 times out of 10, if it doesn't make sense, then it doesn't make sense. If it sounds too good to be true, it's too good to be true. There is never one singular document that anyone can ever file that's going to get you out of your debt. That document is going to be in a series in the totality of the events taken in. There's no magical document that exists. The sooner people understand that, the sooner people will start approaching this stuff from a realistic standpoint. Your belief systems, how you think it goes, the system works totally opposite. Hey, listen, I'm telling you this from a professional standpoint, not my opinion. Listen, I have conversations. I done converse with people who reach the top levels of this stuff. This ain't an opinion. This is an absolute fact. In my spirit before any professional confirmed it. There is no process that is going to remove the thunderstorms that we're going to have to go through.
I done dealt with all the stuff that some of y'all may be experiencing now. They're not answering the questions. They're not addressing the core issues. I've been there, done that. There is no system, y'all, where you submit a document and they just let you go. The only way that they're going to settle is you have to go all the way to the edge and stand on your square 100% and can't be wrong in any assertion, because that first wrong that you are really at, they're going to not take you serious and they're going to fight you tooth and nail to the end. And they're going to throw curveballs at you. That June 20th, let me tell you this. Before we get to that, yes, you have to be 100% spot on with your arguments. Every argument that you raise, you have to be 100% spot on. My original complaint was 90 pages, not counting the attachments. I couldn't have been wrong on one argument. And that's one of the things of being pro se, going up against these multi-billion-dollar corporations. You have to be 100% correct on everything. Not 50, not 70, not 80, not 90. You have to be 100% spot on every claim. That's the only way they're going to respect you. And no, they're not going to settle unless it's in their best interest to do so. In their best interest to do so, you have nothing to do with that. Your documents can influence the situation, but if they still want to fight, they're going to fight. But from a business and legal standpoint, they're weighing the pros and cons. Your job is to make sure that the cons of them fighting outweighs the pros. I sent them, and I sent and guess what? Although I was engaging in good faith, I never let them butter me up to the point where I was getting off my square, because I sent, you know what I had? My amended motion to strike the arbitration clause, in which they got a good brunt of it yesterday, that I sent the credit acceptance. I took one of the biggest hurdles that 99% of pro se litigants can never get past.
You're rocking with the best.
The arbitration clause. And that was one of the things that we talked about on the phone. Actually, he already, in an email to me, he already said, I know you're going to fight against it. Invalidating the arbitration clause, like I did, is the gateway to a settlement with them. I'm not telling you anything that's wrong here. Many people do not know how to get around the arbitration clause. And then there's nuances with that, because each state law has their own different rules. Some states, you're not going to be able to get around the arbitration clause. Other states, you can get around the arbitration clause. But even in the states where you can't get around the arbitration clause, you can still get around the arbitration clause. There's always a back door. And this is the stuff I teach privately.
I told them, hey, regardless of it's good, hey, lawyer, Jeffrey, I like you, man. I told him to find somebody, I like you, man. I'm gonna be honest with you. You cool. I like you, man. I like you, man. They couldn't hide.
He is a very good, I like that guy. That guy is very cool. I like that guy. Like on a personal level, I like that guy. I like the attorney that they hired. I really like that guy. Like, I really like, hey, very decent man.
Facts. A more, I'm not gonna lie. I thank God they hired him as a lawyer. Man, that dude has been nothing but cool to me, man. I'm gonna be honest with you. Some lawyers, they try to run over top of you. That lawyer, that Jeffrey, he's been cool as hell. Keeping me up to date, let me know what the position every 5 seconds, no blindsided, because me and him, when I first talked to her, I said, listen here, man, I operate in good faith. I know you on the other side, but let's operate in good faith, man. We just good faith dealers. I'm coming with clean hands. I'm not trying to, pull the curtain all the way back on them. Let's just want to know my position. He said, man, I totally agree, man. Like, same here, man. Like, I appreciate you. They appreciated that I was willing to operate with them in good faith. Not for real. You talk about credit acceptance, they say they appreciate that. That's credit that they appreciate that I was willing to operate in good faith and not try to put the dagger through them. Nah, because there's no need. There's no need. I told my group like a few classes ago, I don't even feel like going to trial. If you was in that class when I said that, go ahead and comment in the chat. You wanna know why I said that? I proved my point already. I think I already made my point. Like, I don't even want to continue to keep going. I don't even want to go to trial anymore. So if they willing to settle, I'm going to settle because I proved my point. It's no point. I told you, there's no need to put the dagger in them when you don't have to. We have investigated your question. I'm happy to find our findings. We have reviewed the allegations in your letter to the various statutes you reference and determine they are inapplicable. Right there. Let me just say this. I'm just talking to the mindset. If you're not firm in your foundation, if you're not firm in your convictions, you're not being led by your inner spirit, you would start to second guessing what you studied was right or wrong. Many people indirectly seek the other side to validate whether they're right. Yep. I said it and I'm standing on it. Too many pro se state nationals do this. All these people online, they secretly seek the other side to validate them. Why? Because look at their reactions when they don't tell them what they want to hear. They get mad and upset. You want to know what that getting mad and upset really means? It's a projection because their foundation is shaky and they start second guessing themselves. And they thought that if they knew that I knew this, they would just let it go, because most of these people, they don't have legal stamina. They got just enough to send their first set of documents. When it don't get dismissed right there, you see it in court all the time. They always want to dismiss, challenge jurisdiction, dismiss. As soon as it doesn't happen, they run out of gas. They have nothing left. They don't know how to take it to discovery. They don't know how to take it to pretrial. They don't know how to federal rules of evidence. They don't know how to go through the different stages. They run out of gas. And as soon as they run out of gas, the desperation kicks in. Now they're back to the sovereign citizen filings. It's the same with all of them. And what does that highlight? Your foundation. 98% of people in these spaces have no foundation. They think they got a foundation, but they don't really got a foundation. Many people actually want the banks and finance companies and whatever to validate if they're right or wrong. The inner spirit and your inner conviction, that's the only validation that I need. What feels right? And this is why I say we got to strip that other stuff that they was telling you. You got to remove it and build your foundation on solid ground, because once you do that, you are going to know if this is right or if is it not. I spent 5 full years building my initial foundation. 5 years. See, a lot of people think I just popped up out of nowhere. And I kind of did from 2022. But what a lot of people don't understand is I'm not like the rest of these online people. You know, they don't ever have a backstory. You ever really talk to your gurus? What's your story? Ask them what their story is. How did you get into this? What group did you start off in? What's your guru's story? Because they all have the same ones. I was a student in this group. I saw the teacher making money off this. I went and started my own channel from studying the stuff my guru was teaching me. And I built a following, and now I'm teaching. But if you really ask them, how long have you been studying the right things? Most people, I've been doing this for 10 years, 15 years. You could be doing it for 50 years. Have you been studying correctly? And if you haven't been studying correctly, you're still on square one 15, 20 years later. And it's evident on the responses that they get. You notice they don't ever want to show their court results. Or when they do show it, it's skewed, or the little wins that they get, it's a little $200 credit card debt. It could be any other reasons. I'm talking about autos, mortgage, big boy crap. I'm talking about the big boy stuff. I don't see a result in sight. Does this apply or does this not apply? This was a curveball letter. And no, I didn't switch up anything. I just doubled down. I didn't switch up anything. I just doubled down. So when Troy told me what the lawyer said about my lawsuit, I was like, I knew it. That's all I kept saying was, I knew it. 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 I did not need the lawyer to tell me I was correct to proceed. I was going to proceed regardless. We also reviewed the details of your account and found no concerns with the retail installment contract you entered into with S&G LLC that was assigned to credit acceptance. Oh, a big money grab. Ooh. Oh, sorry, y'all. My bad. That lawyer, Jeffrey, he's been. Hold on, we get into it. Actually want the banks and finance companies and whatever in the credit plan. That's when I knew. I said, okay. So when Troy told me what the lawyer said about my lawsuit, I was like, I knew it. That's all I kept saying was, I knew it. 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 I did not. That's the ex-SEC attorney that reviewed my complaint and said it was spot on. 27 years at the SEC, number 2 or 3 on the totem pole, decorated career. He's the ones, like, when they show up, these finance companies settle and pay the fine. I need the lawyer to tell me I was correct to proceed. I was going to proceed regardless. We also reviewed the details of your account and found no concerns with the retail installment contract you entered into with S&G LLC that was assigned to credit acceptance. Oh, yeah? Oh, so, oh, yeah? And when I read that, I said, okay, if that's what they want to stick to, that's all I said. Okay. That's it? That's it? You ain't got more? Okay. To be clear, you saw. Listen, bro. Listen, bro. He says, every guru should be giving you props for selling the case with credit acceptance to let their people know it has been done recently. Bro, let me tell you this. This is what an old head told me about these spaces. These spaces are filled with haters. All the national, Moors, redemption, sovereign, state, national, all of them are haters. Because they know the arguments that they make, they've been making them for 40 years, so they know they're not getting nowhere. It's nothing worse for these people
to see a person getting results that is so totally different than what they believe, because it's basically saying everything you know, everything you think you know, everything you think how the system goes, you've been wrong. And since it's now become a belief system to them, ain't no way somebody is going to tell them their belief is wrong. Oh, this is not anything factual that they can point to, because everything that they try to use as facts to support, it's always saying the opposite of what they're saying. This is a belief system to them. They believe it goes like this or it should go like this. These spaces are filled with haters. They don't want to see you with results that's different from the way they think about getting it. If I would have told them I got it through the color of law 42 USC 1983, they'd be like, oh, what you found? Oh, you did that? Oh, yeah. See, I know. Oh, I'd have gave them hope. But when I said everything that you're talking about is wrong, it's not going to get you no results, I did it this way. Oh, by the way, here's my results. They hate to hear it and they hate to see it. In these spaces, it's reverse. Showing receipts in this spaces is a taboo. Nobody wants to really see a receipt because everybody has a certain belief on how it should go. And there's a certain thrill about chasing it, hoping to get there. So when you see someone that reached the mountaintop and settled with a multi-billion-dollar company, one of the largest auto lenders in the world, one of the world's largest multi-billions, settled with them pro se, that was totally different from what they believe, they hate it. They'll never give you my props because they are haters. And it's not the fact that they hating me. They're hating the reality that my situation brings. My situation basically tells them you've been wrong the whole time. Signed a contract to finance the purchase of a vehicle, not to obtain a credit card, and your account does not involve an open-ended credit plan. That's when I knew. I said, okay, that confused me. I'm like, do they not know that that's exactly what I'm arguing? My account doesn't involve an open-ended credit plan because you can't. Do you get what I'm saying? If it was an open-ended credit plan in the letter, I clearly told y'all this is not an open-ended credit. You get what I'm saying? So that's when I was like, oh. I was going to proceed regardless. Like and this is what like and this is what in the credit plan. That's when I knew. I said, oh. So when Troy told me what the lawyer said, credit acceptance. To be clear, you signed a contract to finance the purchase of a vehicle, not to obtain a credit card, and your account does not involve an open-ended credit plan. I know. That's what I told y'all. So the arguments I was going to use, I said, you know, I can, by the statute, I can use this because my account doesn't involve an open-ended credit plan. Why the hell would you say that? Okay, if that's what y'all, okay. That's when I knew. I said, okay, that confused me. I'm like, do they not know that that's exactly what I'm arguing? My account doesn't involve an open-ended credit plan because you can't. Do you get what I'm saying? If it was an open-ended credit plan in the letter, I clearly told y'all this is not an open-ended credit. You get what I'm saying? So that's when I was like, okay. Do they not know they made my point? Like and this is what, oh man, they don't know, like, yo, this is exactly what I'm going to tell the courts, that my account doesn't involve an open-ended credit plan. Like, this is evidence against you. And yes, y'all, they don't make these rulings and agree to settle. They consult the attorney, they consult other advice, they consult the when they agree to settle, it goes from, it's the president, the CEO, the COO, that little board office. They meet with the representative for the investors, and then they make the decision. Remember, I sent my proposal to them. 24 hours, they agreed.
You're rocking with the best.
They was actually hoping I would want to settle. I sent them a proposal. What I required to make this, for me to stop pursuing, they agreed 24 hours later.
Investors, they consult the corporations, and then they all come to, it's not just no, all right, they're going to look at the case. They're going to look at all angles. Well, do we have him here? Yeah, we got him here. Okay, yeah, we ain't going to settle. We're going to hit him here. Or do we have him here? Well, how can we get around the arbitration? Well,
y'all, what have you known people to get them to not even want to pursue arbitration because they know your arguments against the arbitration clause after you've already signed the contract, agreeing to the arbitration clause, and still coming back and saying, so what? And then saying, okay, let's table the arbitration since we're going to be settling here. Just name a guru. Just name them. This stuff should be so easy to do. Everybody should be getting settlements left and right, just so. Because the way I look at it, I'm the only one who's got a settlement. No one else has got one on this magnitude. And we're not talking about no $4,000 or $5,000 car. Talking about upwards 50, 60,000. It ain't no little piece of shit car I got either. It's a GLE 350. I actually got two now. But still, you get the point. With the settlement, what means with the Supreme Elite team, I don't know if these gurus or people watching and knowing, but it goes to show that we are the standard. The New Culture Empire is the standard. We're the standard. Anything less than what we do is uncivil. We're the standard. If you're not approaching these people in a way that what we do over here, you have no chance of winning. You have no chance. I'm telling you, but not from a braggadocious standpoint, from a legal standpoint. Remember, everything I'm saying now is from a legal standpoint. You have no chance of winning. I already know what they're going to do. They're going to argue the chain of title. They're going to argue securitization. They're going to argue all that shit, UCC9. They're going to argue all this. It was split title. The note was split from the mortgage. They're going to argue. I already know what they're going to argue. They're going to argue all that. And you're still going to get your case thrown out. So that lady on Facebook that was taking on her clients for their mortgage, guess what she posted about something she researched about the split title, the note from the title, and this and that, and the note was detached from the deed of trust and the securitization. And I said, yo, you about to walk yourself right into a trap. You want to know why? Because people don't realize they update the laws. The deed of trust, whether the note was separated from not, doesn't even matter anymore. See, that's a little doctrine that the judges came up with to slow down the floodgates of these finance companies losing. See, that's the problem. The deed, and that's what she was fixated on. The deed of trust can be separated from the note. It's not really a big deal. That's what they're going to tell you in court. Want to know why? Because I've read plenty of court cases where all multiple different judges saying the same thing. See, everything I say, I can show black and white. When I'm talking an opinion, I'll give you the disclaimer. This is what I think. So, and what is everybody online? Chain of title. I'm telling you, bring up accounting and securitization as your legal defense in court. Watch what happens to you. And if you don't want to listen to me, the judge is really going to tell you. No, because the statutes that he cited, it's going to be hard for y'all to get around it. And then he brought up y'all internal operations. You know you can't deny that here because you got an open case over there.
You know what I'm saying? Like all these conversations they're having behind the scenes. When credit acceptance agree, or any corporation, this is why I watch a lot of corporate movies, corporate documentary, any corporations that agrees to settle, it always comes from the tip of the top. Right. And I'm not gonna lie, I truly believe kind of pushing for the settlement too, because that was the only thing me and Mr. was trying to get out there. Look, let's just settle, man. Tell credit. He said, the first conversation said, all right, I think we should. Of course. I don't want you. It's not my job to expose the system, and I'm not going to expose the system on a broad scale. Want to know why? Because anytime you try to expose the system on a broad scale, it has an adverse effect in what you think it's going to do. Because many people who want to expose the system are only thinking about themselves in their own singular situation. I have foresight that I know this is bigger than me. This is bigger than my contract. This is bigger than their securitization operation. The whole world revolves around this function on how they operate with financing. Without this system, their functions on the secondary market, none of us will get access to credit. Go ahead, expose the system, shut it down. Now you got it. Now what you gonna do? But they're not thinking that far because they're so tied up in their singular case. Go ahead, just pay for everything outright now. Y'all, the system is undefeated, and the system will remain undefeated. I don't care about how much courage you got. Get the word out. Let's do it. You're never going to beat the system. You can sit there and virtue signal with your pom-poms and yell and type online. Yeah, they can't do this. It's illegal. It's illegal. It's illegal. It's illegal. They can't do this. Courts ain't got jurisdiction. State courts are fraud. Madison versus Murdoch. They didn't do this. UCC, supreme law of the land. You can. All frivolous gibberish that sounds like it belongs on a legal document. It's just words stringed together. That's all it is. It has no legal validity from a legal standpoint, not a common law equity belief system standpoint. From I told you, I do everything legal from the legal side of the courts, the practical law, court rules, civil procedures, case law, precedents. Case laws from the 21st century on up, not the 18th, 19th century. I'm not talking about driving, citing case laws, talking about for a driving situation where cars weren't even on the road at the time the case came out. Yo, the misinterpretations, the misquoting, misinterpretations, because how does everybody have the same misinterpretations? Because everybody's reading from the same script. Very select few will get access to credit. And you talking about a $49 billion a week. That's just on the mortgage side alone. You're talking about $16 trillion a day on the secondary market dealing with these transactions. What the hell do you think any of us is going to stop in that regard? Nothing. But you got these sovereigns online. They swear they're going to be the second coming of Christ to expose it and bring it all down. Okay, you expose the system. You top of the system. What's next? So you got to keep that in mind. Like, even once again, this is why I did it the way I did it. Anytime you bring up these stuff like my lawsuit, anytime you file it, you don't file it just because it's a defense you came up with. The communication is supposed to start with them behind the scenes, and then you come in as the plaintiff and you file it with court, and then you try to resolve it. Court is the placeholder to preserve your claims, but you always aim to resolve it. There you go.
You're rocking with the best.
That is how the professionals do it. You know, Lamar, why you always talk about professionals? You wanna know why? Because I look at the professionals, they're the only ones that seem to be winning. I look at the lawyers that work for these finance companies, they always seem to win. Finance companies winning way more than they lose. And I looked at the professionals that worked in that field, and I was like, I don't have no legal background in like court law, court cases. I went to college for business management and applied science. So it taught us how to apply different metrics and look at things from a different angle and just don't go off the first answer. That's one thing my professor said. Like, we don't just go, oh, we see it, all right, go. Nah, we dissect it, break it down. What does it mean? Put it in multiple situations. So I used that background. And of course, we just use common sense. So I said, who am I going to follow? Who am I going to chip away and study from? The people that always seems to win, the people that conduct these multi-billion-dollar transactions, the people that actually work in this field, or a social media group online where the guru is just telling you what to do. Social media posts online, or social media teacher, or the actual professionals that work in this field. Social media guru, the professionals that work in the field. Social media guru, the professional that work in the field. You know, come on, man. It was a no-brainer. Because they was getting scared when they didn't hear from me for a week that I was willing to go all the way to the box, and they did not want to go to the box. He was excited as hell when I called him yesterday. Oh man, thanks for calling. I said, oh yeah, y'all got into the spam for some reason. I just happened to check my spam. He sent the email, formally let me know he was making an appearance on the case on the 15th. I didn't even know he sent the email until I checked my spam to delete it. But before I delete the spam, I always scroll and read and make sure ain't no, and I seen it. Set on credit acceptance. I said, whoa, what the hell are you doing here? Click that. Oh, the attorney finally reached out. Let me call him. Got the ball rolling right there. You know, you sent it. He's like, oh, okay. All right, thank you for reaching out to me, man. Start talking about my background a little bit. His background, what school he went to. That conversation with. Hey, the government ain't going for none of that sovereign citizen stuff. They're not going for not. You can't even get a sentence out in court with that stuff. As soon as you start the script, they're gonna shut you down. Federal. Why I think they always talk about state court or traffic court. They are never. They are owing like $500,000 in federal courts with these claims, but they always want to seem to take the case to federal court, and they all get dismissed for failure to state a claim. And he's on the other side. But one thing that I noticed, yes, when you owe money from credit cards, the lawyers always try to settle. Exactly. They're, hey, you owe this, but we'll accept the reduced amount here. So we know, like, come on now. That's part of the game. Settlement is everyone's friend. Settling is everyone's friend. Everybody benefits from settling. Especially if you're pro se, you benefit the most of settling. It saves you, bam, you good. You ain't got to keep going. You may make a procedural mistake. They got to for them. They ain't got to spend money. They ain't got to expose. Everybody wins in the settlement. What's wrong? Why does everybody want to just be the exposer? Because it's nothing but pride and ego that's motivated through their wicked spirits. 98% of these teachers and these people in these spaces have wicked spirits. That sovereign citizen community, there's nothing positive about it. It's all a scam. It's always to get something for nothing. Parasites on the country. Frivolous violence. There's nothing. What do they teach you that's positive?
take a $1 money order, scratch it off, and put $27,000 to pay your bill, filing frivolous tax returns, filing nonsensical court filings. What is so positive about the sovereign citizen movement? What's so positive about it? Nothing. I typed it. I don't care if they're on the other side. I'm going to try to build a line. 1 second. Build a relationship. I have to build a relationship with people. That's the only way this works. He's the bridge. Right? He's the bridge. I know what I'm trying to settle. I'm not trying to, because I know what's going to happen if this goes all the way to term. It's not going to be good on the back end. It's about 12 emails between us two. 12 emails. We're working together on this. No, we're literally working together. And I was like, hey, listen, how should I style the... You can say what you want about me, right? But one thing that you can't say, my ability to attract and network with professionals in this field and what I teach has been unmatched. There hasn't been any other guru, that can actually say they have linked up with professionals. They know people that know the professionals that work, and they got access to these professionals. I started this stuff with just me. And now I have professionals that I have attracted, that I've spoken to. The recent professional is the one who processes the payments to the investors for Fannie Mae. Who processes the payments. I had a 15-minute conversation with him. He said, yo, you were absolutely right. Because I asked him a key question. I said, it's like that, ain't it? He was like, you are absolutely right. So when you default in a mortgage, guess who knows how it goes? Guess who knows how it goes? Behind the scenes. What happens before a foreclosure starts? Guess who knows? Do I work for Fannie Mae? Nope. Do I haven't been hired by them? Nope. But we attract professionals on our team. Why do we attract professionals? Because of the content of what I teach. What I teach attracts professionals, because only people with a professional mindset and a practical mindset is going to attract to me. If you are in a desperate mindset, you're looking for a quick fix, you want to get millions of dollars out the government, you're not from the United States, all that sovereign citizens repel away from me. The sovereign citizens, patriot, national, they can't stand me. Want to know why? Because when I challenge them, they only have their belief systems. But what makes it worse, they don't know enough about my lane to even challenge me, because they're closed mind. They don't study nothing outside of what they believe. If they don't believe it, they don't study it. This is why everyone in the sovereign citizen community is on a hamster wheel. Even their responses to being called a sovereign citizen is nothing but passed down literature. Do you know what they told people in the early 90s what to say when you got called a sovereign citizen? They told them to say, sovereign citizen, what? There's no such thing. Oh, sovereign citizen, that's illegal. Or sovereign citizen, that's an oxymoron. Or sovereign citizen, there's no such thing as a sovereign and a citizen. Ask a sovereign citizen today, tell a sovereign citizen they're one. What they're going to respond, there's no such thing. It's an oxymoron. There's no such, you can't be a sovereign and a citizen, or sovereign citizen is illegal. Want to know when you're dealing with a sovereign citizen? Call them a sovereign citizen and watch how they respond. Nobody gets called a sovereign citizen unless they're saying the buzzwords that most people who admitted that they're see, this is the part that they don't understand. When I call people a sovereign citizen, the reason why I'm doing it is because I listened to you ramble for 5 minutes. Haven't made logic hasn't made one appearance.
ain't making no appearance in 5 minutes of your ramblings, right? Everything you just said, I can find it in a case. I can find it in literature from people who actually admitted, like, I am a sovereign citizen. You are saying the exact same things they're saying. But what you're saying is supposed to be different now because you don't like the name. And yes, they used to put out bulletins and say, y'all, we're going to stop using the word sovereign citizen. It's getting a bad rep in the court. So if they call you a sovereign citizen, you start saying this. Tell anyone they're a sovereign citizen today, I guarantee you on my soul, they're going to say there's no such thing. It's an oxymoron. It's illegal. You can't be sovereign and a citizen. That's their only thing. But ask them, what makes you not a sovereign citizen from your documents of what you said, where the people who actually admitted to it, stood on that shit, said and filed 40 years ago. You're filing the same things and the variations of it. So what makes you not one? See, they don't even understand the ideology. I know more about their sovereign citizen origins than them because I studied these people. The Southern Poverty, the Southern Law Review studied them. Colleges studied them. They are a case study. I know how everything that they do. All their documents dating back from the late 80s, early 90s. What you see today in 2026 is nothing but a different variation of it. It's all the same. Private discharge bond, private promissory, bonded promissory, all that stuff is old. They already tried it. They already found it in the courts. Affidavits of truth, fee schedules, the maxim. We don't respond with motions and pleadings. We respond with notices and affidavits. UCC is common law. How can the UCC be common law when every state has adopted its own UCCs in its statutes? So the UCC is actually statutory law. And this is the problem when you just jump on the bandwagon because it sounds good instead of doing the research into the things that you want to partake in. And I can tell because I trick them up all the time when I talk to them. I know these sovereign citizens, they'll ramble on a lot, but they don't really know shit. They don't know shit. These sovereign citizens don't know nothing. They don't know shit. They cite in court cases from 1968 that's already been overturned. The Credit River case, y'all. Remember the Credit River case, John Daly, 1968, the promissory note, that the case was discharged because the John Daly, I think that's his name, didn't get consideration. And the sovereign citizens like, look, that case right there. What did Forensics Law on TikTok cite yesterday? The 1968 case. What did the lady on Forensics Law cite yesterday? The John Daly case, the 1968 case. This is the one case law she cited. I told her to provide case law. She didn't want to provide case law that supports her positions under Title 42. So she cited the John Daly case. Let's take a ride on the wild side. 1 second. I'm not trying to lose what we got going on, but let's just look up the John Daly case because all the sovereign citizens like to cite it. It's the Credit River decision. And it has the links. Right. Look, y'all. Scribd. Look, Scribd. And yes, 98% of these gurus go on Scribd, download those documents, and then come back and post it like they just came up with it. They get the documents, they reverse it, they revamp it, they come post it. Scribd is 98% of these gurus. That's where they go get their learnings and teachings from. Scribd. Scribd is a sovereign citizen haven. The 1968 Credit River decision, First National Bank of Montgomery versus Jerome Daly, okay, I had his name wrong, was a Minnesota Justice Court case where the judge, Martin Mahoney, ruled that a bank's creation of money through bookkeeping entries, fractional reserve banking, did not constitute lawful consideration for a mortgage, rendering it void. And that is why the sovereign citizens want to use that case, because that ruling, it fits their whole profile, right? Now, key details. Jerome Daly defended against a foreclosure by First National Bank of Montgomery by arguing the bank created the loan money out of the thin air via credit entries rather than lawful money. This is 1968, y'all. And they're still saying the same thing today. The ruling, Justice Mahoney agreed, holding that the mortgage was null and void because no lawful money or consideration was provided. Significance and controversy. The ruling challenged the Federal Reserve System's legitimacy. However, this was a low-level justice of the peace court's decision, and it is not considered a binding legal precedent. Judge Mahoney died shortly after the ruling, and the case was not appealed, allowing it to stand in that specific instance, though it has been widely dismissed by legal professionals as a sovereign citizen style argument. Now, let me tell you this. No court today is ever going to recognize that as a legal defense. How should I style the no court today is going to go into court and try to cite that case and watch what happens. No court today is going to recognize a legal defense. A background a little bit. His background was school he went to. That conversation with, and he's on the other side. But one thing that I noticed, what I typed, I don't care if they're on the other side. I'm going to try to build a line of build a relationship. I have to build a relationship. Hey, man, you got it. Hey, man, you already know what it is, man. Hey, your what was it, Fannie Mae or Guinea Mae, Freddie Mac friend? I forgot his name. Wherever he worked for. I want to see if you can, beloved, if you can line us up for 15 minutes where I want to see if he can just come in and give about 10-15 minutes of insight. When I start the Supreme Elite Team University, no more than like 10 minutes, no more than like 10-15 minutes. If not, we can just, me and him can meet privately. But I want to have him just as a special guest to see if that's possible.
All right, I'll reach out to him and see.
Just see what's the parameters, what I need to do, what he don't want, was anything that'll make him comfortable.
Right, most definitely. I gave you his number, didn't I?
Oh, you gave me his number?
Yeah. They told me to give you his number. Let me make sure I did.
Oh, hold on. If you hold on.
Yeah.
He told you. Oh, he did say give me. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I sent it to you.
Yes, sir. I see it right now. He did say give you my number, and his bet.
Yeah.
Oh man. Well, still, man. Still reach out to him. Tell him I'll do this.
I'll most definitely do that.
Yeah. Reach out to him first, and then afterwards we'll reach out together because I want to bring you in too, because you know your expertise as well. You get what I'm saying? Like, so reach out to him still first. Right.
Yeah, I got you. Yeah, at first I was like, damn, I thought I sent the number over.
I appreciate it, but I still feel, you talk to him. I don't want to talk to him off the break with that. You talk to him first, and then we can implement, we can merge together and reconvene again.
Yeah, I got you.
Perfect. Hey, I will have that. It's not a manifesto, but about the mortgage and stuff that we talked about. Yeah. I have some put together. I'm going to send it to you. You keep a copy and forward the other copy to him and let me know what he thinks.
All right,
bet. I appreciate you, broski.
Yeah, you already know.
All right.
You're rocking with the best.
IT works for Fannie Mae, works with the mortgage-backed security side of it. Oh, he did say, tell him, give him my number. Hey, yo, Supreme Elite Team, new culture empire.
You're rocking with the best.
Got another lawyer, 10 years law experience out of Georgetown. Got another lawyer. Because I told you, I'm networking with all professionals. Because these people work in this stuff. I'm going to soak up any information that they have, any knowledge. And I feel confident for me and my students that any information that I bring to you, my research skills is impeccable. So I'm already going to know a lot of this stuff. But if I can get insight from people that work like this, he works in a power position. He knows how all the little intricate insights that you got to be on. See, prime example, hooking up with people who works on the inside. See, he has inside stuff that I wouldn't know because I don't work for them. So we conversing on how the payments go, what happens in defaults from the internal side, not the study of law, UCCs, the internal. I mean, we work, process these payment sides.
You're rocking with the best.
I mean, what more else do you want? That's the other one. That's the SEC one. That's the SEC Connect. That's the other one. This one works for Fannie Mae. Work like they the one that processes the payments on the back end to the investors and collects the payments from the borrowers and this and what they do in case of default, how it goes, but like the internal side of it. Not just reading the books, study online, which is good, but actually people that work on the inside. That's what we was talking about him there. That I forgot he told me to give him his number. As a matter of fact, watch this. Watch this. Watch this. I'm going to give him a ring.
Your call has been forwarded to...
Woo. Try again.
Your call has been forwarded.
Voicemail. Catch him later. Get 2 times. I ain't blow your phone up. But yeah. Perfect. And we had such a brilliant... We went over oh man, and I let him talk for a good 8 minutes. He broke it down to me exactly what happens at the time of default, exactly how the payment streams, how the payment streams goes there, and then he confirmed what I said because I was like, thank you for giving me the back end insight on it because I knew it kind of went this way, but thank you for confirming it. So now I got my research studies angle, and then I got the ones who actually works for them angle. Put that together. Can you imagine what type of lawsuit? If I have to bring a lawsuit, it's more like, and that's the thing, even with credit acceptance, I knew a lot of their inside internal stuff. I didn't file with the lawsuit. I sent it to them. I know how the internal models work because that's the only way this works. He's the bridge. Right, he's the bridge. I know what I'm trying to settle. I'm not trying to, because I know what's going to happen if this goes all the way to term. It's not going to be good on the back end. It's about 12 emails between us two. 12 emails. Now, let's take 30 seconds. And let's see if everybody can share the screen. Share the stream. Let's see if everybody can share the stream. Let's see if everybody can share the screen.
No pressure, nah, I ain't feeling no pressure, no. I ain't starting her, man, she wanna get on top of shit, I'ma let her. With this street code, I abide to the letter. It's just me against me, I ain't feeling no pressure. There's no hoes bar with the shit, nigga, everything gon' go. Hoes come to see me, I miss a heart and hustle up with the flow. I used to stand in the crowd, but I'm the star of the show. My 10 in the field play, I know you niggas looking down at my toes. I'm only smoking, no pressure. Digging graves with the shovel. Just like Pac in my nigga bags, you should know Liddy be a brother. They watch the corner for a stat. Watch out. My little nigga been the lookout. You broke that shit embarrassing. Like the drunk uncle watch the cookout. My 10 down, you got a foot out. I fuck a bitch, never pull out. A bitch drowning my drip flicking. She gon' feel the stain from my wrist. You disrespect on that clip. I put the tech on your lips. No handouts, they gon' go get it lit. Cut a check for a quick. No pressure. I ain't feeling no pressure. No, I ain't stunting her, man. She wanna get on top shit. I'm a letter. With this street code, I abide to the letter. It's just me against me, I ain't feeling no pressure. There's no hoes bar with the shit, nigga, everything gon' go. Hoes come to see me, I miss a heart and hustle up with the flow. I used to stand in the crowd, and I'm the star of the show. My 10 in the field play, I know you niggas looking down at my toes. I ain't feeling no pressure, I do this shit in my sleep. I treat the hoes like a dog, while the bitches on the leash. I open up my palm, and tell the niggas come to eat. Here, I got a kiss in my hand, can't tell me I ain't no peace. Let him count his blessings, know he put me up on this level.
You're rocking with the best. You're rocking with the best.
Told you, they hate when you have results. They only want to see you with results is if they like you. 90% of people in these TikTok groups, Facebook groups, they trauma bond. Nobody has reached the mountaintop. Not the teachers, not the students. Hell, the teacher at least got to reach the mountaintop first so we can help the students on how to reach the mountaintops. But this is where look, I told you, your results don't mean nothing to these people unless it's in a way in which the sovereign citizens. Now, the analytics says I had quite a few people in here because I got people from external browsers, the cloud watchers. And one thing I've noticed, as soon as this email came, many people just leave. Why do people leave when receipts are shown? I thought people would be happy. I mean, I put all this time in, I put this work in. I'm able to keep a Mercedes-Benz. Don't have to pay the rest of the 40, 50,000 on it. About to get the title lien removed, the title. No admission of guilt on both sides, because that was part of my stipulations. No admission of guilt. Got a confidential monetary settlement. It's coming on next week that I won't disclose. Actually, I won't disclose none of the terms of the settlement once it's in writing. Went toe-to-toe with a multi-billion-dollar finance company, pro se by myself. The mountaintop It's where a lot of these gurus want to get to. They post every day online trying to keep people engaged. Like they'll make a post talking about the next steps, talking about a class coming up. They'll make a post talking about what you should do. I'll make a post just dropping shit like this. And then like everybody scatters like roaches. I didn't know for most people this was a trauma bond section where everybody getting railroad, everybody in forward, everybody going through something. So it's like we are trauma bonding together. But when someone rises up from amongst the people and says, I'm going to take on these people by myself and I'm going to take on them in a professional way on their playing field. And I'm going to come out on top. That doesn't even get respected. That doesn't get respected. It doesn't even get respected, y'all. We're working together on this. No, we're literally working together. And I was like, hey, listen, how should I style the notice of a withdrawal? Like, how should I style it? Let me know. I want your thoughts. Cause I'm like, motion as a notice, like, what's up with the rules? So he reached out to his colleagues and then they came back with the style for me. The opposing side, we was working together the whole time to get this resolved. Ooh, wait. Sovereign citizens run with receipts are shown because they think it's a bill. Oh, man. Stop it. It was nice speaking to you this morning. Thank you for your agreement to a waiver of service. We will file the attached waiver document either today or tomorrow. I spoke with my Virginia colleague who advised that a withdrawal of the plaintiff's request for entry of default is likely the appropriate document to file with the court to withdraw. If you could file that with the court, that would be great. Lastly, I conveyed your settlement proposal to credit acceptance. I hope to have a response to you on that soon. Okay. Hey, yo, style it like this. I looked at, I researched, I said, oh, yeah, that's cool. So you'll see in the section entitled Truth of Lender Disclosures, you finance 22-72846 at 23.99%. I'm like, and
they funny as hell.
Man, they giving you
that's the thing though. Yeah, that's my whole point. You're just giving me more ammo, and this is more the reason why I didn't take it serious. I didn't get mad, but most people will get mad. They'll get mad because they're not telling them they're right, or they're not rolling over and playing dead. Most people would have been, all right. Do you know that most people's response letter would have been so threatening and you did this, or you violate this, or you violate this, or RICO. And now do you see why these people online don't ever get to these type of settlements? Look what they're doing. They're threatening RICO. They're throwing, you're violating this and the Constitution and RICO. They're too aggressive. They're coming at these people too aggressive to the no finesse. These people have no finesse. Corporations like, I ain't working with you. Forget you. They're too aggressive. Everything is a Title 18 criminal charges. And then they wonder why they will never reach any settlements of any nature, of any kind, any variation. I was coming at these people.
That you talk about. They don't study, they don't put in the time, the effort, the dedication. They're not obsessed with the process or nothing. They just see what they want, like you say, and they're not even firm on file. They don't even want to verify if what they're even arguing is right. They just
right.
Yeah.
Not to mention they're loud and wrong. That makes it even worse. You're loud and you're wrong.
Confident ignorance.
Ignorance. But once again, when I say you got to somewhat be a gatekeeper and protect the system at the same time, when you're doing this, exactly what I did. Y'all, I protected credit acceptance. Credit acceptance felt comfortable doing this with me because they know I was willing to protect them. Y'all get that?
You get what I'm saying? They knew
Definitely.
I was willing not to expose them even further. I said, that's not my angle. You got my word. Let them know that's not my angle. That's not what I'm trying to do. And if we can resolve this outside of court, I will be open to any negotiation. I will be open to any and all of it. That's the last thing I want to do. He said, man, I appreciate that, man. Because, you know, sometimes I get some people and they just want to, I say, nah, I already know. I already know. That's not what I'm at, because I understand the big, y'all get what I say? It's a bigger picture.
Yeah, your
Yeah, get what I'm
intentions are
saying?
there.
Right. It's a bigger picture.
It's like a puzzle, absolutely.
Right. It's not about just my day. That's the equivalent of never trying to outshine the master. You never try to aim to expose them. You will never win that way. In my situation, it's a whole system out there that's going to prevail regardless. So why would I try to? $49 billion a week in transactions through mortgage-backed securities takes place. $19 trillion a day in transactions takes place on the secondary market regarding our mortgage and autos. Do you really think you're going to stop something? Do you really think you're going to stop something? Opulent when it's going to come out on top anyway. This is when you start to get to the railroading. This is when you start to put the judge in a tight spot where they got to rule against you. You get what I'm saying?
Most definitely, absolutely.
Like you get what I'm saying?
Ramifications.
You get what I'm saying? Like
opportunity for rulings. Like everybody can get affected by that. You know what I'm saying?
Everybody gets affected by that. You trying to expose them because of your one anecdotal case. Everybody's going to feel the brunt of you getting your one singular win by you exposing the system. It's not, oh, I'm free. Yeah. Everybody's going to feel the effects of it. And this is why 98% of people in these spaces are not going to come across this knowledge because number one, they don't know how to handle it. And number two, they don't even have the mindset to deal with it. All right, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
And
right, that's what I'm saying.
Is letting them know that's actually letting a legal mind know that, hey, this guy here got this guy got some, like I'm saying, really integrity. You said you're coming with clean hands.
That's all it is. That's what it is. That's what it is. That's what it is. That's what it is. It's about because I filed a motion to seal some of the filings, and some of the filings is not even on the docket. Yeah. I filed a motion to seal some of them. Yeah, please seal this. I don't want everybody's, please seal it. I have to protect the system as well. That once you get into this position, you're going to know that's part of the game. And you're not bigger than the game. You're not bigger than the system. I know you sovereign citizens want to think that you're going to be the one to triumph, but y'all can't even get past the first stages in a lawsuit. They always moving for summary judgment and they already granting it. And you gurus who's teaching, y'all getting summary judgments placed on y'all clients based on the work y'all doing. Don't act like I ain't got the docket sheet for a lot of stuff y'all be saying because y'all like to talk. Y'all like to talk. Be checking the docket sheet. It be getting dismissed. I be going back to their page. Yeah, we won that. I be like, yo, they blatantly lying to people. You didn't win that. As soon as I post the order dismissing their case, I'm blocked. I'm saying, oh man. Just post it right in the comment on their page. I'd be like, oh, you won this case? Well, why did the judge throw it out there? Like 2 seconds later, you have been blocked, bang. I'm like, damn. I thought you believe in what you teach. Oh, let me get it. You fucked up financially and you got to sell this shit to keep you afloat. If you really believe in what you teach, then you should be utilizing what you teach. How the hell you gonna try to teach someone of getting out of their mortgage and auto and helping them understand when you can't even get out of your own? Kenyatta Stone, you got your vehicle repossessed with Chase. Oh, you thought I ain't know? So how you gonna talk about accounting and autos? You can't even get you out your own stuff.
Those fraudulent instruments ain't work. I can teach about helping people about autos and mortgage because I've gotten people out of both. See, I can teach. I lead by example. How the hell am I help someone else? I can't even get myself out of my own auto situation. How can I teach someone else? And that's the problem. Y'all be letting these gurus get away with teaching others about things that they can't even get out their own selves. 98% of these gurus are getting evicted. They're getting repossessed. They're getting foreclosed on. They just hide it because they don't want the students to know. I just show up and pull their coattail. And it's not based on anything but what they're teaching. It's about having integrity with it. Don't try to bury them. That's all it was. I don't know why I was looking for that word, integrity. I had integrity throughout this because, to be honest with you, I was in a position for them to say, okay, the lawsuits say 135,000, I want 90,000 cash, or we going all the way to the box. You get what I'm saying? Yeah, I could have got it, but like, you get what I'm saying? Like,
There's no
I know
reason to go that
I was
far.
like, yo, it's no reason to go that. It's no reason to go that far, y'all. There's just no reason to go that far. For me, it's no reason to do that. It's not. Come on, man. It's no reason to do that.
But you know,
I'm gonna get that on the back end regardless. But the ones who, these gurus who keep filing and I do got a question. Why do all you social media gurus keep filing in form of paupers? Y'all don't even want to pay the filing fee. Y'all that fucked up. Like y'all can't even afford the filing fee. Talking about you a teacher, you a guru. Y'all are these gurus. A lot of these gurus are up out here. Nah, they are up financially. They are up financially. They ain't no different from the students that's following them. They are in a ditch. Don't even want to pay the filing fee. Every time I see a guru filing, check the docket sheets of what they filed, they always file in the form of paupers. And theirs always getting granted. For real. If you criminalize anyone, they're going to have to defend themselves, not to give into your threats or other demands. Hell nah, they ain't going for that. The prince, Machiavelli, never outshine the master. No, you don't ever try to no. The judge is going to say, take it to the Supreme Court. I'm not dealing with this. That's a fact. That's all they're going to do. No, you putting everybody in a tight spot, trying to expose the scheme.
Exactly. They knew for you to put up a claim, for you to be a consumer and putting up a claim that they knew only investors put up. For you to do that, they know a lot of work had to go into that. And then with all that work you had to put into it. And then when he spoke to you, it all materialized from everything that you filed. You like, oh, he was like, okay, so this guy is for real. He wasn't gonna tell you that, but he said, oh, this dude is him. So for all that work you put in there, and you saying, I'm still willing to negotiate. You can't turn the man down. You gotta look out. Great example. Look at man.
That's all it was. That's what it said. That's what it's like. Yeah. I'm not the best at everything. There's a lot of things that people know more than me. I'm not saying I'm the king. Hell nah. But one thing I can say, being pro se, when it comes to litigation, civil litigation in court, I am a dog. No, I'm not even to my own horn. I'm just being honest. When it comes to civil litigation, mortgage, autos, credit card, debt, buy, student loans, I am a dog with the litigation. I'm professional, elite level with the litigation. I'm a dog with the litigation. I'm telling you, that's my brand. That's my ish right there. Before I even started teaching about accounting and securitization, legal court, I am a dog. 1,000%. I'm a dog with the litigation. You need help with your legal stuff, you better come to me because I'm going to be the closest you going to have to a professional lawyer doing it for you. I'm going to be the closest you have. If he's willing to still settle with us, put all this work in, obviously he's going to win on a lot of merits that could expose us forward. Let's show him grace as well. That's all credit acceptors did. Let's show him grace as well. You know what? Because they knew I had him. If I really wanted to push, now we ain't said we go all the way. They knew I had him. They knew I had him. That's why they waited a week for me to contact him before they made an appearance. Because he was asking, what's your position on this? What's your position on this? Hey, what do you think? Hey, I know you might defend. What's your, what can we do to resolve this? I didn't ask the question. He brought it up. So, what do you think we can do to resolve this? Do you think the lawyer actually came up with that on his own? Or when he first met with them, he asked them, what's your position in this case? Do you think the conversation may be like, well, if he wants to settle, we'll settle. Well, if he wants to settle, we'll settle. Hey, so what do you think it looks like we can, resolve the issue? He posed the question first. I said, oh, hey, perfect. Man, sir, I'm trying to resolve it as well. Tell them I'm willing to work with them. Anything, I'll put the proposal in writing. It's going to be gracious. It's not going to be astronaut, not going to be crazy. He's like, oh, okay, nah, that ain't going to be all that. It's going to be fair. I'm going to be very fair. But if they want to resolve it, hey, I have no problem with it. Please make sure you let them know. I have no problem with it. I have no issues with it at all. Why, Lamont? Why? Because I've already proved my point. Already proved my point. Remember, credit acceptance wasn't even on the real hit list. They're not even on it. They would just, I just saw you right there. I'm gonna get you right now. But they wasn't even on the hit list. I got to come back 2020. It's going on 2 years. I got someone on the hit list. I haven't told nobody the name. I've been investigating for 2 years. I got one on the hit list. They were just available in them. They were just right there in the line of fire. That's just what it is. So that, I try to, I'm always going to be fair. I'm not going to kick a, what you call it, kick a horse while it's down. I'm always going to be fair. And one thing, the best way to get what you want out of these people is when they like, all right, you got us. You don't overstep. Because you still got to recognize where you at. Recognize where you at now. Recognize where you at. Pro say we actually admire that, man. We actually respect it. Like Pro say, yeah, we ain't got no problem settling with him. But them investors, y'all know what y'all signed up for. Oh, they about to lawyer up in Rosen Law Firm tooth and nail. Y'all know that. Y'all know that. Y'all know that. But this is one of the benefits. I'm still a little fish, y'all. No, I know. You up there with the big. No, I'm a little fish in that world. And even though I know I'm not a little fish per se with my ability to communicate this stuff to them, but I still play the role as a little fish. You get what I'm saying? Because them got to come out their pockets just a little bit to a little fish. Man, that ain't shit to them. But them having to come out the pocket 15, 20, 30 million to invest. You get what I'm saying? You get what I'm saying? Like, I ain't coming after y'all for that. I'm the little fish. Get me out y'all way. And one of the things that I know how to do is I know how to negotiate and broker a deal. I've been brokering deals for a long time since I was a kid. I know how to broker a deal, which is one of the reasons why.
Don't miss out on this opportunity to litigate like a seasoned professional. Join the Supreme Elite Team University.
Thomas in the lobby. Folded thicker than a skyline. Credit acceptance on a resume with stories in the fine lines.
And that's what I was pretty much telling them, yo, get me out your way, man. Tell them I'm open. I'm open. We ain't got to do this. We ain't got to go back and forth with court, spending all that money. And that's one of the things that he said he appreciated that me recognizing was having a lengthy drawn out litigation. When I'm willing to help save them money, you get facts. And God can, like, bro, you're absolutely right. Most people, they take these routes in those groups because they're desperate and they just need the money. That's why they go so high, because they need it. Like, these spaces, and it's not the space itself, it's the stuff that they do. Now I get it. Everybody goes through tough times. So I'm not getting on it for that. But I think their belief systems and the things that they do has more to do with their financial situation versus what they really believe. Like, it's what they, like, would they still be standing on this if they got $5 million in their account right now? I believe 100% of the people that's in these online groups and spaces, if $5 million hit their account, they would drop their claims, their documents, their filings at the drop of a dime, pay off their bills, and go about their lives. They don't really stand on it. Then they're not really going to stand on it. See, over here, we're still going to stand on it regardless. But they're not going to stand on it because they're motivated that this helps them get out their financial turmoil. 98% of the people that are in those spaces are there because they're in some type of financial dilemma. You don't see millionaires in those spaces. You don't see people who's still paying their bills with, while things are going on. No. Everybody, I'm going to say at least 90% of those people in those spaces, they in some type of default, they haven't paid the bill, already got their stuff repossessed. Those spaces are solely for the low-hanging fruit. Financial dilemma, money tight, can't afford the bill anymore. Now let me start doing this. Kenyatta Stone is a big example of one of them. She's a big example. I seen her in former paupers. $200 a nail tech. She on food stamps, 4 kids, vehicle repossessed. I see why she wanted that $1.7 million home. She never got it. Talking about the banks. The judge said the bank stole your money. Just lying. Kenyatta Stone is a liar. She lies every day. She lies in her posts. She tries to stretch the truth. And people don't want to see the reality because they like her. Kenyatta Stone ain't got no results. Where her results at? She's on Reddit. She being blasted on Reddit as a sovereign citizen. Okay, Kenyatta Stone taught a master class on accounting, securitization, talking about the ASC. She did that about 2 months ago. At minimum, Kenyatta, why don't you come back with your own results that you were successful in? Why don't you get your vehicle back? Where your lawsuit at against the vehicle? Because everything I taught in my master netting class, I utilize with, in my situation. So at minimum, Kenyatta, where's your results at from what you taught? Where are your results at from what you taught? She has no results. People pay her to keep her nose above water. That's the number one thing for her. Notice when people start to challenge her, she makes posts and gets combative. She gets mad. She wants to block you. She's just like the rest. Kenyatta Stone is a sovereign citizen. Mentally, she's going to deny that she is. She already said there ain't nothing wrong being a sovereign citizen because you are one. Kenyatta Stone is a sovereign citizen through and through. Months later, she has not shut me up because she ain't got no results.
I'm like,
They
and
funny as hell.
Man, they giving
but
you
that's
that.
the thing though.
This dude is him. So for
With these people, I operate in the right way. I understand that there are major benefits for this system the way it is. We all benefit from it. Let's not act like we don't benefit from it as well. Lines of credit, that's a benefit. You get your credit up front, you pay back over time. You leave the dealership with a vehicle, you pay back over time. You get a whole goddamn house up front, you pay back over time. Okay, without this system, the way that is, you got to buy all that shit outright.
So for the people that want to expose the system, that's what's going to end up happening. You got to buy it out right now. But you want to expose the system. They don't even have the mindset. Of course, she's going to release a University of Today. Why would she not copy? Why would she not copy your teacher's teacher? Of course, she's going to release bills coming up. She need them bills paid.
You're rocking with the best.
She need them bills paid. Of course, Kenyatta Stone gonna come out with a university. It ain't gonna be the Supreme Elite Team University. That shit gonna be another shit she teaching and no results. Where the results at from her master class, securitization class? Where even her own results? Where's she at with her clients in their court cases? You know, that girl don't know about court. You seen the shit she filed in her own case? Fraudulent UCC ones. She don't know accounting. Why she use accounting to get her vehicle back? It's like I use accounting to keep my vehicle without paying for it. Come on, Kenyatta Stone, you gotta show me something. You can't let me shine. You gonna let me do you like that, Kenyatta Stone? You gonna let me flex on you like that? With a settlement? You ain't got no settlement either. And I ain't talking about your Navy Federal, because that's just money that was allegedly hacked from your account and they ain't want to investigate it. Then we ain't not. We talking about you winning. Where your lawsuit against Chase when they repossess your vehicle? They repossess your vehicle. Why don't you get it back? Why don't you get a monetary judgment? Why don't you get a set off? Why don't you produce your claims to court, file a lawsuit, and have them settle with you? Where they give you the vehicle back or the monetary equivalent. Huh? Where that at, Kenyatta? Kenyatta. You gotta show the people something now. Your little Facebook post, all you doing is just posting on Facebook. That's all you doing. You ain't posting no results, no wins. You just posting shit, just talking. I know for you social media gurus, that shit get frustrating because like you want to show receipts so bad because there would be no better way for you to let people know you know what you talk about by posting receipts. Y'all so mad, y'all ain't got no receipts to post, so you just got to keep posting just regular on Facebook. You got to keep posting the regular shit. Won't you post a settlement? Won't you post a win? Kenyatta, I'm waiting for you. Matter of fact, y'all, let's wait for Kenyatta Stone to post a win. This thing, do you think Kenyatta Stone will post a win? Do you think she can post one within the next 30 days? I'm going to take a poll.
And I never lose sight of that. One of the benefits is you get access to the goods and services. Up front, of course, you probably got to make a down payment. But it ain't to the point where you got to buy it all outright. If the system changed the way most of these people wanted it to change, all of us, unless we got a credit score of 830, all of us have to pay for it outright. Now you understand
Like, come on now. Come on, let's be honest. We rely on this system. Why try to crumple a system that you know you rely on? Because all these sovereign citizens, they got all this shit to say. You notice that they ran their happy asses down to get into that contract. They signed that damn application. They entered into the agreement. They put a down payment down. You know, they ran their happy asses down to the finance company. They didn't go buy it outright. Nope. And there's benefits. Why buy it outright when you could get it on credit? There's benefits to it. But Kenyatta Stone, can you show that you at least reached a settlement? Can you show a court case? Hell, can you show that you at least got past the first stages in court? Because I remember you was in another person's group as a student talking about court is so overwhelming. You're still just trying to figure it out while you still had your other group up. But you was in that group that nobody else knew because everybody else in the comments wasn't from your same group. So you slid your happy ass over there when nobody would notice you. But I found you. Remember when you lied, said that you won your Navy federal case in that group on that guy's post that was then taken down? You said you won your Navy federal case. Well, let's check the updates on her Navy federal case. Let's just check the updates. Let's see if there's a update on her Navy federal case. Because she be lying like a rug. Kenyatta be on there. She posting a case the other day. Like, it wasn't even her case. She be lying like a rug. Nope. These are all. Let's see if we can go here. Still moving. It's still open. Hey, Ali, Kenyatta Stone versus Navy Federal Credit Union, case number 1.2.25-CV-01827. Because she never liked to talk about. She never liked to talk about what happens in their case. Defendant, Navy Federal, is represented by Christian Small and Thomas Cuss. Uh-oh. And this is about filed by plaintiff without an attorney, alleging that Navy Federal Credit Union mishandled unauthorized electronic fund transfer. Oh, okay. I wouldn't be surprised if you won this. I thought, like, the stuff that you teach case. Why aren't you going with your client, taking cases for your clients? At least yourself. I mean, I get it. How much was it? $1,163. You need that? I can loan that to you right now, Kenyatta. You need that? Because God, Lord knows you need it. Kenyatta, Lord knows you need it. Hey, broski Ali, look that up, man. Deal with any of this. Why don't you go into your Social Security trust fund and go buy the shit outright then? If you don't want to deal with financing. Anybody that want to deal with financing, they buy it outright. So why didn't you go buy it outright then? They get quiet on that. You have to be. They get quiet on that. Why don't you tap into your Social Security trust and just buy it outright? They say they get quiet on that. They'll be so, well, you can only use it to discharge debts. Then why your ass still getting your shit repossessed then? Look, these people so stupid. They don't even realize how stupid they are. Somewhat of a gatekeeper as well. Yes, I'm somewhat of a gatekeeper. Of course I am. I have to. You're damn right. You think I'll be casting my pearls amongst a lot of these swine out here in these groups? Hell no. And when I drop gems, I'm speaking in a roundabout way on these platforms. And even if I unleash my whole files, it's so much nuances that you got to know through experience. All they'll do is just copy and paste, put on the paper and file, and they'll still lose because they don't understand the nuances of court.
All the mothers willy-nilly online just talking, they don't know shit. Anyone that's on Facebook post, tell Kenyatta Stone to produce that. Tell Kenyatta Stone, tell these social media gurus, them to produce this or the equivalent. And you know what's another act of good faith on their behalf? Wanna know why? Hey y'all, listen, let me just keep it 100. They know I could have stepped it with the entry of default. You know that, right? They know.
Go ahead, read it. Go ahead, read it. Go ahead, read it. You got a chance to read it. I will give y'all a chance. Go ahead and read it. Let's read it together. Thank you for preparing and forward the notice of withdrawal. We appreciate the good faith shown through that filing because they knew I could have stuck them with it. I discussed settlement with my client and shared your proposal from yesterday. Credit Acceptance has authorized me to convey the following settlement order. Credit Acceptance will close your account and forgive the outstanding balance. Forgive. Okay. Okay. Credit Acceptance will agree to request the deletion of its trade line from your credit report. The parties will dismiss the lawsuit with prejudice. The parties will agree to mutual release of claims. The parties will enter into a confidential settlement agreement.
You're rocking with the best. You're rocking with the best.
Kenyatta. 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 Kenyatta Stone. I am hopeful that these terms are satisfactory and that we can move forward with preparing the settlement. Of course we can. Of course. My job is done. Your job is done. Of course. Kenyatta, when your group members get a whiff of this, they're not gonna say nothing to you, but they're gonna be like, all right, girls, we trying to see something now. Like, all right, we keep taking these classes. Bet you keep taking these classes. She should just tap into her estate that she's the creditor beneficiary of. And that's what I'm saying. She's still talking beneficiary and stuff. They're not going to come out and say it to her because they know how she gets when you start to challenge her. Just like all the sovereign citizens with no receipts, they get mad when you question. But Kenyatta Stone's group member is like, hold on, let me read this again. Like, damn, that's what I want. Damn. He was able to get that in court? I only see that with other attorneys. So then they're like, when they see this, and then they start looking at her posts, it's like, let me go ahead and like, yeah, girl, we gonna get him too. He ain't the only one. Like, but secretly they're like, all right, Connor, we trying to see something like this now. Like, we keep seeing you post, but you ain't. It's like we just following you blind, but deep down inside, they like, damn, I wish Kenyatta would be able to post this to shut him up. See, this will shut him up. And I know that goddamn New Culture Empire, people watched this video, then they came back and started questioning me about case law and stuff. That motherfucker, they wasn't start questioning me about case law till they watched this video. But it's like, damn, he is showing his receipts though. Like, at least he shows he knows what he's talking about. Kenyatta, I can't wait for the day you got receipts to combat him. That's what they waiting on over there. Kenyatta, you gonna get your receipts too. You'll be able to combat him soon. Kenyatta, you'll be able to combat him soon. Soon. You'll be able to do it soon.
No, I had him. With the controlling case law, actual notice. They know if I would have doubled down on that, they know they would have lost. Why do you think they kept asking me, like, yo, yeah, and guess what? I didn't even file it yet, but I sent it to them, the notice of withdrawal, just to show y'all I'm operating in good faith. I'm operating in good faith, y'all. And let's be honest. They know if I would have doubled down on that entry of default, they'd have been stuck with the default because I have Fourth Circuit precedents that would have showed that they got actual notice and they were aware, so that waives any little material defects. But I still show good faith and say, you know what, y'all? Because I told them in the letter. Check what I told them at. Hold on. Hey, they know if I would have doubled down, why do you think they kept asking me? They was asking me to do it. Yo, can you? Listen, man, it would be so helpful, man, if we could just get that notice of withdrawal, man. You know, we have to focus our time on that. Because
right there, I could have doubled down on this. And I had them. They knew I had them. I could have doubled down on this. And went for the whole entry. I could have doubled down.
Because the entry of default means you know what the entry of default means? Even though, listen, I know for showing for good cause, that they could come back in, and I know that the judge knew, but if I would have doubled down on it, you know where was my smoking gun? You sent me a letter September 8th last year letting me know that you was aware of the lawsuit, and then you let the CFPB know that you was aware of the lawsuit, and then you know you received it, it was dropped off, and you kept communicating them that there was a pending litigation. Y'all get what I'm saying? Yo, that angle would have crushed them. That would have put me right under the Fourth Circuit precedents. And they knew that. But they asked me to withdraw. And I said, you know what?
Because Kenyatta, we know damn well you need that. You need to come up with that university soon. We know damn well you need to come up with that university. We know damn well. We know damn well you need to come up with that. Because I do not have sufficient income and resources. I live with my 4 children. Family's income $200 a month. Nail tech, self-employed, $200. Our expenses total is $1,973. Food stamps, $1,500. Utilities, $130. Yeah, we know. Oh, we know, girl. Shit. We know. You need all these classes you can get. You need to sell all the classes you can get, girl. We know. We know. Trust me, we know, girl. We know. Hey, there ain't no doubt about it. I feel you, girl.
I'm going to operate in good faith with y'all. I'll withdraw it. And I think that was what made them want to settle with me, because I was willing to withdraw that entry of default, knowing that if I would have doubled or tripled down on it, I would have won.
Now that does show integrity. That does.
Yep.
Because if the shoe was on the other foot, you know they wouldn't have done it for you.
But here's the thing, though. Here's the thing. Once again, we know the shoe on the. We know what happens when the shoe's on the other foot. But for me, I don't look at the shoe on the other foot, because that's just who I operate. You get what I'm saying? That I operate. This is just
oh yeah, definitely.
I operate. So if they would have buried me, it would have been wrong. Hey, that'd have been wrong and shit on them if the shoe was on the other foot. But I would have argued, I'm pro se. Give me a chance. The judge, since I'm pro se, the judge probably would have been like, you know what, you pro se. We ain't going. And now if I was another attorney and I fucked up like that, oh nah. Pro se, I would have cried to the.
Hey Lamont, and you talked about that before, about how the system is so wicked and how they do these things intentionally, and they go to court every single day, you know, messing these people up with no good intentions of doing the right thing. But it's like the integrity of what you're doing is not, you're not moving in bad faith, but it's like you're leading with the truth. And so by them basically saying uncle is like, you have no like, you could have moved forward, of course, but it's better for you to just like, yeah,
No.
okay, they're basically telling you you won already, you know what I mean, without
Yes,
saying it.
yes, without saying it. Like his whole, listen, our phone calls, our emails, indirectly credit acceptance saying, you got us. Remember, they didn't put an appearance on the record until they talked to me first. Remember? You notice that, right? You notice they sent that email to me.
Right.
He first communicated on the 15th. They didn't make a move until they heard from me.
What the heck?
Now, you know it's bad. You know it's bad. Kiana Stone as an individual has been associated with sovereign citizen ideologies, primarily through recent federal litigation and public filings. Legal action against Navy. September 12, 2025, Kiana Shakold Stone filed a federal complaint against Navy Federal. While specific details of the complaint are often sealed or limited in public previews, the case is frequently cited in social media groups and legal forums that track sovereign citizen litigation. Damn, girl, it's bad. Even fucking Google got you listed as that. Sovereign Citizen Association. Her name has surfaced in online discussion in groups such as Facebook and Reddit dedicated to monitoring sovereign citizen activities or nonsense, where participants often analyze legal filings that use non-traditional legal terminologies like lawful law or specific jurisdiction claims. Damn, you on the sovereign citizen watch hit list. She has been linked to Indianapolis, Indiana through social media business profiles. Note, sovereign citizens generally believe they're not subject to federal or state laws unless they consent to them, often citing specialized interpretation of common law, maritime law, or the UCC. Courts in the United States consistently reject these arguments as having no basis in law. What are your thoughts, hold on her teachings? Kiana Shakold's teachings and methods, often described as guru strategies within the sovereign citizen movement, center on the use of non-traditional legal theories to address financial and legal obligations. Her methods generally involve the following. God damn, girl. Financial redress claims. Stone promotes concepts such as the coupon method, which claims that individuals can use specialized documents or vouchers to pay off significant debts, aka debts they can't afford. Trust and estate misinterpretations. She utilizes her background in trust and estate planning to advocate for legal theories suggesting that individuals can separate their private sales from a corporate legal persona created by the government. Sovereign citizen litigation against financial institution. She has applied her teachings in practice, most notably in a 2029 federal lawsuit against credit union, where she accused the institution of mishandling electronic funds transfer. Legal and practical standing, lack of judicial recognitions. Courts and legal experts consistently find that these sovereign citizen arguments have no basis in law. Her theories are often categorized as frivolous or pseudo law. Legal risk. Adherence to these teachings can lead to severe. Hold on. Google is warning you. Adherence to these teachings can lead to severe consequences. For example, using vouchers as payments is often flagged by the IRS and banks as felony or fraud or forgery. The IRS also imposes a $5,000 penalty for each frivolous filing submitted based on these ideologies. Clip that. Social and expert criticism. Legal observers and online monitoring groups critique these teachers as delusional schemes that rely on the hope of clerical errors rather than sound legal practice. Clip that. While Stone portrays these methods as a path to financial freedom and legal independence, they are universally rejected by the U.S. judicial system and frequently result in legal and financial penalties for those who attempt to use them. Clip that. Damn, Kenyatta Stone. Online even got you labeled all off as a sovereign citizen. God damn. Look at this. Sovereign citizen guru, Kenyatta Stone with a coupon method. Look, you just all down bad out here. Look. Hey, bro, get that to me as soon as you can. Kenyatta Stone, accountant. Accountant. You said you having babies now. You having babies all over the world. Look at this shit. Folk got 4 goddamn kids. Probably ain't married at all. You don't know. Credit acceptance agreement. Oh. They said take. Oh, I'm sorry. What happens in the other cases? They make an appearance, boom, they do what they do. They don't care if they need to talk to you or not. They needed to talk to me first. And that's when I realized, because we know you got all them degrees, you an accountant, you estate planning, trust in estates, accountant, all these degrees you post on your Facebook page. But goddamn, girl, shit look bad. 4 kids, probably not married, don't see a man in sight in your pictures. Nail tech, oh, right. Food stamps, woo, yeah. And this is why she needs to come out with a university. Them kids whooping her ass. Damn, Kiana. That I had to leverage. I hold the cards. So when you follow the teachings that I teach, you and I'm talking about foundation. When you follow all the law reviews that we go over. Hold on, these motherfuckers is crazy. Yo, what the fuck, man? Like, for real. Like, this shit all makes sense. Like, everything this shit make, hold on, move all this shit out the way. This shit all makes sense. Pitch the screen, like, it makes sense now. It makes sense. We ain't gotta get into it in case we know you lost it. But this shit makes sense now. Like, damn. Fuck no. All these sovereign citizen gurus don't ever want to pay the filing fee, boy. Like, Kiana, you couldn't even get this. Like, you couldn't even get this. But we know one thing that you did try before. Hey, yo, everybody thought they was about to be billionaires off this fraudulent document. One thing that we do know is you'll never get this. Thank you for your recent communication. This is me with Midland. We have reviewed our records and are writing to provide the following update. We have closed your account and ceased collections. You have no further obligation regarding this account. Please call customer service if you have any additional questions. Like, god damn, boy, god damn, man. Shit just keeps, like, damn. Shit just keeps, like, what the fuck? That's me. That ain't Kenyatta. Kenyatta, can you at least get a letter like that? I mean, that's a credit card. It shouldn't be that hard. You should be able to at least get something like that. We know damn well you ain't getting shit like that. Now that's a mortgage. That's a mortgage. You out your league. You know damn well you ain't getting shit like that. You know damn well you'll never get your clients no shit like that. That's a mortgage set off. You know damn well you ain't getting that. Kenyatta, don't even attempt, because when it boils down to it, I am your teacher's teacher. Kenyatta copies me or tries to. Yusuf has been copying me. A lot of them copy me. I am your teacher's teacher. I like that background. We're going to put that back up there. 4 cases we go over. When we go over the spiritual side of this, when we go over, take the whole thing into account, and you present yourself in good faith, standing on your square. Yeah, you're operating in good faith, but I'm fully prepared to, and I told them, operate good, but I am fully prepared to litigate this matter. I told them, I don't get twisted now. I'm cool as a fan, but this scalpel is still in my back pocket, and I will not hesitate to bring it out if I have to. You cool? I'm cool. So, that's what I forgot to show you. So, let me see if I can pull them up. See if I can pull up a few. See if I can pull up a few. I got like 12 emails, but I wasn't going to post. I wasn't going to post all of them. I wasn't going to post all of them because it's still, private, ongoing. But even that one right there, that's enough. Now y'all run back to your gurus and ask them, can they, we got to do something to match Thomas. That's all you go. Nah, for real, just go back and say, yo, he got a settlement based on his stuff. We was watching his videos. He started documenting it last July, and so everything he must have been saying from the start to begin is true, because it ended in a settlement in his favor. He don't got to pay for the vehicle no more. That's almost like 50, 60,000. He don't got to pay. He's about to get legal title to it. He hasn't made a payment since July 1st, so he already saved 6-7 months of payments. Now he has a vehicle and don't have to be responsible for, based on what he knows and what he taught up here. Isn't that the social media dream? Isn't that the social media dream right there? Isn't that the social media dream? Isn't that the social media dream? Isn't that what you want your gurus to get you? I'm just saying. But we did things the right way. And that's the difference between us and them. It was nice speaking to you. Oh, yeah, he said, thank you for your agreement and waiver of service with that file and attached documents today. Oh, yeah. We already seen that one. That was dealing with the other one. Let me see if I have more, but that I don't really need to show nothing else after that. That's pretty much the preliminary settlement terms. I got you. This one email is more than what any of them ever got. Listen, I'm gonna tell you this. I'm the only one that has ever in these spaces in the last 30 years that could produce something like this. Credit acceptance will close your account and forgive the outstanding debt. Credit acceptance will agree to request the deletion of its trade line from your credit report. The parties will dismiss the lawsuit with prejudice. The parties will agree to mutual release of claims. The party will enter into a confidential settlement agreement. None of your gurus will ever get that. None of them. None of them. I am your teacher's teacher. Listen, gurus, if y'all really want to learn how to teach your students correctly, y'all sign up for my university. Don't go to their university. They ain't on shit. If having a university means you at least got to show that you've been successful with verified, we can all track it because I've been tracking it for months, that you know what you talk about. And this is why they don't like me, because my reality shuts down all of their dreams. Remember this, y'all? According to your conversation with your friend, the attorney, what we go over in group is right in line with the legal standards and the professionalism on how it has to look and what you need to know when you attack these people.
The words that he used was, "You're going about it standard operating procedures."
And that's what the SEC attorney said. I'm going to buy standard operating procedures. Hey, listen, all you got to do is put 2 and 2 together. This ain't 2 plus 2 is 5. This is 1 plus 1 equals 2. And this is more the reason why.
Don't miss out on this opportunity to litigate like a seasoned professional. Join the Supreme Elite Team University.
Thomas in the lobby. Folder thicker than a skyline. Credit acceptance on a resume. What stories in the fine lines.
And it's not like arrogance, it's confidence. Because I know what I have in my chamber for my university. Now, this was a few weeks ago. This was a few, I would say about 2.5 weeks ago. This was about a few weeks ago that I was giving my commentary. And what I did was bold. I was speaking confident on my lawsuit. I was speaking very confident. I was posting clips. I was posting phone calls with them. I was being very, if it would have, it could have it would have been bad. Oh, they would have been, oh, look, you ain't no different. But just when they think you ain't no different, I pop back out with something, bam, another receipt, like, damn it. It's like they wait, we gonna get him here. Oh, your credit report. Oh, shit, he just popped out with fucking $75,000 worth of Gucci bags and stuff and purchased for his wife. Oh, damn, we thought he was just like the rest. He just popped up with another Mercedes Benz. God damn it. He got, damn, he just dropped a $100,000 receipt that he spent that one time. Damn, he posted this whole 12-month receipts. That shit's over 200 something racks. God damn, you can't get him there no more. Another firm has
You're rocking with the best.
Those are my predictions. Now this is the reality. And anyone that says I don't know what I'm talking about, they're just lying. The writings was on the wall. Writings were on the wall. The writings were on the wall. All right. It was. There. It was. I went back and reviewed those. I was like, damn, I need to do some follow-ups. Yo, it was ahead of its time. The No Student Left Behind series, Anybody that took that No Student Left Behind series, I guarantee you that was like 2 years ago. Their foundation would have it would have killed all that noise. They'd have been on the right track right now. That No Student Left Behind is one of the most underrated series I ever put out. The No Student Left Behind. This started back in the No Student Left Behind. Yep. That's when you started to see the cosmic shift. And I started to take off. Yep. Because everybody got to find your niche. You got to find your position. You got to find what works. You got to, yeah. But one thing, what I don't do, what everybody else do, I just don't throw mud stuff at the wall, hoping something sticks. When I throw at the wall, I'm like this. Okay. Next one. I don't know about that. Okay. We got that one. We got that. Okay. All right, let me scope the scene. All right, let me see this. Bing. Okay. Cool. That don't work. Never shoot that dark there ever again in life. What else? Oh. Bet. Okay. We got 3 so far. Okay. All right, let me stop and let me connect these 3 dots. 3 stuck. Let me connect these 3 dots. What's the underlining? Because that's the foundation. Okay, what was common in all these 3 dots that stuck? Let me find the common denominator. Okay, these 3. Oh, this is the common denominator. Okay, this is a brick of my foundation right here. All right, let's go to the next one. That's how I operate. That's how I move. This is why no matter what the situation is, my arguments are going to be the same. The only thing's going to be changed. Only thing's going to change is what I'm arguing. I don't care if it's in a mortgage, auto, credit card. I'm going to be arguing the same things. Well, Lamar, how can you be arguing the same things from a mortgage, auto, credit card? Because all the arguments never change. It's just what I'm arguing changes. If it was an auto, I'd be saying the same thing. Mortgage, I'd just be saying it for a mortgage. Credit card, I'd just be saying it for a credit card. With your gurus, y'all got to learn about 5, 6 other different ways for every argument that you want to pick. That's when you know what you're talking about or not, when your core arguments never change. The arguments are never going to change. The only thing that changes is the venue and what's being argued. Only thing that changes is it went from a mortgage to a credit card to an auto to a student loan. So when people learn from me, you don't have to learn multiple different things. You learn the core elements, and then those core elements are going to apply to all these situations. Oh my gosh, we are the best. Pro se, we are the best to do it. Woo wee!
You're rocking with the best.
All right, y'all. Now I know what time it is. It's review time. Before I even came to YouTube, that was Mon Dukes. Before I even came to YouTube. Before I even came on social media, it was already getting results from Mon Dukes. I crushed about 100,000 of her tax liabilities. About 100,000. Uh-oh. No student left behind. Help me get my first wins. Yo, how many times I gotta tell y'all, when y'all get wins based on what I taught, y'all gotta let me know. You know I like to rub mud in these gurus' faces. Y'all gotta let me know. Y'all, I be talking to them like, oh yeah. So yeah, man, I did that thing that you said, yeah, that shit worked. And then I'm like, damn, you don't want to tell me? Yeah, I found out, yeah, that shit worked too. Yeah. I was able to get that done. Bro, why don't tell me? I ain't know about this insurance. There you go right there, y'all. We all seeing for the first time. Do you know people have reached out to me on the email? They're not part of the group. They just watch me. They've been watching me for 6 months. Do you know people reached out to me like, yo, I've been studying what you're saying online for 6 months, and I was able. Okay, my fault then, bro. That's probably you 100% probably right. Do you know that they'll reach out to me and be like, yo, I want to thank you. I'm like, yo, thank you for what? Now you helped me get rid of this. I was watching your videos, what you were saying. I caught your gems. I went back, studied, and applied it. I was able to do this. I was able to do it. I said, for real? damn, you ain't even in my group. You just watch what I put out on YouTube. I can imagine if he was in the group. Yo, this shit speaks for itself. And when you know you don't have to sit in front of a camera and lie to people for 3-4 hours, that's the best feeling. When you know you don't have to lie to people, you back up all your stuff with receipts, you back up. It's the best feeling where most of these gurus, they'll sit in front of y'all face and lie to y'all for about 3-4 hours. I don't have to lie to you because everything is black and white. And guess what? I'm going to make it regardless. I'm going to get mine regardless. I don't have to lie to you. I'm going to get mine regardless. I'm going to get back on track and I'm going to get mine regardless. I got a family, you know, kids, beautiful wife, beautiful wife. We good. We good. We got two Benz trucks in the car. We good. We good. About to moving on up, bigger and better. Been taking our time this time because the last one tried to snake me out of more money when I sent them my whole deposits for the whole year. He tried to up it up like, oh yeah, he got it. I'm gonna pay. Nah, he tried to snake me out. Yeah. He tried to get on some snake shit. I said, nah, we gonna take our time. What's that? I'm one of the pillars in my family. When there's family meetings with all the elders, I get sent the link. I'm the only child of the ones from, you know, my cousins, my age, I'm the only one there amongst all those elders listening to my input. I'm the executor over my mom and dad's estate. Everything has been left to me. Their beautiful $1 million home has been left to me. Everything has been out of 6 kids. Everything was left to me. I'm managing it all. Like, come on, man. I do millionaires' taxes. Like, come on, man. Like, I am not only a pillar online, I'm a pillar in my family, and I'm a pillar in my community. Catches in the spring and summertime, everybody in my neighborhood knows me. I'm a pillar in my community. I give away money. I give away clothes. I give away shoes. I pay my dues. That's what I want to hear. Shit what people got to say. I want to hear shit. I pay my dues. So y'all know, teachers teach. The New Culture Empire. ThomasLegacy603@gmail.com. We are about to get into, if we can get into it. Yep. Got it queued up right here. Let's get to it.
That right there is a violation of my constitutional rights. I have the rights.
That's the same thing forensic law was saying last night. Constitutional rights, constitutional rights. Your constitutional rights have nothing to do with your mortgage in a simple mortgage auto credit card case. We got to stop looking at these banks and these corporations as U.S. officials or government officials. Title 42, 1983 does not apply to a fucking lender. They're not officers of the government.
To see that the UCC does not pertain to any of your rules or your regulations or any of that.
All right, this is the District Court of Comanche County, Kansas, case number 25 CV1. Case is entitled American Ag Credit PCA versus Timothy Peterson, individually and as trustee of the Timothy Charles Peterson Trust, and Shelley Peterson, individually as trustee of the Shelley Peterson Trust et al. We are set today for hearing on the plaintiff's motion for summary judgment. Plaintiff is appearing through its attorney, Nicholas Grillo. And I believe we have for CNH Industrial, is it Quan Nguyen? Is that right?
Yes. Your Honor, we need to make a correction to the record before we get started.
Just finish introducing the case and then we'll take up any issues.
You bet.
And then also appearing, we have Timothy Peterson and Shelley Peterson appearing pro se. All right. So as I stated, we're set for hearing on the motion.
This, just because you appear pro se does not mean you are not required to know the court rules and procedure. And that's the number one problem. People are appearing pro se. They have, you want to know why they appear pro se and fire their lawyers? So they can submit their fucking sovereign citizen documents, because the lawyers won't do it because the lawyers are getting in trouble. That should tell you something right there. Court operates off rules and procedure, not your UCC sovereign citizen beliefs. As you know, with my settlement. You know what? It feels so good to say, yo, we done reached the settlement. All that hard work done paid off, man. Hard work pays off, ladies and gentlemen. If you listen to what I say, don't listen to nobody else. If you listen to what I say, I take you to the promised land. If you listen to what I say, don't listen to nobody else online but me. I'm going to take you to the promised land.
Motion. So, Mr. Peterson, you believe there's some issues we need to address first?
Yeah, I've got a couple three, Your Honor. Before we begin with my introduction, are we in a constitutional court of record?
Once again, you don't. The judge does not answer. The judge is not there to answer your sovereign citizen questions. Ladies and gentlemen, don't ever go into court asking the judge, is this a common law court? Is this a statutory court? Is this a constitutional court? Don't ask them. You're going to put yourself behind the 8 ball. You're going to be at a deficit. They're automatically going to assume you're a sovereign citizen. Want to know why they're going to assume you're a sovereign citizen, even though you don't think you're a sovereign citizen? Because the ones who were sovereign citizens asked those sovereign citizen questions 40 years ago.
I'm not sure I know what you mean.
Are we in the public record?
Yes.
Okay. So therefore, this court is a constitutional court of record then. Would you agree?
Don't even matter. He's so old, he ain't going to listen anyway. Look at her. She's looking at you like, Tim, I told you, you should have just paid him. No, we're going to exercise our rights. I don't know about this. Well, we're going to do what we got to do. These are all constitutional rights. Tim, why didn't you just pay them? I don't know. God damn it. We're not going to pay them, Shelly. Look at Shelly. Either she sleep in a stupor or is like, why am I here? Got the sovereign citizen flag in the background. They all ready to go.
It exists under the Constitution of the state of Kansas, so I suppose that's correct.
Okay.
Okay. Before we finish, I ain't gonna keep stopping. I just want to say this part. The 10th Amendment of the Constitution says, any powers not specifically delegated in this Constitution are reserved for the people or the states. When they said people, it didn't mean us individually people. They were meaning some states go by the state of this versus this, or the people.
Look
at Shelly. Either she sleep in a stupor or is like, why am I here? Got the sovereign citizen flag in the background. They all ready to go.
It exists under the Constitution of the state of Kansas, so I suppose that's correct.
Okay.
Okay. Before we finish, I ain't gonna keep stopping. I just want to say this part. The 10th Amendment of the Constitution says, any powers not specifically delegated in this Constitution are reserved for the people or the states. When they said people, it didn't mean us individually people. They were meaning some states go by the state of this versus this, or the people of. They're talking about the state governments. So basically, there's a separation of powers. The government can't just go and force their will on individual states. This is why you see with ICE, the states are bucking ICE in certain states. Why do you think the governments in the states are bucking ICE? Because they have their own powers, and the government can't force a state to do anything. They can sanction them, probably sue them, or use the government's jurisdiction just to go do it. In the states, that's why they're clashing right now, because there's a separation of powers. So that meaning Whatever that wasn't specifically listed in the Constitution that falls under the jurisdiction of the government will reserve to the state governments. This is why you don't see driving in the Constitution. You don't see driver's license in the Constitution. You don't see insurance and all that in the Constitution. That means the 10th Amendment allows the states to set up their own courts, which are inferior to the Supreme Court, meaning no court in the United States of America can rule on a case differently from what the Supreme Court says. So if the Supreme Court says this statute goes like this, every state in America, federal, state, local, has to rule in that same manner. That's why they're inferior courts. Another thing, the states have their own state constitutions. Why do they have their own state constitutions? Because the 10th Amendment of the United States Constitution gave the states the right to create their own state constitutions. So state courts are legal under the Constitution, 10th Amendment, and you never hear these sovereign citizens ever want to address the 10th Amendment because they know that's where they lose. All the statutes are legal and legitimate, and if it wasn't true, then why does the Supreme Court take up cases concerning state laws every day? Why did the Supreme Court just strike down every state court as illegitimate? And this is just logical. So when they say state courts are illegal, but yet the Supreme Courts in which you rely on to say the state courts are illegal, they're still hearing cases out of the state. See, they don't even realize how ridiculous they sound. See, at least with me, you can come back to reality. Now, for real, at least you can come back. All right, this is just what it is. Let me maneuver. Let me navigate through it then. At least you won't be in La La Land like everybody. At least with me, you'll be in reality. You'll come back to planet Earth, at least.
All right, thank you, Your Honor. And we are here sui juris, not pro se. And then underneath the UCC.
I'm sorry, it doesn't mean no difference. It just means you're representing yourself. When you say sui juris or pro se, it doesn't mean no difference.
1-308, we reserve our rights under common law without prejudice. And no, Your Honor, we are not the defendants listed upon this court case. We are living souls and living bodies as living people upon the land. And as the sole executors and beneficiaries to the trust listed as the defendants in this case before the court, we are non-corporate citizens. We are U.S. nationals here in peace and non-combative in this constitutional court of record.
Ladies and gentlemen, at least with me, you won't have to do all that babbling. Like, look at
Triple down on it. I would have won.
Look at this.
Nah,
Look at this. Just look how it flows, the wording. Just look. Plaintiff by time proceeding pro se respectfully submits this notice to withdraw his previously filed request for default judgment, federal to Federal Rule of Civil Procedure 55A and Civil Rule 7F. Since the filing of that request, defendant Credit Acceptance Corporation has appeared through counsel and communicated with plaintiff regarding waiver of service in their defense of the operative complaint filed on August 25th, 2025. In addition, plaintiff and defense counsel have engaged in preliminary potential settlements of the dispute. In light of this development, in the interest of judicial efficiency and good faith cooperation, plaintiff hereby withdraws his prior request for entry of default filed with the court. Like, you see how just the tone is more, come on now. Y'all can't lie. Don't lie now. Don't lie. You see just the tone is perfect. You see how professional the tone is? Look at just the tone of it. Come on now. Like, come on, man. Sheesh.
And we appear only as a special divine appearance to settle the business matters before the court only. And also, Your Honor, as you have addressed, this is a trust issue. The defendants listed here today. So that was one of the corrections that we needed to have made that hadn't been previously read into the record.
Every single one of these attorneys, that's the judge top left. Those two attorneys right there, I will be able to go blow for blow, reach a settlement. I'll be right on their level. Talking, communication, court, I'll be right on their level.
Before we begin, Your Honor.
Pro se, y'all. Pro se. You don't get this type of work unless you're another professional. Pro se.
I'm amongst the people. I'm still amongst the people. I'm no different from you. We're all the same to them. I'm not up here and y'all down here. We are all in the same boat. We are all in the same boat. I am no different from the average person out here every day. I'm no different. I'm amongst the people. So at least if we just know one that can rise up and defend against what's going on, and I still, it's like they don't, like, what do y'all want? What do y'all want? Do you want, I have to conform to how you want it to be? I can't be me. I've been like this for 3-4 years now. You know how I am. You know how I get. I am who I am. Haven't changed that one bit. I ain't run from shots. Yeah, they try to take shots at me. But guess what? I'm still here. I'm still here. Still progressing. I'm still progressing. While everybody else is spinning the, spinning the wheels, recircling the wagon again, we moving into, you know what? Guess what? In 2026, we moving on from this stuff here. We going deep into the other side.
Do you have proof of your constitutional oath of office to the people? And do you have proof of your oath of service? Because we require you to be in your oath of the Constitution to the people of service and to your oath of office here today.
Okay. Yes.
Okay. And would we be able to get copies of those? They didn't have that.
That Jonah Bay copies of what does having their oath of office, like, what does that mean for the matter in court? See, how I look at this is they're suing for non-payment of debt. So if my clients is being sued for non-payment of debt, my argument is to defend their request for judgment for the non-payment of debt. Once they sue you for non-payment of debt and they attach the agreement, do you know how much of an uphill battle that is? That's a major battle. And I still climb the hill where none of my clients get a judgment against them after we respond.
You're rocking with the best.
Y'all gonna respect me. So it's 20 years from now, y'all gonna look back at these videos and be like, this group was a fucking trailblazer.
Nor your judicial bond copy at the Comanche County Courthouse.
They should. Those were circulated, but I can make sure those are provided to the clerk so you can access them.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. In addition to that, as we are now clearly in the jurisdiction of common law and underneath the Constitution itself, which is the supreme law, well, are you able to uphold your oath to the Constitution, Your Honor?
Yo, what the hell does all these questions mean, Timothy? Like, look how she's looking at him. Everybody stop and look at the wife. Look at the wife. Look how he's looking. Quan Nguyen is saying, what the hell are you talking about? Nicholas Griller like, oh my gosh, this guy. Andrew Stein is like, oh, he cannot be serious. The wife is like, oh my gosh, you're going to get our stuff taken. Stop what you're doing.
Yeah, so I've executed my oath, and that's of the record, so I don't know that that's immediately needed to be addressed today. So we do need to get on with the time that the issue that we're set for, which is the motion for summary judgment. So are there any other specific issues before we proceed with that, Mr. Peterson?
As this is our private, I would like to know, as these are the defendants, if you can see there, Your Honor, these are the defendants, which is our birth certificates.
Your Honor, this is not us. We're not the defendants in your court today. These are your defendants, Your Honor. This is not my clients. This is my clients. This is the trust. We're not the trust. So we're going to grant you powers over this trust to close and settle the case. But
and also they are our minor estate trusts. Does anybody here present today have a higher claim to these trusts and these birth certificates than we do?
Okay, so we're not going to continue with this line of questioning because it's not relevant to the summary judgment motion. So I think with that,
that's the part. None of that has anything to do with court and the proceedings. See, you know what I would have been doing? I'd have been filing in response to their summary judgment motion. See, I wouldn't have been coming to court. Do you have your oath? Do you got this? Make sure your constitution. I'm going to, and want to know why they do that route? Because that route he just did is so much easier than responding accurately to a motion for summary judgment, because most of these people have no clue about the court rules of procedure. That's why that's easier.
You're rocking with the best.
That's why that way is easier. The sovereign citizen way is easier than what I do.
I'm going to foreclose any additional quote unquote preliminary matters, and I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Grillo for any argument on his summary judgment motion. So with that, Mr. Grillo, whenever you're ready, if you have any additional argument, you may do so.
Yes, Your Honor. I appreciate the time and effort, the court allowing us to appear via Zoom. Appreciate the accommodation. For the most part, the response, the motion and memorandum in support, as well as the reply, set forth most of the arguments that American Ag Credit would be proffering today in detail. I think that the main thing that I want to point out to the court, and although I'm sure the court's aware of it, in a preliminary matter, we had a motion for judgment on the pleadings, and that Your Honor ruled on that on June 2nd of 2025 and identified specific issues that remained in the case that were needed to be decided based upon further proceedings.
I just want to say this part. Everything that Tim Peterson said, it's in a script that you can find from the 90s from the Redemption Manual. It's word for word. It's all a script. They don't study and then come up with their words on their own. It's all a script. See, what I do, you got to study the court rules. You got to study the court procedures. You got to look at case precedents, historical case precedents. Then you got to put your own complaint together from scratch. There's no template when putting your complaint. Everything that I do, I put all my stuff together from scratch. This is why my client over here, their documents is going to look totally different from this client's documents, because each case rests on its own facts. So I got to do more work. There's no template that I use. Every case rests on its own set of facts and circumstances. These sovereign citizen gurus don't even have the mental capacity to compartmentalize and be able to differentiate case by case in certain elements, and then researching case law to support every argument or claim that you're bringing. So if I got 12 claims, I have to find 12 different case laws, multiple, to support those 12 different claims.
One had to do with whether or not payments or whether there was considered.
Oh, by the way, I don't, $10,000 for a trustee. No. $10,000, actually, $10,500 is for mortgages. If you come to me with a mortgage issue, It's 10,500. I don't even pull out my laptop for anything else. Want to know why? Because unlike these other gurus, I can actually show you that I know what I'm talking about. Autos. My laptop doesn't come open for anything less than 7,500. Okay, what this is, 7. That's what it costs for me to even open my laptop. Because unlike these other gurus, at least I know what I'm talking about. At least I know how court works. So yes, I'm not cheap at all. I'm not cheap at all. And guess what? I got the receipts to prove that what I command. Because if you go to any other attorney that knows this, just like I know, you're going to be paying upwards of $100,000. And then they're going to charge you by the hour, and then you're going to pay in stages. If it gets to the next stage, you got to pay. And they're going to send you a bill. I work 15 hours. You got to pay about never 4 or 5 racks before they continue. So actually, I'm cheaper than a professional. And you can't say, well, you're not a professional, but my work is professional, like. My work is just like a professional.
For not just the original note in August of 2019, but also the renewals that were executed by the Petersons in 2020, 2021, 2022, and 2023, as well as whether or not there was any proof that the Petersons have paid American Ag Credit in terms of that. In terms of its note and mortgage and security agreement. And Exhibit 6 to the memorandum of support, American Ag Credit produced a verified payment history, or essentially loan accounting for the line of credit the Petersons took out in August of 2019. That detail in Exhibit 6 shows all the loan advances that were made, as well as all of the payments that were received by American Ag Credit from the time of the inception of the line of credit in August of 2019 through the non-renewal of the line of credit effective on August 1 of 2024. And I think that shows the detail to the court that payments were made, not just from the Petersons to American Ag Credit, but also that loan advances were made to the Petersons throughout the life of the line of credit. And it would be American Ag Credit's contention that shows adequate consideration for not just the original note, but also the subsequent renewals, as well as reflects the lack of payment that was received from the Petersons on American Ag Credit's line of credit. So in other words, it specifically addresses the 2 remaining issues that the court identified.
And what do I always say? What do I always say? Oh my God, the lawyer is saying the same thing that I tell people. Me and the lawyer are on the same page. You took out a line of credit. You made payments. They got another advance. Once you make payments on it and you stop, you can't come back and say, where's ink signature? Where's this go? I highlighted that in one of my videos. And that's what I was telling people online. No. I'm like, you idiots don't know what you're talking about. Once you make payments already, and then you stop, You can't come back and, well, I ain't get this. I ain't get this. They ain't validate this. You've already made payments. Every judge, every court is going to center on that part. What they were supposed to do is pay it all off and then sue. But see, that's, oh, I don't want to do that. Oh, I'm trying to get out of paying. I'm trying to get out of paying and not have to be responsible for it. No, because it shows 98% of people in these spaces, they're real intense. They don't move, or they talk all this good hands and clean hands and good faith, but they never show it through their actions. Tim Peterson is only doing this because he's in a financial bind and he's trying to get out this obligation. This is the hallmark of what you're going to see in these spaces. 98% of people in these spaces are Tim Peterson, Tim and Shelley Peterson. You got something, now you don't want to pay. Now you're trying to use some pseudo law to get out your obligation. What type of character? Think about that. That's what these spaces breed. Financially irresponsible. No accountability. You want to get something all on your face, but you don't want to pay it back. At least I stay current and I made a final partial payment before I stopped. I did it the right way. And I was current when I brought my lawsuit.
And shows that that everything was supported by consideration and the payment hasn't been made. More importantly, there was no contention in response to Exhibit 6 or no affidavit or other material piece of information or facts that were presented by the Petersons in the response to American Ag Credit's motion for summary judgment that shows that there's a dispute in terms of that payment history.
Yeah, objection, Your Honor. They received several negotiable instruments to pay that account in full, and they accepted them, never did.
Once again, what did he do? What did he do? He did the same thing that Kenyatta Stone did. What did he do? Look, this is what Kenyatta Stone did. He did the same thing. Paid to the bearer $1,328. That's how much she was behind. That's her past due amount. Look, scheduled payment amount. She had to pay $429 a month. Look, she had to pay $426 a month. Total payment due, $1,328. So she was behind 3 payments. And look, given for patent right, accepted for deposit, and this is the coupon. So she looked at the definition of coupon. Look, she looked at the definition of coupon from this book. Look how this how idiotic she is. So she looked at the definition of coupon, clips, coupon, like example is non-cash items. So she think that the coupon was a non-cash item that she can use to pay. Now look, that's 3 months of payments she was already behind. Loan payment coupon. You know what this meant? This coupon meant once you attach a real money order in that amount that you gave $1,328.97 in cash, or what's the limit? $500, $600. You got multiple money orders, or you got a check that written on an account that actually has that real money in. Attach that coupon to it. So when you send your check or money orders, you send that coupon too, so they can process your payment fast. If you just send a check or coupon, they gotta, who is Kenyatta Stone? They gotta look it up. That helps them identify your account fast and process your payment fast. That's all it means. But they did what her did, a negotiable instrument. It was a return because it was shredded, and that's not payment. Because if they would have responded back saying this is not legitimate payment, you sovereign citizen, yes, it was. The UCC says it was. There you go.
Return any of those, and by acceptance, therefore, that discharges the liability.
So there you go. So basically, so they're saying that since they didn't return the negotiable instrument, Since they didn't return the negotiable instrument. Matter of fact, I hate to do it, y'all, but we got to go here. Well, we got to go here. Let's go here. Hold on. Notice, hold on, I'm just queuing it up. Queuing it up. There we go. All right. Notice of dishonor. Look. Notice of dishonor may be given by any person, may be given by any commercially reasonable means, including the oral, written, or electronic communication. And it's sufficient if it reasonably identifies the instrument, indicates that instrument has been dishonored, has not been paid or accepted. Return of an instrument given to bank, return of an instrument given to a bank for collection is sufficient notice of dishonor. In respect to an instrument taken for collection by a collection bank, notice of dishonor must be given by 30 days at midnight the next banking day, or by any person within 30 days. Notice, right? Presentment or payment acceptance of an instrument is excused if the person entitled to present the instrument cannot with reasonable diligence make presentment. Bam. Presentment for payment or acceptance of an instrument is excused if the person entitled to present the instrument cannot with reasonable diligence make presentment. 2, the maker or acceptor has repudiated an obligation to pay the instrument or is dead or in sorry proceedings. By the terms of the instrument, presentment is not necessary to enforce the obligation to endorse a drawer. The drawer endorsed whose obligation being enforced has waived presentment, otherwise has no reason to expect or right to require that the instrument be paid or accepted. The drawer instructed the drawer not to pay or accept the instrument. Notice of dishonor is excused by the terms of the instrument. Notice of dishonor is not necessary to enforce the obligation of a party to pay an instrument by the terms of the instrument, meaning it's so frivolous that we don't even have to let you know it hasn't been paid. This is why they don't know nuances and context. Damn it. So tired of this, it hasn't been returned. So it's no, it's not. It doesn't mean that. I mean, it's so frivolous and fraudulent. They just shred it. God damn it, I get so tired of hearing that crap. Right there. Notice DB. Notice dishonor is excused if by the terms of the instrument. Notice that dishonor is not necessary to enforce the obligation of a party to pay the instrument. Evidence of dishonor. The following are admissible as evidence to create a presumption of dishonor and of any notice of dishonor stated. Document regular forms provided subject purports to protest, purported stamp or writing of the drawee, banker. Look, this is purported stamp or writing of the drawee, payer bank or presenting bank or accompanying instrument stating that the acceptance or payments have been refused unless reasons for the refusals are stated and the reason not consistent with dishonor. A book record of the drawee, payer bank, collector bank kept in the usual course of business which shows dishonor, even if there is no evidence of who made the entry. Basically, as long as they show they didn't accept it on their books, they don't have to let them know because it's not a negotiable instrument. This statute is dealing with legal negotiable instruments, not self-created instruments like this. This is not a negotiable instrument, so it doesn't fall under this statute because this is dealing with actual instruments. This is a
fraudulent one with no legal validity, so it falls outside the scope. And if I was the attorney, I would argue that just like every other attorney argued that, because this is not a negotiable instrument, so it's not governed here. Yo, if I was going up against these sovereign citizens in court, I would have a field day. They don't know how to interpret statutes. They don't know how to interpret laws. They don't know context. They don't know how to research case law. Yo, if I was just going up against sovereign citizens in these spaces and there's gurus, I would have a field day. Oh my God, I would have a field day. I would love it. This is why they don't give you notice. In order for it to fall up under the statute, it has to be a legal, legitimate instrument. If it's not a legal, legitimate instrument, they can just shred it.
The record might find any of those, and by acceptance, and they accepted them, never did return any of those.
That shows that there's a dispute in terms.
They received several negotiable instruments to pay that account in full, and they accepted them, never did return any of those, and by acceptance, therefore, that discharges the liability. The record, my paperworks are complete with that and has evidence of it.
You'll have an opportunity to make your own argument here in a second. So if you'll let Mr. Grillo finish, then I will give you an opportunity.
Thank you.
Well, not in regarding to that, none of that information was presented in response to the motion for summary judgment.
There you go. So what he said right then and there, even though it wasn't going to win anyway, but at least you're supposed to put that. He was supposed to put it in his response to a summary judgment. I told you, they don't know court rules and procedure. The lawyers are going to attack you on the rules of procedure once they sniff it out that you don't know it. You can tell here, this lawyer knows that I know rules of procedure. He knows that I know the rules of procedure. He knows I know them very well. I lived in the federal rules of civil procedure and state law. Oh, not just by state law. Wherever you are situated in the United States of America, I can take your case. All 50 states. I'm equipped with all 50 states. Doesn't matter. Right there, I got people in Illinois. I got clients in Ohio. Got clients in Indiana. I got clients in Nebraska. I got clients in Alabama. Because it don't matter. Want to know why? Because I know court rules and procedure. All I got to do is just see, how does this court do it in this state? Once okay, boom. Everything else is...
no proof was put forth. And I'm very confident that if Your Honor, would review that negotiable instrument that Mr. Peterson refers to, it's not legitimate.
There you have it. There you have it. What did I just say? What did the lawyer just say? It's not legitimate. That statute only applies to legitimate negotiable instruments, not your self-created fraudulent instruments. So the statute itself, by definition, doesn't apply to your fraudulent document because it's not a legitimate negotiable instrument. So y'all using UCC to back up your fraudulent instruments, fraudulent claims. Damn, y'all got it. Yo, these people, y'all got it down bad out there in these spaces. Y'all got it down, y'all down bad. Like, y'all don't even know the little shit. I'm talking about the people like that's out there. Y'all don't even know the little shit. Damn, y'all got it bad. Who did y'all start learning from? Y'all got it down bad. Y'all, it's gonna take y'all 5 years just to learn the basics. You ain't even got the little shit down pat. Feel sorry for y'all.
Attempts to draw on some sort of Social Security trust on the Treasury of the United States to pay American Ag Credit the balance of its loan in full, and there's no consideration. There was no money that was going to be paid. It's just not a legitimate argument or payment. And so, but more to the point, in terms of the procedural aspect of this case, none of that was presented in their response to the motion for summary judgment. There's no dispute that American Ag Credit maintained a note, mortgage, and security agreement against the assets the Petersons owned. There's no dispute that the loan hasn't been paid, or no proof of a legitimate dispute that loan hasn't been paid. And
there you go. What the lawyer is saying, that's how the court works. That's what your responses need to be. You need to be defending against that. All that, I sent them to go, none of that, throw that crap in the garbage. That's what you need to be defending against. Shit like that. Not the non-payment part. But all these sovereign citizens, they always want to just tiptoe over the fact that they ain't paid and can't tell. You want to know why they don't never get into why they didn't pay? And my lawsuit, and with them, when I sent them an email, I got into the legal reason why I didn't pay. From the accounting standpoints, from legal standpoints, with case law to back it up, I show why I legally did not pay and why I was legally not entitled to pay. I show why I was legally not entitled to pay, and I show from an accounting standpoint, Keanu Stone accounting, right? And I show from case law, precedent, why I did not pay. The reason why these people that think like him, they always want to sidestep the non-payment, because the reality is, if they're truthful, they'll say this: the reason why I stopped paying is because I got into this group and they said, and I learned that you didn't loan me nothing or this, so I didn't have to pay my debts anymore. So I stopped paying my debts. That is 98% of why many people in these spaces stop paying their debts. And why did they do that? It's not because they just read a piece of paper. If they got the money to pay, they were falling behind on their bills anyway. Money was tight already anyway. So that's the operating event that starts to trigger these beliefs. I can't afford it anyway, or it's kicking my ass, or I don't want to pay it anyway. So since that's the inner reason, now I'm going to use, I found this online, I researched this, I studied this. So now the real reason is that they just can't afford it, don't want to pay, but they'll use these, I just found the fraud on my rights. That's the vehicle that makes it make sense in their mind. They know logically, stop paying your bills, that's foolish. So they'll start to bring up all these other reasons. But in the reality, when most people are in these positions, it's because they found some shit online and they told them they didn't have to pay, coupled with the fact that they already couldn't afford the bill anymore anyway, or didn't want to pay. So that's the psychological conversation they had with themselves to, okay, so it makes it easier because you don't really want to pay the bill anymore anyway. That's all it is. That's all it is. If anyone tells you different, they're lying to you. That's all it is. Want to know why? Because none of them can ever provide a legal explanation why they stopped paying their bills. It's always going to be some fraud. It's always going to be some breach of contract or deception. They never loaned me anything. Once you strip that away, why did you stop paying your bills? Because you already was getting tired of that bill and you couldn't afford it anymore. So you're looking for a way out of it while still keeping the property. That's all it is.
American Ag Credit is entitled to a judgment foreclosing its mortgage and security interests in the Petersons' property. As a matter of fact, American Ag Credit set forth 41 statements of uncontroverted fact, and a single fact was responded to, not only in the appropriate fashion required by the Supreme Court, but in general. There was nothing in the responses the Petersons filed that shows that any of those specific facts were in dispute. But even then, it's not the court's job to, ferret out those items in the record, which is why the rule is the way it has been implemented. And the Petersons were well aware of that rule because they faced the same issue in response to CNHI's motion for summary judgment. So this wasn't a new concept to them, at least in this particular case. And so, Your Honor, I don't see there's any dispute of material fact that exists. I think American Ag Credit is entitled to judgment. There are no affirmative defenses, and there are no issues as it regards to the remaining two items that the court had identified in its ruling, that American Ag Credit is entitled to judgment on those issues.
All right, thank you, Mr. Grillo. All right, Mr. and Mrs. Peterson.
Now, they did receive these payments that we sent them, and they were not returned, Your Honor. They are writing in their rules and regulations, evidently, that do not apply to the Uniform Commercial Code on negotiable instruments. So their payment was secured. There was no reason to go any further than that.
You talking about what we just looked up? Because I just invalidated your whole argument. If I'm invalidating your whole argument, like as a pro se litigant, you already know the lawyers are going to crush that.
Marbury versus Madison was
Marbury versus Madison. Oh my gosh, these people don't ever stop. Marbury versus Madison. In Sovereign Citizen Legal Theories, Marbury versus Madison in 1803. Are you serious? It's frequently cited out of context to challenge the authority of statutes or the jurisdiction of courts. While the case legally established the principle of judicial review, the power of federal courts to declare laws unconstitutional, sovereign citizens often misinterpret specific quotes to claim that any law they personally deem unconstitutional is void and can be ignored without a court ruling. The void ab initio argument. Sovereign citizens frequently quote the passage, "An act of the legislature repugnant of the Constitution is void." They cite that every day. They use this argument that they have the individual right to decide which laws are unconstitutional and therefore are not required to follow traffic laws, pay taxes, or recognize the authority of the court. Clip that. Laws versus statutes. Proponents often claim that Marbury distinguished between lawful constitutional acts and statutes that are merely corporate rules. They argue that because the statute, like a motor vehicle code, is not explicitly in the Constitution, it is void under the Marbury standard. Clip that. And notice how I said the 10th Amendment destroys all these arguments. Officer liability. Some use it in the case of discussion of ministerial duties and vested rights to argue that the government officials can be sued personally if they fail to perform a specific duty if they infringe on a sovereign right. Actual legal precedents. In legitimate U.S. law, Marbury versus Madison does not allow individuals to unilaterally invalidate laws. Instead, it establishes that judicial department's duty. It is emphatically the province of a duty of a judicial department to say what the law is. Only a court, not an individual citizen, has the authority to declare a law unconstitutional. Clip that. And that comes from the Supreme Court. How did all these sovereign citizens ever not mention that when they cite Marbury versus Madison? How they leave that out? It's because the hallmark of dealing with a sovereign citizen is they're going to cherry pick a sentence out of a whole case and say, this is how it is. That's typical sovereign citizenry. Cherry pick certain, so they'll read a whole case and they'll read a part where it's clearly invalidating their beliefs. So they'll skip over that
and then they'll find a sentence that, oh, yeah, and psychoanalyze it and do some deep esoteric meaning. See, you know when it says blue, it's not blue, but it's blue. Yeah. See, the color blue is not spelled B-L-U-E. It's spelled B-L-U-E. You get that? Yeah, we get it. Supremacy of the Constitution. If a law and the Constitution conflict, the court must follow the Constitution, and the Supreme Court does that all the time. No direct enforcement. Courts have repeatedly rejected sovereign citizen interpretations of Marbury, often characterizing them as frivolous or meritless legal theories. A, for further reading on the legitimate legal impact of the case, visit the National Archives, milestone documents, or review Supreme Court summary. And this is Supreme Court summary of dealing with Marbury versus Madison. I guarantee you, nothing about this case, the summary, has anything to do with the frivolous sovereign citizen claims that they wish to raise today. Marbury versus Madison, I have completely invalidated your sovereign citizen beliefs on it. Now clip that.
It's very clear in its decisions that rules, statutories, rulings of even yourself, Your Honor, do not apply to the people. These apply to corporations.
Notice how we just read the legal breakdown of it, but yet that's their interpretation of it. Motherfuckers crazy as a roll lizard. We just broke down the legal, what it legally said, and got links to the National Archives and the Supreme Court summary of the case, but yet they're interpreted as statutes and rules don't apply to individuals, apply to corporations. This is how delusional these people are. This is why they will never get nowhere near close to anything like this. Nowhere near, because of their mindsets. It's not about the intellectual abilities. It's their mindset is what kills them. Oh my God.
And non-legal, non-living entities, dead entities, if you will, Your Honor. They do not apply to us here today. But upon that note, and the word note, we do demand presentation of the original note at this time. We've been asking for the note and has been.
You didn't argue it in your summary judgment, so it's a moot point. Remember, court's about rules and procedures. You didn't argue in your summary judgment, it's a moot point.
Been denied time after time from these gentlemen. It needs to be the original note. It must have the original endorsements, the wet ink seals. It must have all allonges or any allonge that's attached to it. And if it does not act in their possession, any of these notes, then they have lost the rights to the note.
The question is,
they studying the source now. Supreme Elite, New Empire Talk. Came on reading numbers, they were reading memes. He was reading filings, planning out the dream. Turn every late fee in the case law heat. Judge bang gavel, he don't skip a beat. They like how you flip stress in the assets. How you turn a loss in the last check. Thomas took notes, broke codes, then he proved it. Now the classroom global and the language fluid. Thomas is a blueprint. Write that in the sky, let the blueprint. From the courtroom smoke to the new man. He designed the way we move our 2 cents. Thomas is a blueprint. Supreme Elite team, that's the school stamp. From the first late bill to the full camp. New culture empire, watch the flag plan. Supreme Elite Team University. Turn the credit score into currency. Turn the closed door to a first key. Turn a side job to a legacy. He beat odds, then he beat litigation. Now we teach law. $25 and I'm talking after tax. They checking by the home, what's coming after that. Forensic laws been silent as always. I had open, no way to I don't know. No way to happen, no way to I don't know.
So I find it, why is going into court so much of a bad thing when millions of companies and millions of corporations go into court every day to settle disputes? They settle disputes every day by going into court. But now we're not supposed to go into court.
His documents are so powerful. They think it's artificial intelligence. Scalpel engaged, another myth is sight, ready to be destroyed.
You're rocking with the best.
Gotcha, bitch!
This show is not suitable for all audiences. Listener discretion is advised.
No way.
You're rocking with the best.
No way.
You're rocking with the best.
It has case law.
You're rocking with the best.
Straight to it. Straight to it. Welcome to another edition of the New Culture Empire. We are back in the building. The grind never stops. We build this plane while we fly it. We taking this show on the road. As you see, I'm on the road. We are taking this show on the road, and we are about to really get into it. Now, today, I have a treat for all of you. Now, you've heard it online. You've heard them say it. You've heard them teach it. You heard them preach it. And when I came on the scene, I said, no, y'all, that's not the right way to go. It's been rejected for the last 40 years. And I was met with, I said, okay. So my new mantra now is, if you don't want to listen to me, then I will let the judge tell you. Now, remember in my last stream, I said, why do they always want to shy you away from court? And one of the things that I've noticed about shying him away from court is, we're going to cue that up in a second. One of the reasons why I shied him from court is I always wanted to understand, why are they saying don't go into court? So, before we get started, let me share my screen, because us legal people, we always, it's called laying the foundation.
before you get to your point. Lay your foundation. So this is what we're about to do. We're just going to lay a foundation. Okay, so this is not.
That I call peaceful non-compliance, then try to attend a court of their making. So if you go to court under the impression that you are going to get justice, you are in for a big shock. Once you enter the court, do not believe for a second that you have any rights, God-given, or even granted by man. You have no rights. Do not go to court and tell them that you have rights. Don't say, I have my God-given inalienable rights. Do not do it, because you truly have no rights once you have entered that ship. All you have are services, privileges, and benefits. What that tells you is that you are a slave. What are your privileges? Well, you can go to jail. That is a privilege. What are your benefits? You can pay tax to them. That is a benefit. I'm unsure who it actually benefits, but it is definitely benefiting someone other than you. The entire system is rigged, and the odds are all stacked in the favor of your overlords, these so-called elites. I prefer the term parasites. You can't win in their courts. There is no remedy in their courts. When you enter a court which is their court, you are going on board the slave ship. Truly, the only time you should enter any court is when wearing shorts and carrying a tennis racket. Otherwise, I would never.
What do you see? You have no rights. Don't go to court. You can never win in court. No, don't go. Okay, hold on.
You don't have to go to court. I don't care what your criminal, what kind of a crime you've committed. I don't care how big it is. You don't have to go to court.
You don't? What do you have to?
No.
What if you're...
You have to you have to fill out a particular kind of form, send it to the Secretary of State, and say to the Secretary of State, I wish to settle out of court. You can settle anything out of court.
You can.
Of course. If Ford Motor Company is suing General Motors, they can settle out of court. So you won't know what they did to settle the thing because it's out of court.
Out of the water.
It's out of the water, right?
Right.
Now, that's partially true. You can settle out of court. But what he left out is, in order for you to settle out of court, there has to be an action initiated in court. Let's do another one.
You will go to court if you have collections. Now, does this happen for every single person? Not always, but after 3 years, this client was taken to court with a judgment. Now this client has to hire an attorney, probably going to pay high interest fees, and also have to pay the collection amount, which she could have negotiated way lower before. If you have a collection, whether it's been there for a year, 2, 3 years, they can take you to court for the next 7 years, guys. So if you need assistance with disputing collections,
don't go to court.
What advice, information, life experience would you give to men who are currently in situations where they're not being able to see their kids?
Okay. Ready. Now look at this. Aim. Fire. All administrative documents. So you get the point. You get what I'm trying to say now, right? Well, hold on.
I've been working all the summer, getting my bread up and shit, moving from place to place, from plane to plane, spreading my word out and shit.
10 reasons why not to go to court. Right here.
You are not allowed to direct anyone, not even your priest or your religious person that you may have, to contact Ms. Bain. You are not allowed to direct.
Look at these horror stories. Look. Okay, so we got that out of the way, right? Right? So the consensus is don't go to court. Don't go to court. Don't waste your time in court. Don't do anything that's to do with court, right? Okay, so now that we got that out the way, so the consensus is you don't go to court because you're not going to win. You don't have any rights in court. But what I'm about to show you is the real reason why they say don't go to court. The real reason why they say don't go to court. Don't go to court, don't go to court, don't go to court. I want you to take about 10, 15 seconds, if you will, and share the stream wherever you at, because what we are about to read, I guarantee you, you're going to find it on TikTok, you're going to find it on Facebook, you're going to find it on X, you're going to find it on Rumble, you're going to find it on all these social media platforms, that no matter which way they go about doing it, no matter what words they put on it, you are going to read for yourself the core beliefs of 98.9999999% of people who have gone down these paths and who has done processes, submitted documents, regardless if you reject the name of a sovereign citizen, regardless if you say there's no such thing as a sovereign citizen. Oh, you can't be sovereign and a citizen, or a sovereign citizen is an oxymoron. Regardless of the script they told you to respond with, you are going to find 98.99% of people's belief system in this court case. Take 15 seconds and please share the stream. Oh yeah, we are definitely about to get into it. Whoa, whoa, tell them to come on in here.
New Empire talk. Came on reading numbers, they were reading memes. He was reading filings, planning out the dream. Turn every late fee in the case law heat. Judge bang gavel heat. Skip a beat, they like how you flip stress in the assets. How you turn a loss in the last check. Thomas took notes, broke codes, then he proved it. Now the classroom global and the language fluid. Thomas is a blueprint. Write that in the sky, let the crew print.
Whoa! Yeah, let's get it. All right. Let's go.
You're rocking with the best.
Let's get it. Think, brother, think, They think, And one of the reasons I found it so funny, when they telling y'all not to go to court, it's because they already tried it. And they read stuff like this. So they say, damn, we ain't gonna be able to go to court and get this victory. So y'all, we gonna do an administrative process. This is why they tell you not to go to court. In the United States Court of Federal Claims, December 4, 2017, some of y'all wasn't even on this path. Some of y'all just came to this path a year or two ago. A Rule 12B1 motion to dismiss. Now, what I don't want you to do is get caught up on the name sovereign citizen. Don't take the name out of it. This is not about labeling anyone a sovereign citizen. This is not about the name sovereign citizen. This is all about the inner beliefs. The inner beliefs from people who actually stood on the name sovereign citizen, and the actions and the documents and the ideologies, and the people who reject the name of the term sovereign citizen, but the actions, documents, and the ideologies are the same. So once again, you have a group of people who are standing on the name and doing the documents that are indicative of people who think like that. But then you have today, you got people who reject the name, but are still doing the same documents and processes that are indicative of the people who accept the name. So, Rule 12B1 motion to dismiss. Rejection of sovereign citizen theory. Constitutional claims, not money mandating. Gregory Allen Davenport. This is Nichols, Georgia. Pro se plaintiff. Wheeler, Judge Wheeler. Gregory Allen Davenport is currently incarcerated. A currently incarcerated pro se plaintiff seeks relief in this court, claiming that the government nationalized him through his birth certificate and social security documents. Let's stop right there. Is it one of the core beliefs, the social security number? Isn't one of the core beliefs starts with the social security number? Doesn't it start with the social security number? Isn't that right there? The social security number, put a check right there, social security number. Thereby violating statutes and constitutional provisions. Mr. Davenport also claims to have created his own sovereign entity and renounces his United States citizenship. What's your own sovereign entity? The all caps name, the trust, the estate. The government has filed a motion to dismiss for lack of subject matter jurisdiction. Mr. Davenport has filed a motion for summary judgment. Oh, man. For reasons explained below, the court grants the government's motions to dismiss and denies Mr. Davenport's motion for summary judgment. Background. Mr. Davenport is being held at Coffee Correctional Facility in Nichols, Georgia for armed robbery, aggravated assault, and related criminal charges. And one thing about the penal systems in the United States, it is a melting pot for sovereign citizen theories, because a lot of them try to use these theories to get out of prison, whereas people in society are mainly using these theories to extract large sums of money from the government or get out of their financial obligation to pay a bill. I mean, it's never because this is what they really believe. This is how they live their life. They're never going off the grid. You don't see them in their own town. You don't see them building their own houses by hand. You don't see them kids being born at home, homeschool, their own community, and the only thing that they do is barter. No, they don't go off the grid. Y'all don't go off the grid. Y'all very much dependent on the same system that you say you hate. But let's keep going. In order to, okay, we can move second one. In his complaint, Mr. Davenport alleges that the federal government nationalized him through his birth certificate and social security documents, enabling the government to assign his properties and assets to the Federal Reserve System. I don't care how you word it. I don't care which steps you go about to express it. That is one of the core beliefs of 98.99% of people in these spaces. In order to recover said assets, Mr. Davenport demands the closure of an alleged trust account derived from the nationalization process and claims to renounce his U.S. citizenship. The alleged trust account, that is the nucleus of why many people do what they do. In lieu of his United States citizenship, Mr. Davenport instead declares himself to be a sovereign citizen with his own constitution, flag, anthem, and pledge. Just because you don't like the name sovereign citizen, what do you see this with the Moors? We got a Moors flag. We got our own temple. We got our own everything. Mr. Davenport claims that the government has violated the following statutes, provisions, and amendments of the United States Constitution. The 11th Amendment in its exercise of judicial powers, the 4th, 5th due process clause, 8th, and 13th Amendments for the claim nationalization. Regardless if he's using nationalization or many people using other things, those are the main amendments that you see them do. You see these amendments. The Foreign Sovereign Immunities Act, 28 U.S.C. 1604. Criminal statutes within Title 18 of the United States Code. Remember how the same people, they always cite 1218 U.S.C. in their documents, like the government and courts haven't already said that Title 18 USC is for federal prosecutors and private individuals have no cause of action by citing Title 18, just like you try to cite Title 12 as part of your authority, and they only are related to the banks and the Office of the Comptroller of the Currency and the other regulatory agencies that governs them. You can't use Title 12 as any part of what you're trying to do, but that doesn't matter. We're going to keep going. The Sherman Act, 15 U.S.C. 1 and 2, and the Social Security Act, Title 42 U.S.C. 408. How many times have you seen people talk about Social Security Act on here? And there we go. Mr. Davenport seeks immediate release from Coffee Correctional Facility, and look at the amount. Typical sovereign citizen, regardless if you go by the name or not, look at the amounts that y'all be doing stuff for. Look at the outrageous amounts y'all be doing stuff for. $300,000 withholdings, $250 million bond you send to the Treasury. Remember I told you? People with remember, it's a bottomless pit. All you had to do is say, hey, I got an unlimited amount in credit. And you can tell the type of people and their level of greed and desperation just by the monetary amounts that they put on their frivolous documents. $202,500,000 in damages and closure of any accounts derived from its purported nationalization. The government filed a Rule 12b-1 motion to dismiss on September 27, 2017. This is almost 10 years ago. And this is one of the reasons why many people today don't even attempt to try to step to the government with this crap. This is why they do administrative. They're not going to go into court with this stuff today. And this is the reason why. Newsflash. If you can't prove that you can win in court on your claims, or the likelihood of you succeeding in court on your claims, then just because you are taking the non-court way, going administrative, it doesn't make your chances of succeed any higher. Mr. Davenport, okay, the government filed a Rule 12b-1 motion to dismiss on September 27, 2017. The government presents two grounds for dismissal for lack of subject matter jurisdiction. First, it argues that the court should reject Mr. Davenport's sovereign citizen claims and demand for payment based on this theory. Second, argues that the court lacks jurisdictions to entertain Mr. Davenport's constitutional and statutory claims. Mr. Davenport filed a response on October 10, 2017, defending his complaint and asserting a Fifth Amendment takings violations for the processing of information such as DNA fingerprints without compensation. What do you see today when people talk about that? You see the fee schedule. This is the fee schedule. Has anyone ever got their fee schedule honored, recognized in cash by any agency? You know when they be online talking about, nah, because I got my fee schedule. Has anyone ever got their fee schedule cash? Now, the government filed this reply to Mr. Davenport's response brief on October 19th. Mr. Davenport then found a surreply on November 2nd, claiming that government counsel agreed to settlement. The government denied this assertion on October 9th. On November 9th. On November 20th, 2017, Mr. Davenport filed a motion for summary judgment stating that both parties agreed about the important facts and again claimed that the government agreed to settlement. The court has deemed oral arguments unnecessary. You know what that means? Like we don't even have to have a hearing on this. The Tucker Act ordinarily is the focus of subject matter jurisdiction of this court. So that's more than likely when you bring a court of federal claims action against the government based on your secret account in your estate, you're basically bringing a claim under the Tucker Act. So this is where it moves from your beliefs and your theories and what you heard on a packet or that confirmation bias document that someone put together and posted online, and you take that as law. The Tucker Act states, the United States Court of Federal Claims shall have jurisdiction to render judgment upon any claim against the United States founded either upon the Constitution or any act of Congress or any regulation of an executive department or upon any express or implied contract with the United States, or for liquidated or unliquidated damages in cases not sounding in tort. Now, if there was an express contract, implied contract, founded upon the Constitution, an act of Congress, or any regulation of an executive department that remotely resembles the theories or confirms the theories that you see online today, then the Court of Federal Claims would be a proper venue. Because what do you always say? Y'all always cite the Constitution for your claims. Y'all cite acts of Congress. What do y'all cite? HJR 192. That's an act of Congress. Y'all cite your regulations. So let's just, why not? Why not bring your claims here? 28 USC 1491 subsection A1. The Tucker Act does not create a cause of action. It's one of the biggest misconceptions right there. Case law, RHI Holdings, Inc. versus United States. Thus, a plaintiff must identify a separate source of substantive law that creates the right to money damages in order to invoke the court's jurisdiction over a claim. So, where is the substantive law that you can cite that entitles you to any money from the Treasury based on your birth certificate, social security number? Where's the substantive law at? And this is the part where what you read online runs smack into the legal reality. Now, let's proceed. Failure to establish jurisdiction under the term. Come on, y'all. Tap the screen. Hit the like. Hit the share. These ain't my opinions. This is straight from the court. This is almost 10 years ago. If you're going to be upset or whatever, at least you can't be upset at me. You're going to have to be upset with the court. Not me. I'm not doing anything wrong here. I'm reading and comprehending. Y'all can follow. Y'all know that shit ain't work. You know you ain't seen a dime out that secret trust in your whole lives. Come on now. Come on, y'all. Let's not do that. Failure to establish jurisdiction under the Tucker Act requires the court to dismiss under Rule 12b-1. Outlaw versus United States. When deciding a Rule 12b-1 motion to dismiss, a court must assume all the undisputed facts in the complaint are true and draw reasonable inferences in the non-movement's favor. Courts hold pleadings made by pro se plaintiffs to a less stringent standard and liberally construe language in the plaintiff's favor. However, none of Mr. Davenport's claims survives a Rule 12b motion to dismiss. But before we go, the problem with that is, if all his assertions about the account, the estate, being sovereign, if none of that survives, and I'm talking about not the name, I'm talking about the actions, the beliefs. If his belief systems don't survive in court, then your belief systems are not going to survive in court. And this is why they tell you to stay out of court. A sovereign citizen claim. Uh-oh. Now I need everybody to brace yourselves. This is not me. This is the judge. The sovereign citizen movement is one in which members seek to recover money from the United States. Now, take away the name sovereign citizen and focus on the processes that you're doing. Tell me you're not doing a process that is not some shape, form, or fashion surrounded around money. Whether it's not have to pay a bill anymore, or to get free money via a tax return, or from an estate, or through your worthless bonds that you send to the Treasury. Tell me one of the underlying reasons why you do what you do is for money. Just tell me it's not. At times claiming that the government tricked or coerced them by using identifying information, e.g., birth certificates and social security documents as security for the national debt. That has been the theory that's been floating around these spaces for well over 40 years. That's the nuke. That's how it all starts. You were tricked. A separate entity was created through the birth certificate and the social security number. And they tricked you into being surety for that. You see? So your original belief is, I'm a victim of something. I'm a victim of them tricking me. See, grab it versus United States. You got another case. Proponents of the sovereign citizen theory allege that this security interest results in the creation of an individual trust account containing that individual's profits. That is the number one reason why people even embark on these paths. Right there. Davenport claims to be a sovereign citizen and seeks closure of his trust account. What's the difference between Davenport and 98.99% of people you see online today? What's the difference? If we're talking beliefs, ideologies, documents, and the things that they do, what makes him so different from the people out here? What makes him so different? What makes him different? See, we're going to move past the name because people like to try to deflect. Oh, I'm not sorry. No, we're not talking about the name. We're talking about the underlying beliefs and ideologies that you possess. The Tucker Act precludes sovereign citizen claims as neither birth certificates nor social security numbers recognize or impose contractual rights, obligations, or duties. As such, this court has held that claims involving sovereign citizen theory are nonsensical and should be dismissed as frivolous pursuant to 28 U.S.C. 1915a, which requiring the court to dismiss claims which are frivolous, malicious, or fail to state a claim upon which relief may be granted. And this is why they tell you don't go into court. That's your right, meaning these theories won't be recognized. This is why they tell you don't go into court. As the Tucker Act precludes, the sovereign citizen theory in this court does not recognize the theory as a cognizable claim. The court dismisses Mr. Davenport's sovereign citizen claim for lack of subject matter jurisdiction. Now, lack of subject matter jurisdiction, it doesn't mean, well, he went to the wrong venue. He should have went here. No, what it means is the claims are so frivolous and nonsensical that we can't even entertain them in any court situated in the United States of America or in Canada or in the UK somewhere. Statutory claims. Mr. Davenport contends that the government has violated the International Claims Settlement Act for the alleged taking of property. Criminal statutes within Title 18 of the United States Code for the supposed use of false documents. Deprivation of color of law. Isn't that a term that you see online all here? Huh? Don't they say that? Deprivation of color of law. Don't they say that on here? Conspiracy. That's a big word that they like to use. Treason and other acts. And the Social Security Act, Title 42 U.S.C. Section 408 for using this Social Security number. Can I ask yourself? Can we do a little experiment right quick? What does the back of a Social Security card say? I think we have one right here. It says here, this card belongs to the Social Security Administration, and you must return it if we ask for it. I thought you were putting your Social Security number into a trust as your property. Well, It doesn't look like you actually even own that. But come on, let's keep going. Mr. Davenport also alleged government violations under 28 U.S.C. 1604 for purportedly subjecting him to its jurisdiction in the Sherman Act for limiting his options for legal representation and trading on a fund using his birth certificate. Remember, what's the difference? He says trading on a fund using his birth certificates. They say online that your birth certificate was traded on the stock market. And now you got to grab your CUSIP. Remember when you could pay $200 to get your CUSIP numbers, in which they go find random CUSIPs, put that on a piece of paper, find funds, change the names around, and then they type in those monetary amounts for you. And then you go put that on your tax return on numbers that were made up in someone's head that you paid $200, because the inner reason why you did it, because you thought it was a good deal to get $200 to get $100 million back. But did you ever stop and ask that person you paid the $200 to, well, have you gotten yours? If the answer is yes, the next question is, well, why do I even know you exist? You have $100 million. Why are you messing around with services for $200? You have $100 million. You got a refund check for $100 million. Why do you need my $200? See, these are the little things that people refuse to questions that they don't want to ask, because deep down inside they know the truth. And the reason that deep down inside that they know the truth, then the truth means what I want to happen is not going to happen. And I need what I want to happen based on my circumstances. That's all it is. The court lacks jurisdiction to review claims pursuant to the International Claims Settlement Act, which allows United States citizens to assert claims against foreign nations arising from nationalization or the taking of other property. If that ain't a misinterpretation of the statute on this end, because it really, I mean, what foreign nation is he talking about? Oh, let me guess. The United States is foreign now. Okay. Similarly, the court does not exercise jurisdiction over criminal claims, deeming allegations of criminal acts under Title 18 of the United States Code improper in this court. You see how they slap in Title 8? This is a court of federal claims, but this is what they all do. They take everything that doesn't belong inside the venue and they stick it on a document. They'll have 5,000 different claims, which 4,999 don't even belong in a courtroom, which they bring in the claim in, and they'll throw things at the wall and hope it sticks. This is the reason why many people will not get any type of real results, because the little basics that you have to do, the basics of following the rules, has totally left this space. Following the simple rules is like giving a 4-year-old a root canal. You don't even want to follow the rules. Further, this court held that sovereign immunity claims based on the FSAI are not money mandating. The Sherman Act, an antitrust statute, is not money mandating. So you're misciting statutes. In addition to this limitation, the United States federal district courts have exclusive jurisdiction over the Sherman Act allegations, so this court may not entertain such a claim. Each of Mr. Davenport's statutory arguments is either outside of this court's purview or is not money mandating, as required by the Tucker Act. You know what this is? This is court rules of procedure. I told you, many people, the mere fact that they even filed their complaint, they've already lost their case, because they never followed the court rules. They never have the venue down proper. They never have the claims that the court can entertain. But whatever. Constitutional claims. Mr. Davenport also asserts violations of his constitutional rights. In his complaint, he alleged that the nationalization process infringes upon his 4th, 5th, and 8th Amendments. However, this court does not have jurisdiction over violations of these amendments, because these provisions do not invoke monetary damages. Remember, he's here to get money from the government. Mr. Davenport also mentions violations of the 11th and 13th Amendments. The court does not have jurisdiction over these either. Y'all, if you're not going to tap the screen because of what I'm reading, at least tap the screen because I'm not lying to you. Because I'm not changing the words. I'm not manipulating the words. I would rather you get smacked in the face with reality and stop in your tracks and about face and abort mission rather than you purposely disregard anything that doesn't comport with what you believe or what you want to happen so you can continue in your own dream chasing something that's never going to turn into reality. I'm going to say this again. You will never access that secret trust because it doesn't exist. Okay. Mr. Davenport also mentions violations of the 11th and 13th Amendments. The court does not have jurisdiction over these amendments either. As a result, Mr. Davenport's constitutional claims cannot succeed. The Fifth Amendment is unique in that while its due process clause is not money mandating, a Fifth Amendment's taking clause may result in monetary damages. So when I told people 2 years ago, if you're going to cite the Fifth Amendment, you're going to have to cite the Fifth Amendment under the takings clause. And you're going to have to prove how your private property was taken and you was not justly compensated for it. Well, the claims and theories in these spaces is that our private property was taken for public use, for benefit of the government, for the Federal Reserve, and we wasn't compensated for it. So why aren't people winning in court on that theory right there under the Fifth Amendment? Huh? Ask yourself that. Therefore, this court processes jurisdiction over takings claims. Mr. Davenport explicitly asserts a Fifth Amendment due process violation in his complaint, claiming that the government unlawfully claims admiralty jurisdiction without a valid contract. Hold on. Hold on. Give me 1 second. Oh, give me 1 second. Hold on. Are we talking about this? Hold on. Hold on 1 second. I got a flashback. Are we talking about this admiralty? The biggest hurdles that all of you jurisdiction people going to get over, can't get around, is that the courts have jurisdiction. Number one, based on the 10th Amendment. So all this common law court or admiralty courts. Admiralty courts are for crimes committed at the seas, the naval, the ocean. Now, for everybody that came on my on my stream, over 116 comments. Do you know that when I was talking in this post, do you realize that law of admiralty, I had the statute posted? So they didn't want to read the statute, refused to read the statute, and kept saying incorrect. Look at Big God or what? Incorrect. I told you, it's always these avatar, these ancient Egyptian, half human, half animal with the crown and the Egyptian stars and all this esoteric people avatar that are the most far gone down the sovereign citizen lane. The law of admiralty, admiralty law or maritime law refers to a body of law relating to the seas and navigable bodies of water. Admiralty law extends to incidents that occur on the oceans, lakes, rivers, canals, and wetlands. However, admiralty law does not extend to bodies of water that are not navigable and not used in interstate commerce, such as a creek, pond, or a stream. Right there. It didn't say nothing about your state traffic court. It didn't say nothing about you getting pulled over for not having a driver's license. It didn't say that. So the mere fact that I actually had the statute there and wasn't talking out the side of my neck
And people's like, no, that's wrong because the courts have zoning codes and the naval and the zones of the Navy and then the Navy zones. And they every now and then they take up the pavement and they put water down so the Navy can come through and do the inspection of the. Shut the hell up. And this is why people won't win. They can never admit that, you know what, I may have misinterpreted this wrong. What's wrong with being human? Some people get things wrong. Judges get things wrong. Lawyers get things wrong. I've gotten things wrong in life. Why do y'all come to these spaces acting like everything you say is 1,000% correct? Just 1,000% correct. And when you're challenged from a legal standpoint, now anyone who challenged you from a legal standpoint, now they're wrong. Do you think people with that mindset are ever going to sustain long-lasting success? But come on. He did not, however, allege a Fifth Amendment takings claims until he filed his response, stating that the government did take private property, DNA, cDNA, fingerprints, footprints, retina scans, energy, etc., without providing just compensation. In its reply, the government rightfully notes that a party may not present new legal theories in response to a motion to dismiss. You know what that is? That's called the court rules and procedure. As I always coin it, it's the nuances of court. What did I say? They're going to nitpick the hell out you in the rules of procedure. 98% of the people that go to court don't understand the rules of procedure of court. That is a procedural violation. The court agrees and therefore may not rule on Mr. Davenport's Fifth Amendment takings claim. And you know what's so crazy about that? The government basically said, we're not even going to entertain that claim because he didn't follow the procedure. So they don't even have to get into it. Even though it's still frivolous, that's the easy way out for the lawyers. You know, pro se, yeah, I know y'all be giving the lawyers a way out the way you word your claims. Like, they don't even have to address your issues. All they got to do is just hit you on the procedural violations. And these are why people get frustrated and tell you to stay out of court. In the event that Mr. Davenport argues that he indeed made a Fifth Amendment takings claim in his complaint, as he referenced this amendment twice, once generally and next specifically identifying the due process clause, the court will address this claim, generally referring to a Fifth Amendment identifying a particular cause. In doing so, the court finds that Mr. Davenport's argument fails for 3 reasons. So even though the court said, you know what, we're going to entertain your takings clause claims, it's still going to fail. Remember when I said it's going to fail anyway? Remember I said it's going to fail anyway? First, Mr. Davenport's takings claims is founded upon the sovereign citizen theory rejected by the court. Now, we're not just talking about his specific claims. The claims that the government took your property, via your birth certificate, via your social security card, all those claims fall under this theory. This is why they tell you to stay out of court. This is why they tell you don't go to court, send those documents to the Treasury. But you know what the Treasury attorneys going to do when they see those documents? It's going right in the shredder because case law is already out on it. If the courts have already rejected it, what makes you think the administrative agency is going to allow it? But they'll tell you that. As in such, it has no merit. Second, the Tucker Act confers jurisdiction in connection with claims against the United States. Mr. Davenport does not, however, explains the federal government's involvement in the alleged taking of his biological information. He refers to biological information perhaps taken by the state, but does not explain the federal government's connection to this alleged taking. These are the little things of court.
These are the particularities that you got to have with your complaints. You can't just throw it out. And this is a typical sovereign citizen pro se complaint. You throw it out there, but you never expound. You never do the who, what, when, where, how. You throw it out there and then you move on. And plaintiff failed specifically allege that the federal government was involved in the taking. The claim must fail for lack of subject matter jurisdiction. Further, the court does not exercise jurisdiction over claims against individual states. So any claims that the state of Georgia, for example, effectuated and taken in this case also fails for lack of subject matter jurisdiction. Lastly, Mr. Davenport alleges that his taking occurred in 1991, over 26 years ago. A 6-year statute of limitation applies to the Fifth Amendment takers claims. So all of you who just found out that your property was taken at birth, guess what? Guess what? The original taking was at birth, right? So that means you would have had to bring a claim against the government when you were 6 years old, or your parents bring it on your behalf. That alone kills your theory. As Mr. Davenport's takers claim surpasses the limitations period, it is again not within the court's jurisdiction. And you know what? The court is not leaving the door open like, oh, there may be a chance for someone to do it right. The court is just use a procedure to deny it because he can. He don't even have to expound. Finally, the Tucker Act grants jurisdiction to this court based on the money mandating provisions or a contractual relationship between the plaintiff and the United States. As explained above, Mr. Davenport's claims fail for lack of subject matter jurisdiction, as they are not grounded in money mandating provisions or simply cannot be heard before this court. Regarding a contractual relationship, the only other route to recovery, Mr. Davenport concedes that no contract exists between him and the government. Agreeing that his claims are not based on the contractual provisions with the government, Mr. Davenport extinguishes any possibility of recovery on that theory. For the reasons stated above, the government's motion to dismiss is granted. Mr. Davenport's motion for summary judgment is denied. The clerk of court shall enter judgment accordingly. No cause. It is so ordered. This is what you're going to get when you continue to follow these sovereign citizen theories, regardless if you don't go by the name or not. Regardless if you don't go by the, just because you reject the name doesn't make your documents to be looked at any different. I know they tell you, well, take this word out. Don't put this word here, because if you put this word here, they're gonna do it like nope. No. So let's no, we're not gonna do this one. We're not gonna do this one. Actually, we can do this one. We could do this one. I told y'all, this is from 2022. John Lee Basie versus United States. Pro se. Sovereign citizen allegations dismissed for lack of subject matter jurisdiction. Now pending before the court is pro se plaintiff John Lee Basie's motion to seal these proceedings and the defendant United States motion to dismiss. Mr. Basie, a Texas state inmate, once again, another person locked up trying to use this to get out. But it's not because of their situation, them being locked up. It's the same ideologies. Mr. Basie, a Texas state inmate, has filed a complaint in this court alleging that when his name is spelled in capital letters, such as on his birth certificate or court filings, his name does not identify him. Rather, he argues that his name in capital letters identifies his corporate entity, a legal fiction controlled by the government. He alleges that when the United States issued his birth certificate, the government placed him, the living man, as a quasi-corporation surety for the all caps name Private Business Trust. and that this was done without his knowledge or consent. Now tell me that this is what they talk about online every day. So you mean to tell me this is not the theories online? Remember, if what you're saying is true, you should be able to step into court and get your claims acknowledged. This is the part that I don't get. If it's so true, it could be true from a legal. It should be true from an administrative standpoint, from a legal standpoint. It shouldn't matter which venue you go in. If it's legit, if it's true, if it has merit, why all the pushback? Mr. Basis therefore claims that the issuance of his birth certificate created a unilateral contract by fraud for the sole benefit of the government. He requests, among other injunctive relief, that the court order his release from prison and that any and all past or present cases shall be void, nunc pro tunc, ab initio. He additionally asked the court order the United States Treasury to discharge all debts attached to his private business trust estate. This is the same core theories that you see people. These are the core theories. And set up a monthly allowance for his use and enjoyment. He seeks $250 million in damages. What did I tell you? All they had to do was tell you that you had a bottomless pit of money, and everybody who never even smelt the type of money that they're putting on their documents and their claims today, they are going to start 250 million, 100 million. Let me buy this house for 1.7 million. You get what I'm saying? They are putting these outrageous numbers on these documents because they believe there's some trust that's going to eventually pay it for them. Going to pay it for them. This is why they're doing what they're doing. This is why you go type up that negotiable instrument and send it into your auto company to pay your car note or to pay off the balance. And I guarantee you, when you write it up, you're not writing it on the account that you have direct access to right now. You're not writing it on your checking account, your savings account, or taking out your MMA account or your investment account. Hell, you're not even taking out your 401k. You're writing it based on the fact that it doesn't matter the amount because I'm not going to be responsible for it. Someone else can pay. It becomes, it becomes so sad that many people have fallen into this pit of desperation that they will literally make fools out of themselves. No self-respect, no self-pride. Several weeks, you talking about the motion to dismiss. We ain't got to get into all that. Let's get down here. The government then filed a motion to dismiss Mr. Basie's claims, arguing that the court lacks subject matter jurisdiction, or alternatively, that Mr. Basie has failed to state a claim upon which relief would be granted. The government argued that the complaint neither identifies a viable contract with the United States nor a money-mandating source of law as required by the Tucker Act. So, instead asserts claims under a sovereign citizen theory of recovery, which the court has rejected on several prior occasions. I find it very interesting that everybody that's talking about we got this accounts, we got all this stuff, we can do this, they can never find a direct statute that confirms it, which you need in the Court of Federal Claims. You notice that? So when I put that video out this morning, the government never authorized it. It was never an act of Congress to set up accounts. Money can only be issued from the Treasury through an act of Congress or appropriations. If every other time money is spent in this country, every other time that money is printed up is either act of Congress or voted on for appropriations. Why is it that the process that has been running the same for the government for hundreds of years, it just so stops when it gets to us in the secret account? Why is it that any other time you get a monthly statement under federal law when you have money sitting in an account? Why hasn't the government sent us a monthly statement? They'll do it if you got other accounts with them. They'll send you a statement. Oh, but for this, it's a secret. But if it's so much of a secret, how do you know? The mere fact that people are trying to teach that is evident that people 40 years ago were teaching the same thing. They're just following the footsteps. For the reasons discussed below, the court denies Mr. Basie's motion to seal and grants the government's motion to dismiss. Beginning first with Mr. Basie's we ain't got to worry about the seal. Like we ain't got to worry about the seal. Let's get down to it. So the court next turned to the government's motion to dismiss for subject matter jurisdiction, lack of subject matter, under rules of the United States Court of Federal Claims. They don't even read the Court of Federal Claims rules before they put these frivolous complaints together. Under the Tucker Act, the action may be maintained in this court if it is founded either upon the Constitution or any act of Congress or any regulation of an executive department or any express or implied contract with the United States. So I have a question right there. These are all the grounds which you could bring a claim against the government. Why is it that none of you can ever point to a rule, regulation, statute, constitution, implied or express contract? Why is it that you can't find one? Want to know why? Because, as I've been trying to say for the past few years, it doesn't exist. You were duped by Roger Elvick. Roger Elvick created the secret account theory. Roger Elvick had ties to the white supremacist movement. Now look at my African-American brethren and brothers and sisters. Y'all be taking y'all beliefs and ideologies from white supremacists. You see what I'm saying? You don't even know the origins of what you do. Now, while somewhat difficult to follow, Mr. Basie's complaint is based on an alleged contract with the government, with the United States, that was purportedly created by his birth certificate. What do I tell you? They're always going to throw the birth certificate in there. That is the core belief. This is why people go get their birth certificates authenticated. These are the core beliefs. Why am I talking about this? Because these are the core inner beliefs that drives everything that you do in these spaces. When you remove these core beliefs, that means the ways that you're going about trying to get what you're trying to get, you're not going to do it anymore because it's not lining up anymore. If you knew that every time you will make a claim like this, it would be rejected. If you knew that from the beginning, would you ever make these claims? Mr. Basie is proceeding under the discredited sovereign citizen theory. Gravity versus United States, Potter versus United States, Davenport. Proponents of this theory believe that prior to the passage of the 14th Amendment, people were citizens only of their original states. Gravit. Following the passage of the 14th Amendment, sovereign citizen plaintiffs believe that the government uses birth certificates and social security documents as contracts to trick individuals into becoming United States citizens. You see, that is what was in every redemption manual, every Solving Solutions websites. That is the core belief of every redemption movement, patriot movement, Moore movement, or get your rights movement, or the Tatanka, the trust people, the Indians. Now we Indians now all of a sudden. Trust Indian Tatankas. It's the core beliefs. It's the core beliefs. The government then uses these birth certificates and social security documents as security for the national debt. And this security interest creates individual trust fund accounts that contains each person's lifetime profits. Sovereign citizen plaintiffs often make a distinction between their names written in all capital letters and the same names written, just the initial letters capitalized, arguing that when they use the proper capitalization of their names, they could then redeem the funds held by the United States. But once again, what's the difference between the people who think like this and rejects the name sovereign citizen than the people who think like this and accepts the name and asserts the name, I'm a sovereign citizen? What is the difference? What's the core difference? What's the core difference? If you're being honest with yourself and you're being honest with me, there is no core difference. Sovereign citizen okay, we did that. Sovereign citizen plaintiffs also believe that they're not subject to government authority and attempt to, among other things, avoid paying taxes, extinguish debts, and derail criminal proceedings and civil proceedings at that. What is that? Once again, what's the difference between the ones who say I'm a sovereign citizen and the ones who not? They both think the same. This court has previously dismissed for lack of jurisdiction complaints invoking this theory. And you know what they're going to say? Yeah, that's what they're going to say. Why would they want to tell you it's true? That's what they're going to say. See, you're tricked. They want you to believe that. Okay, let's say I give you that. So you're not going to be able to go to any court with this because they're going to reject it. The IRS has already put out publishings citing that the courts have already rejected this. You can't go to your bank with this. They're going to reject it. You can't attempt to pay your mortgage doing this. They're going to reject it. You can't attempt to pay your auto off with this belief system. They're going to reject it. Who's going to accept it? Now, I think that's a good question. Who is going to accept these arguments then? If you go anywhere in any three branches of government, they're going to reject it. Who's going to accept it? The only ones who are going to accept it are the people who think like you. Nobody in the real world is going to accept this. Only the people who think like you. Likewise, here the court lacks jurisdiction over Basie's sovereign citizen claims. Mr. Basie's complaint contains commonly used sovereign citizen language. For example, Mr. Basie argues that the government created a unilateral contract by fraud when it issued his birth certificate. He contends that the 14th Amendment was instrumental in shifting citizenship of each American from being primarily a state citizen to being a private corporation of the government. I mean, what is so different from what he's saying than what you see online every day? And this ain't about this person in the court case. This is about what many people teach, advocate, and the driving force for them doing what they do. He claims that his name in all capital letters refers to a separate legal entity. He also seeks the return of any and all accounts held by the government as part of his private business trust estate. We don't have to go far. We ain't got to go far. Look. Just look.
For everybody that's trying to monetize their birth certificate bond, first you're going to need your CUSIP number. So let's look at the CUSIP number and find out how much the bond is worth.
What is that birth certificate bond? What is he doing? Going on the ancient old fidelity crap. What year is this? What do you know? 2023. It's about, it looks like Fidelity has found out people are aware of their birth certificates are worth money and blocking. Your birth certificates there's not even, they don't understand how securities work. In order for security to have value, it has to be backed by a financial asset that is producing cash flow. Prime example, I have this. I issued the Supreme Elite Team trust note. I established a trust. These are the trust notes. I established the trust. The trust is place contracts. I place 250 contracts with all these agreements where people are going to pay me anywhere from $1,000 to $10,000 a month. See, this is the underlying contract that backs the trust note. When they make their payments to me, I then take that money minus my cut, because I jack the interest rate up so I can take a little off the top and put that there and do that and do what I do so I can make money too. But the rest of the principal and interest is going to pay the trust note holders. There is nothing that is liquid about a birth certificate. Look.
First, you're going to need to go to fidelity.com and sign in. Once you get there, you're going to hit like the little 3 bars up there on the side. After you hit that, you're going to go to news and research. After entering that news and research tab, you're going to hit birth certificate number right there. That might bring you to a page that looks like this. Enter it again inside of there. Okay, so there it goes. That's the stock symbol right there. That is the birth certificate number that I used. I blocked it out. So
the funds that are matching, no, they're not matching it like that. The numbers there, they got fund numbers. They're in sequential order. Some numbers in it may just match that fund number. But this has nothing to do with your, I told you they misinterpreted. So if I say 48932, if there's a fund number that has those numbers in it, then it's going, the system thinks that, oh, you must be talking about this fund number. There's nothing here that is legit. Nothing.
I'm not just putting information out like that. And that's the same name into the fund finder. As you can see, I'm using the same stock symbol, and that's the same name and stuff.
MRX, which across the first round, MRX. I guarantee you, if you look at the products, it has nothing to, I'm telling you. And let me just say that's what she's doing is true. Let's just, for the sake of argument, somebody already invested in that fund. Somebody is being paid. It don't work. So this is what y'all wanted to do. Y'all want to find out where your bond is at and then go capture the bond. Then go capture the bond. You don't even realize that the people who are entitled to payment are the registered beneficiaries. They're already recorded. So if you're not registered, you're not even going to get a payment anyway. And this is why they know this is true, so they run the tax route with it. Yo, this is becoming scary. 1 second, y'all.
They studying the source now. Supreme Elite. New Empire Talk. Came on reading numbers. They were reading memes. We was reading filings. Planning out the dream. Turn every late fee in the case law heat. Judge bang gavel. He don't skip a beat. They like how you flip stress in the assets. How you turn a loss in the last check. Thomas took notes, broke codes, then he proved it. Now the classroom global and the language fluid. Thomas is a blueprint. Write that in the sky, let the crew print. From the courtroom smoke to the new man. He designed the way we move our 2 cents. Thomas is a blueprint. Supreme Elite team, that's the school stamp. From the first lay bill to the full camp. New culture empire, watch the flag plan. Supreme Elite Team University. Turn the credit star into currency.
They be trying to get over.
That was on there. Same information.
Let's get back to it. Look at this crap.
So all of that will bring you to a page that looks like that now.
Look, see all this right here? See, this the manager. This the yield to date. This is how much people are, the ones who are going to invest in it. This is what they're getting. I guarantee you, look,
Call these people the fund managers. I guarantee you, they'll be like, what the hell are you talking about? The QSIP number is for the securities that they issuing, not from your birth certificate. Your birth certificate. Look, she is scamming live, bro. That shit's a scam. Look.
What's up, guys? This is, I guess, part 2 of does the birth certificate actually have value?
Look. Now, all this right here, this has nothing to do with a government site saying it. This is one of those propaganda, one of those confirmation bias sites. These are one of those confirmation bias sites that's telling what you want to hear.
Yes. Some people wanted me to flip the camera. I know I didn't realize when I was recording it that it was going to record backwards. So I'm going to apologize because it's never going to be perfect, guys. You know, it's on the screen.
He's reading for 2018. That vital record, that's what I'm saying. They be misinterpreted. Look, I've been studying deeply for years. Look, down the wrong path for years. You want to know why he's studying deeply? When I studying deeply, want to know why? Want to know why? Because he heard free money. And soon as people hear free money, hey, let me go to rabbit hole. Let me go to, let me go. What I got to do next? All right, authenticate your birth certificate. Then you got, you want to learn approximately 250. All right, here. That ain't work. What'd you do now? Oh, no, you ain't get the embossing. Oh, that's another, I give you 500. All right, I didn't get this money. What's next? Went there, took it to they rejected. Nah. You missed the bond paper. Give me $100. I'm gonna send you the special bond paper. Oh, okay. Hey, nothing still happened. No. See, we gotta dye the bond paper. It's a special dye that you gotta put on the bond paper. How much is the bond? Oh, that's only $175. It's a special dye because when they touch it, like it got to process through the scanner in the system in a special way, the secret way. Okay, here's $175. All right, good. Nothing happened. No, because you were supposed to put it on the tax form. You never said. I did. I said, remember, once you get all that stuff, you might have to come back to me for the taxes. You don't remember? I sent you the text. I didn't get no text. Oh, damn. Look, I've been dealing with so many people. Hold on, let me go ahead and type it up right quick and then making sure like I didn't send it. I'm just going to leave it in the box, but I'm not going to send it. Hold on. See, it's right here. Oh, see, look. It never sent. I forgot to send it. Oh, well, how much is for the tax? $600. I'll do the tax for you. All right. Boom. Get it? Bam. IRS response. Courts have considered claims like yours to be frivolous and may be subject to penalties. Hey, this is what they sent. Hey, hold on. Let me call you right back. All right. He don't call back. He called back because now he like, damn. Now the reality start to sit in. Damn, I done gave you like $23,000. Your call has been recorded to it. Voicemail. Your call has been recorded to it. Hey, man, that's fucked up, man. You're scamming. Block. Next live. Yo, got the birth certificate process, y'all. That's all it is. That's all it is. That's all it is. That's all this shit is. Look, birth certificate.
I created. I'm the government, and I created the document, and it has the same name as you. So would you agree that this document represents you? Please sign it.
There you go. There you go. Look, authenticate your
What if
birth
I told you you were worth millions of dollars and you didn't even know it? And what if I could prove it to you? And that you have a trust fund, and you're all trust fund babies.
I told you. That's how to get everybody in. That's how to get everybody. That's how you start. What if you know? Well, how do you know that you got all this money in the trust? You know, look at this right here. There's not been one person that is collected on these bonds. Prove me wrong. Now look at everybody. You think they would come back and tell you? Look at this now. You think they would come back and tell you? You think you would come back and tell you? You think you could come back? Look, I told you. So they'll tell you the process. Then if it just so happened to work for you, you will never know. Look, you see how stupid you think they would come back and tell you? Well, you done told the goddamn process. Why wouldn't you tell if you got $80 million? Like, why wouldn't you tell if you got $80 million? Why wouldn't you tell? What's see how secret it gets now when it gets down to the black and white facts? You are absolutely correct. Authenticating the birth certificate does absolutely nothing, but it's a piece of misinformation in this community that is used continuously. I've met so many people on path with this information that have done the authentication and nothing has changed in their life whatsoever. Nobody can offer any legal reference either on why it is done. They just do it because some internet guru told them to do it. That is amazing.
You're rocking with the best.
Shout out to her.
You're rocking with the best.
That is one of the first coherent statements I ever
You're rocking with the best.
I know. We know. Look, any such person will have to
chew on this one.
What if I told you?
Look at this right here. Look at the mindset.
Chew on this.
What if I told you were worth millions?
Look at the mindset. Now it's any such person will have to sign a non-disclosure now. Now look at it. Now you got to sign a non-disclosure. Because of everyone trying to figure out a secret process instead of uniting us, the people, and demanding what is our money should not be an issue. God did not put a man on a working week thing till he dies and don't believe. He gave us everything we need for free. We're the only species on the planet that's the pay to live. Only thing you choose is where you live and work. That job comes before. Shut up. The Bible says you don't work, you don't eat. After we finish the paperwork, how long till we get our hundreds of millions of dollars? I told you that is the only reason why people are even doing this stuff. That is the only reason why people are doing this stuff. This is the only reason. This is the only reason. Yeah, we can't win individually. They will pluck you out. It's the whole country. They wanted him dead for what he knew. Rest in peace, David. You can't collect it physically, but you can connect the bridge and pay off bills, cars, homes, etc. Now, here's the thing. Look at this. Look what he said, right? He's saying you can pay off bills, cars, homes, right? This is the person that made the statement. Law student, right? Now look on the channel. Nothing that shows that he paid it off. Nothing. I told you. They come, give their little, yeah, you can do this and do this, and get the fuck on. Looks like he remodels and does remodeling work. Don't look like he's look like he does remodeling work. Don't look like he's living out a secret trust account. And don't look like it. I don't see no secret trust account living here. Look, you don't. I told you they all do the same.
What if I told you were worth millions of dollars?
They all do the same shit. Now look at this.
I could not wait to do this video. Authenticating your birth certificate is just one of the many requirements for achieving status correction, and I'll explain. For one, let's get a clear understanding on exactly what status correction is. When one corrects their status, they are pledging their allegiance to the state in which they were born. And you're
already that via the 14th Amendment. Pledging your, what does that mean? Explain what that means.
Do this by rescinding and revoking the contracts that you have in place with that guardian. You are declaring yourself harmless and to hold indemnity. You are also
straight out the redemption manual. Straight out the redemption manual. That is straight out the redemption manual. That's all it is. Straight out the redemption manual. This seal is entitled to full faith and credit.
That just means the seals are valid and the person who fixes said seals has the authority to do so. That's exactly what it means. Look at this. Look at this reply. Look, no reply. Where do I take my birth certificate to get it authenticated? You see the mindset? It's always a step by step. What do I do next? What do I do? What do I do? What do I say? How do I walk? How do I talk? What do I do? What am I supposed to do next? Okay, I did this. What's the next step? Just like fucking robot. What do I do next? Do I talk? How do I walk? Do I put my left foot before my right foot? How do I do it? What's next? What the fuck? God damn! Look at this shit! What do I do? Where do I take it? You take it and shove it up your ass. How do you find your estate with that birth certificate? What if you were born abroad? Look, no response. How much does it cost? Part 2, can you make a folder, please? Department of State takes 5 weeks by mail. That's the longest process. I'd like to know, how do I go about authenticating my birth certificate? What about if you're married? Can you still do it? Thank you so much for posting. You are truly appreciated. And you know what they do? They do some stupid shit like, we got to protect her at all costs. We got to protect him. Y'all, let's protect him. You ain't going to do shit. You ain't protecting nothing. Let's protect him. Thank you so much. Help, please. Look, help. I know this is important. How can you do this? I need help with this for sure. I have a newborn. I need this money. I need the money to get my life in order. Please, somebody help me. I need money. The fuck? She also obtained each 3 birth certificates. I only have the city of. Supposedly there was also state county. How? Mother, what did I do if I was born in a state I don't reside in? I was born in Oklahoma, but I lived and resided in North Carolina from the age of then you go to North Carolina. These stupid ass. So how can I find out if you're free from one of the tribes you speak of? Thank you for sharing this information. Can one authenticate a copy? BCs are copies. We never received the original. Please bring clarity. Thank you. Look at you. It just keeps going on and on. She's educated and pressure. I want to be alive. Now let thirst trapping in the comments. Let me see. Let me look at her again.
Preparing your declaration of irrevocable trust.
Yeah, she's decent. So an authenticated birth certificate puts you in control of the certificate of birth and not the state, correct? Look, it just keeps going on and on and on and on with this garbage. Now,
Get in here. I got one of the biggest secrets and gifts for you. Now, have you ever heard about the birth certificate is sold on the stock market? Well, I got the receipts. And don't ask me how did I get them. Please do not ask me how did I get them in my inbox. As long as you got it, okay? As long as you got it. Now, I went back in my records and found this because I got tired. Everybody kept saying, oh, they selling our birth certificates. That's why it's on bond paper and blah, blah, blah. Now, you have the proof and the receipts. Thanks to Gaddy. Say, thank you, Gaddy. But let's continue. Now be quiet, but watch. Look at this. I marked it in.
How did I fucking know? How did I fucking know it was going to be the same document that you see on Scribd? How did I know this is a fake document? Individual surety bonds, international promissory notes, bills of exchange, international. The United States never even became a party to the Armstrong Convention, which would even give the District of Columbia. I told you, yo, these are the same. They really be, international promissory note. Now let's go back here for a second. Let's go back here. Because neither birth certificates nor social security numbers recognize or impose contractual rights, obligations, or duties. Mr. Basie fails to make any credible allegation that his birth certificate formed a contract between himself and the United States.
While a non-frivolous allegation that a contract exists between the plaintiff and the United States is sufficient to invoke this court's jurisdiction, Mr. Bailey's allegations are so wholly insubstantial that dismissal for lack of subject matter jurisdiction is appropriate. Now, when you go here, look at this world. Look at the world on here. Look at the world on this app. The same app you on. Look at this world. You see this world? Look at that world. You see that world? You see that world? Let me focus y'all better. You see that world? Now, when you get to this world, this is when the reality hits you. This is when the reality hits you. And what's the end result right here? Government's motion to dismiss is granted and the complaint dismissed without prejudice. But brother, I thought you had the receipts.
I marked it in green for you. So you can have it. You can go in and take a screenshot if you like. To go to the other half, I
don't even want to waste up storage in my phone screenshotting that garbage. So, once again, listen, it never fails. Everything it's an angle to extract money out y'all. Now, let's go here for a second. I'm so tired of these international promissory note people. I'm so tired. Okay, let's go here. For you international promissory note people, tap the screen, share the live. Can y'all please just take a few seconds out, YouTube and TikTok, and just share or tag the teachers that talks about this international promissory note? Please, if you can just do that, just tag them in the comments or share it, please. I really want to read this case in front of them because this is it's a federal case. Please, I would like to. And if you haven't already,
don't miss out on this opportunity to litigate like a seasoned professional. Join the Supreme Elite Team University.
Thomas in the lobby. Folded thicker than a skyline. Credit acceptance on a resume with stories in the fine lines.
Let's go. Here we go. I'm trying to put you in a better position. I think that'd be good. Pro se plaintiff Stephen L. Marvin. This was back in 2016. Hold on. I gotta lay another foundation. Let me lay